withdraw kayo before closing the table yesterday?
Wala.
The seats?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Sila lang. Hindi namin.
Seats
Ay,
mo?
ano, i-assign na lang.
Ha?
I-assign na lang po after ng ano.
Sila nag-assign.
Ay,
Pero wala draw.
Paano, draw?
hindi po.
Paano nyo in-assign?
Random sila.
Ano na lang, random na lang.
So, draw nga.
Pero hindi na sila nakaharap.
Pero dinraw nyo sa card. Okay, good. Next time, i-witness nyo na.
Kaya nga, yun ang dapat. Yun ang totoo.
Kasi pwedeng pwede nga kayo ulitin.
Yan, set na eh. Ano na yan eh, pati yung mesa kasi, pati yung sa loob, na-sign na nila yan eh. Pero hindi naman kayo aanin na mga yan. Random talaga. Next time lang, pa-witness nyo na para sure.
Tama tournament.
Bago umalis yung mga tao,
Lahat
bigay
ng
nyo na.
tournament, lahat
May
ng
chip
final
sa
table.
cellphone namin.
Yun yung kanya. Bago
Actually, kaya pinipila pa rin.
Oo.
Okay, next, sino ba? Team number
Kahapon
3,
naglalaro
Clyde,
kami ng Iron.
Troy.
Kahapon naglalaro kami
Clyde
ng
or
Iron,
Troy?
nag-uusap-usap yung mga Koreano.
Troy.
Sabi ko kay Mark, bantayan, na wag mag-usap-usap. Biglang nawawala. Eh, ang ginagawa ng mga Koreano, foldan ng foldan, foldan ng foldan, tapos nagpapasaan pa ng chip. Ah, gabi.
Kim Huyup, call you Kim Huyup, what do you want?
Kim
Huyup,
Kim.
Huyup. Huyup, okay, Huyup. Huyup. Mike, Sir Mike Takayama. Mo ba? Mo, no?
Gigi.
Moses? Mo, okay, Mo. Ron Ryan Messina. Ron. Ano mo si Ryan Messina? Parang may kilala ko ibang Ryan Messina dati. Di ba yung politician sa, anyway, nice to bro. Kaya nagtaka ka, kita ang pangalan mo. Kilala ko to. Eat ka na. Okay. Ano gusto mo, Kai?
Stream right now. You'll see now this final eight have secured their positions in the table, and they're just
Edgar.
taking out the chips from the bags and setting up.
They're getting a briefing from TD Brian,
Ryan.
shifting to
Ryan.
a red team today. Ako naka-blue, full blue, now hot red because the action's gonna be hot once this starts. I think nakita nila seating positions.
Yeah.
You can just introduce them already to your pasok.
Pacheck namin, ma'am.
Oo, eto.
Okay, this is arranged by chip count, but let's do this by
Yeah. We'll do it by seat. So on seat one will be Richard Marquez. He is coming into the final table with 3 million chips, a little over 3 million chips. In seat two, you have Edgar Asihan coming in with 2.3 million chips. Seat three is Clyde Troy Morales, the pride of Batangas City, coming in with over 2 million chips. Seat 4 is Kim Hu Yup. Ito, si Kim Hu Yup. We've seen him in the featured table also yesterday, and he is coming in with 2.8 million in chips. Seat 5 is occupied by the legendary Mike Takayama, who is actually the chip leader, coming in with 4.3 million in chips, and seat 6 is the second in chip count, Mo Sakwing, with 3.1 million chips. Seat 7 is occupied by Ron Ryan Messina with 2.1 million chips. And rounding up this final 8, seated aptly at seat 8 is Kai Shing Chong, or more familiarly known as Kai Chong. He is based here in the Philippines. So there you go. There's your
Okay, yeah. So action's gonna resume. Left
Yeah.
26. The blinds will be 40,000, 80,000. We're no longer gonna be big blind ante. This is regular antes are gonna come into play. So I'm trying to see the antes here. We have the
Do
information.
it now before we start.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'll see that in a bit.
Tapos itong
And I am trying to locate my cell phone because I want to share this stream.
Yeah, that. I was muted the whole time. Look at that.
Oh, okay.
Good thing I wasn't saying much.
Oh, yep. Okay. Keep count.
So,
You count.
level will resume. Level 26. Blinds will be 40,000, 80,000 with 10,000 antes. This is no longer a big blind ante format. Once
Yes.
we're in the final table, we go back to regular ante. So, there's going to be a lot more dead money in the table.
Okay, so as you can see,
We can,
uh,
bagging.
yeah,
What
they're
are we doing?
they're being given. I think this is the stickers from Metro or KMGM.
Right. So every guy
Some
gets a
yeah.
face mask with a KMGM logo on it, and helps to hide a poker face. Is is this pandemic requiring everyone to wear face masks? One of the better things that happened on the poker table.
Because now it's open. Remember, prior to the pandemic, there was actually this issue. I think it was raised in the WSOP of players complaining too much
Yeah,
cover and in the
they
face
had
of
the hoodie,
the
they had
hoodie,
everything.
the cap,
You could
the
barely even see
shade.
their eyes. There was
Right.
nothing left. Then they covered the neck with scarves.
Yeah.
But then again, I think it was a gray area because if it's a matter of how to dress up, but you can always say, dude, this is how I dress up. I'm not trying to
Yeah.
cover anything. This is just how I roll. Or you can cite like a medical condition. You know, my skin can't take
Yes.
exposure to
Yes.
the cold. So it's really tough, something tough to enforce. But back to like here in the Philippines used to be pre-pandemic. Only certain foreigners would wear face masks,
Right.
and they always had the excuse of there was especially the Japanese players would say, "This is how we roll.
Right.
It's our polite way to not get anyone else sick."
If my memory serves me right, coach, there's even I think with in some of the some international tournaments they have now a set rule as to how many items you can wear. Like
Yeah,
if you there's like limited to two or three. If you wear like it can be a face mask, glasses, and cap, and
I
nothing
always
more. So.
thought that was a more of uh, a logo restriction. Like how many
Yeah,
logos you could
you
wear.
can
I didn't know
wear.
it pertained to items. So uh, I don't know. Is it like choose two out of the
Yeah,
following?
something like
So
that. Oh.
you have
Like
headset,
if you're
face
wearing
mask, scarf.
headphone and face mask already, you can no longer wear a cap or shades. Parang may ganun na eh. I think I'm not so sure
Oh, sige.
if
So if
APT
you had to pick
has
two
implemented
items
that
to
also.
wear, what
Yeah.
two would you pick as a poker player?
I'd choose face mask and headphones.
Headphones.
Yeah. Cause
Why?
I don't really wear shades with
Messes with your
when
game
playing.
plan.
Yeah.
Well, what are you covering with headphones?
No, I'm because it gives you that it gives the other players at the table that you're not
That
probably
you're not paying
focusing on paying
attention.
attention, but you actually are.
But everyone
There's
knows
no
nothing's
sound.
coming out of those headphones.
Yeah. All right, so you can see that ceremonial photo op picture taking with the staff of MetroCard Club. Props to the staff of MetroCard Club, led by the operations manager, Miss Maylene Advincula, for this very successful Asian Poker Championship. They've smashed the guaranteed prize pool, and
And they're doing this live coverage. We're here to
yes,
show you, everyone at home who's not here, that Metro is back. And
right.
so should you
They
be
have
back.
leveled up actually the way they are bringing the action to those who are not here. But of course, we would like to invite everybody. If you can actually, you can opt to watch this via this live stream, or you can come directly here to Metro Card Club
Whether you're
and
here at
enjoy.
home, sharing the link increases the audience. Increasing the audience increases the probability that we are going to create new players
Yes.
from people who see this action.
Eto, coach. Uh, baka yung iba nating mga kababayan, sinasabi, ang sosyal naman nitong mga to,
Kaya nga, pwede
Englisan
na
ng
ba
Englisan,
magtagalog?
oo,
Oo, wala pa yung
nosebleed.
nag-comment na
Oh,
English
wala pa
only
si
eh.
Mason Kaya namin ginagawa 'yon. We're
Nasabihan
gonna
tayo.
shift to English and Tagalog because we know for a fact that there it will definitely be an international audience for this
Well,
live
the
stream.
guys from KMGM are
Yeah, the
gonna
guys
want to
from
see
KMG,
this.
right?
So
They
that's
probably listening. Pero magtataga, we will speak in Filipinos because especially now, basahin, we just wanna do shout outs for those early.
Siyempre, pag comment Tagalog,
Oo,
Tagalog din.
oo,
Sorry
ito,
na lang sa
ayan,
mga hindi
oh.
nakaintindi.
Boss Love Kalinga, Sir Victor, good day. Ewan ko sinong Victor yon. Yan, shout out Bernie Angeles, Jean Nugid, good AM bossing. CJ Anilam is watching. Tom Perez, all black shirts except one. Maybe it's a sign. Gandang araw mga Lodi.
Teka. Si Brian mananalo?
Hindi, the guy in white is Troy
Si
Morales.
Troy. Si C3.
Yeah, that's in seat 3. Yeah, he's the only one wearing white.
Batangas.
The reason this is they're wearing in black because I think
Metro eh.
no, this is actually
They
the
look
same
like
shirt.
it's not just black. It looks like they're all wearing the same
The
thing.
same shirt. No, I
Pero
think
may hoodie si Kai.
six out of, but still wearing the shirt. I think Mike Takayama gave out some shirts earlier with the permission, of course, of Metro Card Club. I think this is a sponsored shirt, something like that. So there you go.
So between the shirt and the mask, we can tell them apart because we have the info in front of us. Pero
Yes.
for the
Pero
rest
for
of
those
you,
who are
you can use the hats to tell one guy from the other because we're not always gonna be watching na ganyan yung arrangement. No, we're gonna go from camera to camera when the action starts.
uh,
So you're not gonna know what seat you're looking at. So good thing this coverage has the technology to show you the names.
yes.
And when in doubt, the guy not in black is Troy
It's
Morales.
Troy Morales. Oh, eto, we have there you go, JR Kalma. Good luck, Jiggy. I don't see si Jiggy. Okay.
Jiggy?
Yeah, and some viewers tagging si Jiggy ba sabi ni Sir Jess. Yeah, our third guy in the booth right now is Sir Jess from the Metro Card Club. He is the guy, as we have said early yesterday, siya yung sisisihin nyo pag mali ang spelling ng binabasa nyo. Si Jiggy pala si Mo Sakwing.
Jiggy.
Jiggy ang nickname niya. JR Pet, shout out sirs. John Tolentino, good AM Coach Ron, Boss Jester, good luck sa
John
Pilipinong
T.
pokerista. Ayan.
Good morning. Ano ba?
Oo.
Good noon. Good noon,
Good
Paps.
noon na, oo.
Almost noon.
Aaron De Mayuga, let's go, Papi Troy. So we have the Batangas contingent has been actively rooting for Troy Morales since yesterday.
Dapat lang because this is quite a journey for Troy and he's
Yes.
gonna put dati na naman on the map of poker ang Batangas eh.
Yes.
But not really as a tournament stop, but
Mhm.
more
of the
a,
UG playground.
scene, place to play with some landowners.
And actually, Troy seldom plays live tournaments. But lately, he's been playing a lot of these big tournaments. And I think if I'm gonna confirm with him later. This is probably his so far would be his biggest cash out of his very young tournament poker career.
Yeah, I can only imagine like a bigger cash out given the buy-in and the guarantee would have had to be in an APPT or APT
Yeah.
style main event. So it's great that Metro can come up with events that are just as big and that
Yes.
they can do it right out of the Metro Card Club. So no need to do it in a ballroom or anywhere else. You can do it in a place where all the players already feel at home because this is home to a
Yeah,
lot of poker
it just
players.
goes to show you how competitive and organized Metro Card Club is being I think this is still the big. I'm not so sure because before we used to say this is the biggest in Asia with the number of with the size and
In
the number of
Asia,
table.
I think they might still
In
have that
Southeast
crown
Asia,
because
probably.
Macau is shut down. Di ba?
Yeah,
Wala nang
probably. So
poker sa
there you have
Macau.
it. Oh.
So
They can reclaim that title back again.
pretty much, pretty
Oo.
much. I mean, on a regular day, yeah, they are the biggest. On a special day where there might be something going on at sa kabila, maybe
Oo.
they're the biggest for that day. But in general, this is the mecca of Philippine poker.
Yes.
You come to the Philippines or you are from the Philippines, you're gonna enter a game of poker, this is where you're gonna end up 95% of the time.
Eto, we are seeing and hearing the Brian Malantik introducing the players in the final table. Ayan. Ganda ng Jordans ni Brian, no? Tingnan mo. Oh, green na ano. Okay, ito habang
Kaya pala hindi nag-suit para masuot yung
oo.
Jordans.
South North Korea!
So this final eight is actually composed of five Filipinos, two Koreans, and one Chinese in the person of Kai Shing Chong.
Chinese pa ba
Oo,
tawag kay Kai
pero
Chong?
kilala to lahat. Everybody knows him. He's a regular here at the Metro. So this Kai Chong is actually, I probably also Filipino.
So, notable dito, ano, when we started the coverage yesterday of day 3, si Huyup Kim or Kim Huyup, kinorek na nila. I really think that's the correct way to
That
say
should
it.
be the correct
Una
ano.
talaga yung Kim. So, Kim Huyup had like 2.2 million. So, he had a slight gain to 2.8.
Yes.
Ang malaking gain dito is hot sauce.
Yeah,
He
Richard
started,
Marquez.
Yeah, he started sub 1 million ang chips niya. And
Oo.
then he was able to balloon it.
Yeah.
And of course, Mike Takayama busted, sino ba yung may ace 3 ba? He busted a player out that was also a big pot. So, kaya sila ang nasa taas ngayon. Mo was more or less already sitting on 3 million, so he's
Yeah.
holding steady there. So these are the three biggest chips on the table. Si Mike with 4.3, si Mo with 3.1, and Hot Sauce with 3.
And
Nobody
Mas-
really short here because the blinds are 40-80, antes are 10.
that's
So
correct.
if you count big blinds, the shortest stack is Kai Chong. That's
Yeah.
more than 20 BBs. If you're counting rounds, he's got about almost 9 rounds.
Eto, I was about to say, I like this, that the fact that the top three players in terms of chip count is Mike Takayama, Mo Sakwing, and Richard Marquez because this is uh, by default the three most aggressive players probably in
Maybe the
this
three most
final
decorated rin,
table.
di ba?
Oo.
You got the only Filipino bracelet, WSOP bracelet winner in Mike Takayama. Of course, you count si Noel Francisco, pero
Yes.
he was basically an American
Ano
citizen.
yan?
Ito talagang tubong Pinas.
Homebred,
WSOP.
ika nga.
Homebred WSOP bracelet. Uh, and then you got Mo Saking,
Who just recently took down APPT National
PT
a
national
couple of
champion.
weeks ago. Oo.
And then Hot Sauce.
Hot sauce needs not sabi nga, we just declared the list of his accomplishment the day before yesterday. This is a guy who probably won a lot of big events, including that celebrity tournament that the only PPWC
The only.
held here in the Philippines.
The one and only. So, hindi
The
niya na kailangan
RVS
i-defend
Cup
yun.
here at Metro, wala na. Hindi na niya, siya na talaga yon.
He shut that thing down. The one, the only PPWC ever in
Ever.
history. There won't be another one, folks.
Talaga ba? In the world ba yan? Was there another one in Brazil? Wala ba? Hindi
No,
ba natuloy?
inabot ng pandemic yan.
Inabot ng pandemic.
But he would have won that too.
So he can actually lay claim to be the only one in that club. Nobody will join him.
Nobody.
At least not in the foreseeable future. Eto. Okay, so we can see. Have they started? They have started already.
Looks like they're taking like some last minute break after the
Ah,
introductions.
Already. Okay.
Yeah, you can tell.
So
wala
let's
pang dealer.
let's use this time to continue with our shoutouts. You have Rainier Canizares, shoutout JR Bestil. Ito si Just GTO to.
Oh,
Shoutout
Just
Boss Jester Inten.
GTO.
Coach, sana sa sunod kaya ng bankroll ko sumali dyan. Oo. Pag ito, isa to, I think
Alam mo, kahit di kaya ng bankroll, dahil ang ganda naman ng performance mo, pakita mo na yung
pwede
resume mo sa
magbenta ng
liga.
action. Alam mo, nauuso na ngayon yung selling action
Oh,
eh.
You would
Yeah,
know, Mr.
oo.
Overpriced.
Yan, ito. JR Pets. Oy, ginaya ko lang yun dun sa lahat ng nakita ko na ano. JR Pets, I'll go for Mike Takayama and Troy. Cory Martin.
Good
Shout
bet.
out kay Boss Tectonic. Love you. Ayan.
Ayun,
Oh.
kita sa background. You can see Boss
Ayan, ayun
Tectonic.
si Boss
Medyo
Tectonic, oh.
upper right ng
Kahit
screen
ang
nyo.
layo niyan, pero sa laki niyan, makikita niyo yan.
Oo,
Oo.
busy pa rin.
Mm. Polly Seya, good luck brother Troy. Linjoy Roble, aga talaga magising nito.
Hindi,
Shout out all the way
afternoon na.
from Australia.
Tanghali na sa kanila
Mm.
dyan.
GG Pinas, ito yung very active commenter natin yesterday. Takayama has good table position. Marquez not so good because Sakwing is in his direct left. Okay. This guy knows his poker players, ha? Okay, Marco Opera, shout out Boss Tira Pasok and Coach Ron. Magandang tanghali sa inyo. GG Pinas, Henry Akain is the second Filipino from Cebu who just won a WSOP bracelet earlier this week. Yeah, this was the
Thank you.
talk of the SOCMED, local SOCMED vines natin.
This
Henry
week,
Akain winning.
bagong-bago.
Yeah, oh,
Nice.
the event number 5. The housewarming event. WSOP label it as the
Oh, I
housewarming
gotta look
event.
that up.
Maybe because it's a new venue for WS. Is it a new venue for
Sige,
WSOP
more
this
info.
year?
Thanks for that.
Yeah,
Thank you,
and
thank you.
yeah, there you go. Louis Gandia, idol. Okay. Eto, ayan, na maaga nanonood din sa atin. Denrick Remando, Boss Balot. Ayan, all right. Pinapakalabit niya sa batok si DJ, si Senator DJ dahil hindi raw sumasagot. Michael Austria. Ayan, Kane Marasigan, good luck to Idol Choke at Bro Troy. Maxbet, okay.
Yun, Max Ben.
Ayun.
Now I remember.
The club.
Yan ang club
And
ni
then
Troy.
may dala akong pagkain niya. Okay, kamo. Good luck, Bro Troy by Brent Ivan Boal. Ralph Marquez, good luck, Papa. Oy, mukhang ano to anak ni Hot Sauce.
Oo.
Ralph Lawrence Marquez, good luck, Papa. Ryan Lee Marquez, lahat ng mga anak ni eto, kilala natin to. Mark Angelo Mendoza, si Chica.
Ay, si
Panahon ng RFM
Chica.
basketball,
Oh my
alam mo,
God.
doon na to ngayon.
Na-
Isa ng negosyante.
Isang taong
Successful businessman.
napakabuisit bantayan.
Oo. Shout out sa'yo.
Ang taas ng tira.
Oo. There you go. So, shout out. Thank you for joining us this early. This is still comparatively early for me. um, in this live stream.
Dude, look at this info from GG.
Mm.
20,000 entries ang tinalo ni Akain.
Oo, kasi parang yun ata yung, kumbaga, ang
ba yung
parallel
parang
dito, parang warm-up event.
Oh, they used to have an event called,
Oh.
I forgot, the Colossus or something, di ba? Parang ganun din na nag 30,000 entries.
Yeah.
This is like that, no? 20,000
Yeah, oh.
entries. How is that played out? Di ba? Ilang araw saan umupo yung mga hayop na yan?
Eto, may mga comment na kagad, may mga opinion na kagad yung mga live stream viewers natin. Sa sagot ni Joseph Abilino, alam na ni Hatsos yon. Si Mo, di aggressive pag final table,
Well,
ba?
then that's fine though because position-wise kasi,
Mm.
di ba si Mo yung nasa seat 6?
Yeah.
Malayo-layo naman but basically it's not like ma-attack niya yung blinds ni
Oo.
Hot Sauce, no?
Oo.
Nadaan pa siya sa 7 and 8.
Sa 7 and 8 kay
Oo.
Kai Chong at saka kay
So
is that the Korean
he's
guy?
not really the main target here.
Yes.
If Hot Sauce has to be concerned kung seating ang usapan, si Kai and si Ron Ryan ang kailangan niyang ma-profile kung anong propensity nila to be
Actually,
malikot.
even Edgar Asihan, the guy directly to the left of Hot Sauce, this is also has a very aggressive gameplay. So, yan, pwede na niyang maging worry din yan. Anybody in this final table.
Here we
Oo.
go.
And-
Ayan na, first
Alright.
deal.
First hand
First
of the
deal.
final table.
Again, this is the APC main event.
Yes, if you have just joined us, you are watching the
Kita mo,
final
may
8.
picture na.
May
Kahapon ba
picture na kaagad,
May
oo.
picture na ngayon. Ayan.
Oo.
Kita nyo, Ryan
Siyempre,
Messina
special na ngayon. This is the final 8.
is under the gun and may pulso. Hindi na basta yellow glow. Like we told you, this Metro coverage can only improve as we learn more how to
Oo.
manipulate this technology. So Hot Sauce folds.
Eto,
And
their
there's
hands are being displayed as the action
Yeah,
turns on
this
them,
is
no?
a much better pace. So it took
Yeah.
us a while to figure this out, but this is how we want to do it. Uh, we didn't want to do it the way we are doing test broadcast na pagka-deal, bisaklat, kita mo lahat ng baraha sa mundo. So
Okay.
this is more, mas madali sundan. So Edgar Asian has raised from the hijack with ace 5. Has seen no resistance so far. Down to Mo in the big blind, 10-4 of diamonds. Uh, Looks like he's going to defend. First hand of the final table.
Right straight from
Right.
my ano,
40-80K, yeah.
from
Hidden
my
hands.
book.
10-4.
Lagi mong lalaruin ang unang hand mo, di ba?
Ganun ba? Oh, so let me see, Chapter 1 ng book mo, coming from the break, lagi kang all in. Chapter 2, first hand,
Mm.
lagi mo lalaruin.
Yes.
Chapter 3, last hand of the day, di mo lalaruin kahit pocket queen.
Yes.
Alright.
Mm.
No,
Pag
sige.
dineclare mo na, yung last hand,
Look at
dapat
this.
yun
Ace King
lalaro.
2. Easy check fold
Ah,
here. Nothing happening.
ah,
Just the defense there from for Moat. Send a
yes.
message na it's not gonna be this
Uh-uh.
easy, kahit
And
galing
Edgar
hijack pa.
Asian just drew first blood for this final table. Incidentally, Coach Ron, just for everyone's appreciation, this final eight is already assured of a payout of
So
400,000
you got
in prize
400K,
pool.
What is seventh gonna get?
500. So there's
Okay.
100 grand pay jump.
Yeah, but you're looking at 6 million all the way. Pag
Yeah,
number
you're
one ka.
not looking at
Oo.
if
The
you're
top
one of
top
these
four
eight.
positions,
You're not.
milyonaryo yan,
Yes.
top 4 na yan.
Oo. Ayan.
Okay, next hand here, under the gun, that's gonna be a fold for Kai Xiong. Hot sauce. Jack 8 off. UTG plus 1. Blinds are 40, 80. Antes na to, 10K. No longer big blind ante. Pero ganun din, 80 pa rin ang papasok sa gitna.
Mm,
Hindi lang big blind ang taya. Lahat na will put money into it. So
okay.
Edgar Asihan,
Is contemplating.
okay,
We might.
medyo wash out ang kulay natin yan. So hindi ganun ka-defined. But I
Uh,
think wala nang 1K chips in play. No?
Wala na
Wala
kasi
na.
wala
So,
tayong makitang blue. They have a
yeah.
chipped up already. So you're looking at the darker
Yeah, so
shade
that's
chips are
easier.
the 10,000 chips and the lighter
Yeah,
shade
50,000.
chips are the 50,000.
So, Queen 9 and 200K is the race. Sabi mo nga, one of the more aggressive players, and
Yes.
he's showing it. This is not because he has hand, but because he's looking at an opportunity in the big blind. Ron Ryan
And we
Messina,
might see
Queen
at
10.
Ron Messina defends his big blind with his hand.
Well, they both have roughly the same stack, 2.1 million. There's plenty of room to speculate and defend and feel each other out. Dahil
Yeah.
40, 80K. So,
And you know,
yep,
at this
it's a
point,
call.
alam mo yung siniset ng mga players, especially those players who are in the big blind that
Hindi
I
tayo
mean, you're not, yeah,
papanakaw. Hindi
hindi,
tayo
wag kang
papanakaw.
masanay
It's too
na
early for that.
kuhaan ako ng
Oh,
kuhaan ng
okay,
big
Ron
blind.
Ryan hits this, but the ace
But
can be
there's the
represented by
ace.
the razor.
Yes.
But mauuna siya, coming from the big blind. So he checks, seemed very subtly tap his elbow there. He
Hmm.
has already checked. And Edgar Sean, this is pretty much what he's gonna try to represent. I don't think he would miss this chance to bet kasi yan ang gusto mong
Oo.
tayaan. Kung di mo tayaan yan, are you playing to hit the queen? Hindi naman siguro. He's playing for exactly this situation. Either hits the queen or not. So Ryan Messina can decide. I mean, kung check fold ka naman every time may ace, may
Yeah.
exploit ka.
I'm
So,
probably guessing a call here. There you go, a call here from
check call is the
Ryan.
line.
Is sure gonna see
He has to see kung
what.
kaya mong
Yeah.
itira yung second bullet. That 7 is kind of brickish. If he likes the 10, he still likes it now. So, it's a matter of kung mafi-freeze up si Edgar Sihan. Bakit naka-blur yung hand niya? Kasi wala pang tinamaan. I have to figure that out.
Yung kay Edgar because I
Uh,
think that's the softer way of saying, the system's way of
say
saying na
behind.
behind na siya, na beat
Ah,
so far ang kanyang hand dito.
okay. Kahapon may percentages na lumalabas eh. We'll see if we can bring that back.
Uh,
He started out dominated. It's all about can you fire that second barrel right now. If you don't, then it's as good as over because Ryan Messina
and I
can
think
take a
he
check call
will.
line. So if
He's
he fires
making
that
that
second barrel,
gesture.
pressure yan kay Ron Ryan and he has to decide kung good talaga yung 10 niya. So there's the second barrel ni Edgar Sihan. Sayang natakpan, di natin nakita magkano. But it's gotta be at least 300K. Ayan,
390. There you go.
390. Mabigat na to because 1.8 na lang, no? The stacks are getting shorter. Yeah, that has to be. He can't just give up there. Dahil i-represent niya yung ace eh. So Ryan
Oo.
Ryan's checking and he has to decide. Talaga may alas ba to? Wala. And the viewers, for our entertainment, kita natin na wala.
Mm.
By the way, may delay to, so huwag kayong mag-alala that there will be any signaling. First of all, the final table is quite secure from spectators. And then we're commenting on a 10-minute delayed feed, but it's the same one that you're seeing.
Yes, that's correct.
So we can reply to your comments in real time then.
Right. And if you have just joined this live stream, this is no longer a featured table. This is the final table of this 20 million guaranteed
Galing.
Asia Poker Championship. And we have just
Okay, that's
seen
beautiful,
Ron
beautiful.
Messina gives up his hand, not knowing that he has the best
Beautiful.
hand
This is a
so far.
beautiful sequence because
Oh,
it's pretty standard, but most people can't pull off that second barrel.
that's true.
And to
Oh,
see it in action, nah,
eto na yun.
it's really it's a blessing. That's why having this
Oh.
live feed where we can finally see their whole cards, that's really something. We've done this before for Metro, but without the benefit of the whole card. So
Mhm.
we were left to a lot of speculation. Buti na lang sinasamahan tayo ng mga batang Metro noon to
Oh,
help us read the situation. Pero
right.
ngayon, there's so much more to see. And
Oh. Eto, I wonder what are the odds now. Last night, when after the final eight was determined, there's a lot of talks going as to who will finally do the go heads up against who here. And if I may share, so far in that informal survey last night, the crowd favorite is Mike Takayama and Mo Sakwing.
well, and they are the top two chip leaders. So
Yeah,
I wouldn't blame anyone for picking that. No, wala.
yeah,
I mean, if you wanted a dark horse, maybe only because of experience gap. Si Troy Morales
yes.
would like to see him go that deep. Okay, Edgar Asihan,
Raced
second, yeah,
again,
second race
proving
in
to
a row.
be,
This
yeah.
time may alas na talaga.
Oo.
But success in that last hand. Ang maganda is he got that dead money pa sa flop. No? That check
Mm.
call made more money for him, and he was able to take it
And
down on
let's
the turn.
see if Ryan Messina. Oh,
Small
hindi.
blind.
Kala ko sa gusto niya ng round 2 eh.
This one, no
Uh,
defense there from
uh,
Kai 10-3. Nowhere near. So, another 190K from chipping up. Number 2 na, si Edgar Asihan, as he has taken down 2 pots out of the 3 that we have seen so far.
mm. All right. So far, that's been all Edgar Asehan in this early action of this final table. We have yet to see any movement from the others. Maybe they're kind of feeling out all muna, no? Ito yung mga early part, lalo na at this is the final stage of this tournament. So you wanna, this is,
Pacing there, konting
yeah,
pacing,
oh,
but
tsaka,
he's set a good tone so far. Gotten up there as one of the chip leaders. Created some space, so under the gun, time pahinga,
mm,
iba naman.
oo. Eto, uy,
Yeah, it's a little too early. Pareho pa 9-8
pareho pang
suited
9-8.
nakita
No,
mo.
kaya ako napauwi, parang, uy, gusto ko laruin yun, ah.
Takayama, nothing from the hijack. Here comes Mo in the cutoff. Ito yung sinasabi mong from the cutoff, ma-attack niya yung seat ni
Mm-hmm.
si Hot Sauce yata. He's in 6, 7, 8. Oo. Okay, we haven't seen his cards yet, pero you can see that they're right there in the RFID box. So, and he's
Yeah,
already taken his
so
action. Hindi pa
sometimes
natin nakikita.
that's correct.
Oo, this is kind of a glitch.
Yeah.
Hindi, this is promo to. Parang ito yung guess
Yung
the
Jack,
hand.
Jack
Oo.
ano yun?
Oo, so
Oh,
everyone in the comments, watch
hidden
this hand
cam.
carefully because we have a mystery
Yes,
hand
hand.
and it's time to speculate. So it's a raise from Mo with an unknown hand, raised to 160. It's been folded and here's the big blind, 80K to call. We haven't seen it. This is the hand of Hot Sauce. Wag naman double mystery hand. This sets us back. But at least we're
Oh,
gonna see the chip counts and how the pot develops.
maybe we will give a heads up mamaya kay Boss Jess, no, to uh, have our guy in the final table area to instruct the players to, I don't know, maybe
Yeah,
check
yeah.
if they're
Just make
really.
sure that those
Mhm.
cards go in the box. so that they can be read. Okay, hot sauce gives it up, so we don't have to see any of the hands.
Mm.
I like the idea of having a box, not just because of RFID, but because yeah, in a normal tourney, it's always tough for me. It's like where do I put the cards?
Yeah,
Na walang tell. Cause sometimes if you like it, you pull it closer to
closer
you.
to
You
you.
don't like it, you
You're
leave it out
almost
there.
there, about to be
So
folded.
having a
Oh.
box takes away that additional piece
Plus,
of
it also
information.
ensures that the dealer will not accidentally,
That's right. That's right.
yeah,
There's no
get your
mistaking it.
card.
My hand
Yeah.
is in the box. You're not
Mm,
gonna take it. No, so that bit of standardization takes away some of that information.
right. Okay, so action continues here
Yung mga player na gano'n eh.
in the
Talaga pag
final
malakas yung
table.
hand, sobrang lapit.
Oo,
Kulang na lang,
parang.
lagay sa kutsyon eh. Okay, I think Brian's
um,
instructing them now.
yeah,
Uh, yeah.
yeah. Incidentally, Coach Ron, there's another side event. The final side event also is happening this afternoon, and it's as popular as the high roller. It's the Monster Stack event.
Is
No,
that
no, no.
Richard Castillo I see in the background?
Yes.
I think I need to talk to him. Meron akong text eh. Yeah,
Oh.
I think he's here for a
Tapos
side
pag
event.
kinausap mo, sabihan mo na rin si Senator DJ na may message sa kanya si
Si Balot.
si Balot.
Okay, Ryan
Okay.
Messina with an ace in the cutoff. Is this good enough for him?
Probably, most probably, this is he's gonna raise this hand.
Okay, he's one of the shorter stacks at the table. I think Kai is a little bit shorter.
Yeah.
So it's a race, 180K, nothing from the button. We're gonna go to the blinds. Dito's a big blind is Edgar Asihan with King 8. Not gonna
Not
defend.
interested,
End of the
so
hand
yeah.
there.
He's gonna take down that pot.
Nice space we're having so far. Every hand, someone is taking some action.
Yes.
And we have yet to see action from the one I want personally to see
Right.
most from Mike Takayama. But I remember last time umupo sa atin si Choke and he said he spends the first round just
Yeah, studying the
studying
his opponents in
everybody.
the
Oo,
table,
sabi
right?
niya, pag isang orbit, di pa niya nakuha yan, eh, ibig sabihin, huwag ka na
Uh,
mag-poker para sa kanya. No, so, ganyan kabilis siya. And besides, no, may table time na lang siya, so most of these guys he
yeah.
already knows. But I guess
And
bukod sa
still
walang hand,
yeah,
no?
and still Mike Takayama is still on top of this group in terms of chip count, and while Edgar ASEAN, because of his actions, early actions, have taken over Mo Sakwing in as
By a
second
hair,
chip leader.
not
Well, yeah,
by
very, very
much.
minimal amount.
Okay, comes down to the cutoff. It's also folded. Ito na ang boton, si Hot Sauce with a raising hand. So we're gonna see a raise here. Sarap talaga sa boton pag may raising hand ka. Kasi mukhang
Oo.
nakaw pero meron. Okay, dominated but this might be defense worthy for Edgar Asian. Let's see if he defends with a call or a raise. Looks like that is just a call. And the big blind with a raggedy ace for Troy Morales. Is he priced in dito? 100K, can close the betting and see the flop.
Yeah.
Yun lang, he might not like his ace, but he's going to go and see the flop. He's actually ahead, but he doesn't know it. Edgar Asian has a pretty looking hand, but it's dominated by Hot Sauce, who is the raiser here. We're going to see a flop. 10-7-4, puro puso. Great for Troy Morales. For the other two, it's just about taking it down with aggression. So Troy's checking here. I hope I think leading out is also option, pero checking, he's not checking to fold
Yeah.
because you definitely gotta continue. Of course, easy C bet for hot sauce. Polarized eh. It's a
Oo.
total miss, so he's not just gonna check behind, diba? Lalo na it's a scary board, he can actually use it. Pero of course, Troy is gonna call
Of
this.
course.
That's a scary call because pwedeng made na yan, pero pwede ring drawing. Well,
And
now
now it
definitely.
is.
This will shut it down. Uh, Yun ang medyo slight na problem when you have a hand like what Troy has, is that when you hit it, action
You're,
killer.
yeah, it's action killer.
Oo.
But this is
But
Richard.
this
But
is
this is
hot
hot
sauce.
sauce.
Okay.
This is hot sauce. He
Ay,
might
Troy,
opt
wag ka
to
gumalaw.
represent this.
This is what I like about these split screens. Did you see the moment hot
Yeah,
sauce touched those chips?
right.
Umawak sa tenga si Troy
Yes.
Morales. These are the things I love to watch when I'm watching mga live coverage like this. Because
It's
as
physical tells, no?
as a player, mamimiss mo yun. But when you watch TV, like ako, when I watch these WSOP, WPT coverages, yung paborito kong tingnan and I try to take notes of it.
Mm.
So minsan pepekiin mo. Pero si Hot Sauce tinuloy niya, 250K and now we're going to California with
But
Troy
I
Morales.
actually like the bet of hot sauce here
Yeah,
because if
it's
Troy
smart
doesn't
for
have
him.
the heart
It's easy
a
to get
card that's
away
hard,
from.
he
Very
can
easy.
easily take this
Very
down.
easy.
Pero
But
I'm sure Troy is not gonna flat
he
this.
has to flat this because any kind of race he blows him off. So it's a flat. He has
Yeah,
to flat.
oo nga
Hot
pala,
Sauce is
nuts
just
nga
gonna
pala
check
siya.
behind here. That's a queen. It's a brick. Uh,
Oh, another check from Troy.
yeah, because Troy is so far
Yeah,
ahead. Any kind of
of
sudden
course.
lead out here, either
Oo.
way, he's not gonna make any more money. The most you can
Yeah,
hope is that Hot
that's the
Sauce
most.
loses his mind or has a smaller heart.
Oo.
That's it. So he made as much money as he could there. I think the only way he could make more money is if he had led out on the flop.
Yeah.
Pero
Or
otherwise,
or probably raised the flop. Check raise the flop.
oo, pero
Di ba? To build up.
I think that would end the pot. Pero that's also an option. Oo.
Di
Kasi nga,
ba?
yun nga, the problem with that hand is once you make it, it's a
Oo,
one-card
wala na.
flush.
Once na
There's no,
apat na hearts na yung makikita nung
kailangan mo lang magdasal na may king yung
na may
kalaban.
king or may queen, something that that's good enough
In which
for you to
case, it
get
plays
paid off.
itself most of the time.
Ayan.
So, nice defense from Troy Morales, and it pays off.
Yes.
Got that extra
Oh,
250 on the turn.
we have this another request, the same as Mason from Hyun Q. Can you speak more in English? We will.
Okay,
We will
more
definitely
English.
will. We are just waiting for that validation that we have an international audience.
Okay, welcome to the live stream. We're talking more English.
Right,
No
so
problemo.
and for Hun Q and the other people who have just joined this live stream, welcome to the live coverage of the Asia Poker Championship coming to you from the Metro Card Club, the home of Philippine Poker Champions in collaboration with KMGM, or Korean Mind Game Members Group. Okay, this is the final table, the final eight. No one has busted out yet. They are still
It's
intact.
too early. The chips are very healthy. No one has lost his mind. No setup so far. It's a really good, like if you're a boxing fan, this is rounds one and two, nothing but jabs and bobbing and weaving.
Yeah.
So very entertaining to watch.
And we have seen Richard Marquez in the cut-off position, raised it to
Right,
190K. The
second
action
hand in a row
now
for him.
is on Kim Hoo Yup from Korea on the big blind.
Well, second race in a row for Hot Sauce. He has position.
Yes.
Very poor hand for Kim Hoo Yup. Only way to play it is to three bet it
Yeah.
or fold it. So
All right.
Hot Sauce takes this one down. He gets the 190. A little bit of a rebate after a good attempt from the button. So far we've seen a stone cold bluff from Edgar Asihan, successful, and we've seen a made hand
From Troy Morales.
also getting paid.
Okay, so action resumes here. Enzo Arceo is asking how many minutes is this live stream delayed. We are coming to you with a delay of 10 minutes
10
from the
minute
actual
delay.
action.
Yeah, so maybe two or three hands. Not too much of a delay. Certainly better than if you're in Davao and you try to fly over here just to watch the game. And you won't see the whole cards anyway. So the 10-minute delay is a
Right.
small price to pay for the presentation that we're getting here and the opportunity to really see how these players play. Okay, Run Ryan Messina has come in, looks like 170. Yeah, 170K. Pocket fours, we're going to see some kind of defense here. Okay, that's just a call. He's calling with position over the razor on Ryan Messina and Hot Sauce with something that can also speculate. He again has position the other two. Ang aga pinanggalingan ng race. It came from the UTG +1 position, and there's already a call. Looks like Hot Sauce is
Yeah.
looking to raise this. That looks like for 550K. If the stacks are in 20s, no, that would be the exactamente. Looks like 550K, 600.
600.
Oh, there's four pink chips. I missed that. So 600K. This should blow out Edgar Asihan here, and anyone else with a raggedy ace would be blown out here. I think that would be enough to squeeze Ron Ryan Messina out. Again, we'd love to hear from the comments. Dahil live tayo, it's opportunity to comment. What do you think of this play by Richard Marquez? You know, how often do you just flat call and speculate here, or how often do you actually do this? How often do you fold? What do you think of this move? This very aggressive move by Hot Sauce, but that is part of the sauce of success para
Mhm.
sa kanya.
Oy, incidentally, we have a message here from Pilipinas Poker. Mabuhay ang manlalarong pokeristas ng Pilipino. Maligayang araw ng kasarinlan. Today is
Yes,
June
it's
12. This is
Independence
actually the
Day,
Philippine
and we
Independence Day.
dominate this final table to
Yeah.
celebrate this day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Ryan
All
Messina,
right.
I think there's really nowhere else for him to go here. Already got a call from Kai Chong, which is a bit of trouble being out of position, and now the race by Hot Sauce. So up to Kai Chong. I mean, he can only really, he can't really
Now we
flat
have a
this.
flooder in the comment section.
I hope what he's saying is English, please. But meron parang mahaba yung sinasabi. Nako, pag tuloy-tuloy mag-comment na ganyan, magtatagalog na rin ako.
Oh.
Pawian lang tayo.
So this action now is shifted to Kai Chong with pocket 4.
Ano to, he can only shove, right? Because calling
Yeah,
430K
oh.
with 1.4, that's really not something for set mining. So it's really about
Yeah,
the,
probably not,
yeah,
because that was a 3-bet from Richard Marquez. So,
lovely squeeze, classic,
uh,
great squeeze by Hot Sauce
so
here.
with that, Hatsos have probably recovered the chips that he lost to
Yeah,
Troy earlier, no?
uh-oh,
He did actually, and he just jumped to second in
so
chip
basically, three
chip
guys with 3
count.
million, and Mike Takayama still in the lead, taking his time over 4 million. Haven't seen action from him yet.
Hmm.
Lot of action from Edgar and from Hot Sauce. Kick the spammer. I don't know. To kick the spammer, just keep scrolling down, I guess.
Hmm.
Okay, so you can see this wide shot, what I was saying, how secure this final table is. It's not one of those final tables na may nangangalabit sa'yo, di ba?
Oh,
Or they're whispering in your ear and
right.
asking you questions. They're pretty much isolated as best as we can without building a wall. Because syempre, people still want to see that there is a final
You're
table.
probably gonna expect a race here
Hot
from
Sauce
Richard
looking
Marquez.
like he's on a card
Yeah.
rush, but we can see from
He's
home that it's not
not.
quite a rush. It's just a pretty
Yeah.
average series of hands, but third hand in a row. Oh, fourth actually, that he's taken
Yes.
aggressive action. No? First he was racing, race from the button, race from the hijack, 3-bet from the cutoff. Now he's racing again here.
Right.
Setting the tone, taking that
Oh.
steering wheel to be the captain of this table. And luckily for him, there is no hand that can defend against
Oh,
this.
correct me if I'm wrong. We have not yet seen any action from our lone Korean
Wala pa
player.
eh. He
No.
hasn't
Oh,
even
it's
gotten a
taking his
chance
time.
to actually get a hand. So
Oh.
it's been the Edgar and Hot Sauce show.
Yes.
I still remember Mike Caro wrote in one of his books that when he's at the table, he imagines butterflies over the head of the players. So
Mm-hmm.
there's two butterflies. One is over whoever is on tilt, and the other
And
one
one
is
is
whoever is the table captain.
right.
Sometimes both butterflies are on top of the same guy.
Of the same guy.
Pero like he says, like your job is to figure out where the two butterflies are because butterfly nga yan, palipat-lipat yan. The guy on tilt is not gonna be that guy for the next 30 minutes. It's going to be someone else because of what happens at the table. So we see here there's a captain's butterfly over the head of Hot
Yeah.
Sauce, and
A
now it's
hot sauce.
UTG +1 with
And
an
maybe
ace. Why not?
right. There you go.
Okay,
That's
180,
180.
180K here. See, I can only count to three, so I've lost count of how many pots in a row that Hasos was the aggressor, but he
Let's
might
see if Edgar
be.
Asian will 3-bet this or just call. I think he's looking to 3-bet,
I'd
given
love
the
to see
number.
some
There you
comments of
go.
how this played. It is a three bet.
Uh,
Looks like 450. 500. 500 is the three bet. I don't think Hot Sauce can withstand this unless he's feeling extra adventurous. Pero again, baka dahil sa karakter ng pagkakilala niya
mhm.
kay Edgar, he might take a different tack.
Etong mga this particular group of players, Hot Sauce, Edgar Asihan, Mike Takayama, Mo Sakwing, they've been playing against each other for quite a long time now, be facing each other in different tournaments. So they probably have a very good feel and idea of the gameplay of each other. All right, shout out from Cebu, Patrick De Horas Cañete.
Yahoo!
Feels so good to be the racer and getting the pot most of the time, of course.
Especially when you don't really want a call.
Yes,
In this case, I think Edgar is probably has done enough to take this down.
yeah.
Hastas has just been stabbing, and now he's met
And Ron
resistance.
Messina is actually contemplating right now.
He's
Is
got
he thinking a
1.6. I
color?
mean, his only move here is to
He's-
shove the
Yeah,
1.6 as
probably.
a sort of re-squeeze. So, but the hand is too
But
weak.
yeah,
It's
he
too
has
weak.
let go of his hand.
Yeah,
Hatsas also letting go of his hand, showing the
of
ace.
course, you show the
Yeah,
ace.
there you go. Shout out to Justin Royala Divina Gracia. Go, 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 Boss Ron.
Oh,
Another
where do I
supporter
go?
of
Where do I
Ron.
go?
Another supporter of Ron
Ron
Messina.
Messina yan. Baka ako
Action
yung go, go, go.
PH.
Pinapalis
Let's
ako.
go, Hot Sauce Marquez. APH represent.
Ayun.
Yun. Action PH is this group
Buenas na
Facebook
grupo.
page, yeah, that sells where you can go and post and sell action.
It's a great
For,
initiative
yeah.
ni Boss Dave's page yan.
Oo. Jack Santiago, shout out from Gapan, Nueva Ecija. Good luck, pare Edgar Asihan. Ano naman to?
Shoutout yan kay Chops Chua. Remember, na-cover natin siya sa Metro Final
Oh,
table.
yes, oo. Incidentally, if you guys are here at the Metro and you're looking to eat and hang out after grinding here at the Metro Card Club, you may want to visit Papa Chups. Yan, bagong bukas lang yan. Masarap ang ano nila,
Kay Chops
sizzling
Chua ba yun
tahong.
o katunog lang?
He's one
Papa
of the
Chups,
owners. So,
oo.
ayan, masarap yung kanilang sizzling tahong. Natikman namin ni Senator DJ no isang araw. Ayan, shoutout
Ito,
sa iyo, Chops Chua.
ito finally, a hand, no? May nadatnan na kamay. Ito si Kim Huyup. Ace 10 suited, definitely worth the raise. He's in the hijack, no action to him so far, so he's first in here. Gotta be a raise there. The blinds are
And
full,
the rest of the
40K
table
Kim.
is probably conscious of that first move by Kim
Interesting.
Uyup. And
The
Mike
cut-
Takayama has a hand that he can
Yeah,
probably.
it's also the first playable hand that we've seen him
Yes.
dealt, and he has position, he has chip advantage,
And he's
and
probably
all
looking
other
to
kinds
3-bet
of
this.
advantages.
There you go.
Nice. Okay, this is a lot of pressure. 480K. First time gumalaw ni Kim Huyup, and first time
Oo.
gumalaw ni Mike Takayama, and he comes in like that. Uh, the thing is, that hand is right down the middle of something you can lose your mind with,
Mm-hmm.
and also something you can give up. So which one is it gonna be for Kim Huyup?
No, definitely.
Just like that.
For
huh?
Kim Huyup. Di ba? That's the worst thing that among the guy on the
Not
table who
this
can
guy, right?
3-bet you.
Not this
this
guy.
guy.
Please, not
I'm
you.
looking at Mike Takayama. Yeah. He
What's
has
he gonna do?
probably read this name over and over again over the years.
Yeah, Mike Takayama has become like kind of like Jordan-esque in a way. Na you've heard the name. You may not have ever seen him, but if you're
Yeah.
anywhere near the poker industry, kahit wala
Mhm.
sa Pilipinas, you kind of heard that name.
Eto, we have lots of comments coming from the people watching the live stream. Some of them commenting on the hand that have just happened. There we have Jim Bonano saying that was a horrible fold
Horrible fold
for Huyup
Is it because it's Mike
Kim
Takayama
Uyup.
that he folded? Is it because of
Well,
the
you know,
three bet?
sometimes it's it's really quite hard if you're the actual person
It's tough though. I mean,
sitting
what are
in
you gonna
that
do? You're
thing.
gonna flat call.
Yeah, I can
You can
flat
be
call
out of
with ace
position. So
10.
he really left you
The only
in a
thing to do
pusher
was,
fold
yeah, was
against the
to
chip
four bet
leader.
shove. Yeah. So
Tough position.
probably Kim Huyup doesn't want to be the first person to be busted out of the
Not right,
final
and not
table.
quite ready to flip after seeing just only the first good hand he's seen today.
Yeah. We have Jason Garcia, a shout out watching from Perth, Australia. Go Idol Mike. So, okay. Joan Treb, shout out kay
What the heck just
Hari.
happened here, huh? From the big blind.
Wow.
Oh, naglimp si from the small blind si Kai
Si
Chong.
Kai Chong.
And as if it were standard, the response to a limper, Hot Sauce just pushes all in, and this blows him right out of the hand. Shows the ace.
When you have that ace that you can show
Why not?
on a blind versus blind,
Why not?
and the small blind just completing you know,
Setting
probably
the
good
tone
enough.
here. So
Yeah.
for Kai Chong, next time you complete the small blind, maybe you want to have kings. No? I remember bago pa ako sa poker tourney, I think it was an ACF.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what a button steal was, but I happened to be doing it out of coincidence. Talagang I was getting hands on the button. And the big blind was always si
Sino?
Corix,
Ah,
si Rico.
si Rico.
Oo. Uh, I think I like the third time, and I always had a hand. I didn't know position, didn't know anything. I was just racing. He started responding, laging may speech pa siya. Kinukuha mo lagi yung blinds ko
Yung
ha, and then
blinds
he would
ko.
go all in.
Mm-mm.
And I felt so intimidated. Wala na akong ni-race the rest of the
Parang alam
day.
mo yung kwento pagka may speech pa bago mall in eh, di
Oh, but
ba?
he did it twice kasi talagang nagkakahanda ako sa button. So the other time, kukunin mo pa, all in uli
Mm.
siya. And I just stopped racing against him. So sometimes you can set a tone like that.
Eto, Clyde Morales looking to take down this blinds.
Yeah, very very
Yeah, with
early
this
position. Fortunately, walang
right.
opposition.
Wala,
Kasi
no,
mahirap
no
if he
hands.
gets called na
Oo.
may position sa kanya and the flop comes big, big, big.
Oo. Eto,
Mahirapan
another shout
mag-continue.
out sa aking classmate, the very hardworking VIP host of Metro Card Club and the first lady of Papa Chups Resto Bar, co-owner nito, no?
Yun.
Shout out Geneva Rivera, yan.
Doon ba tayo kakain?
Oo, masarap
Ah,
talaga. Masarap ang pagkain
doon ba
nila. Yung
galing
butter chicken, yung kinain natin
kalyos?
no isang
Yung
gabi.
kalyos?
Ay, hindi ko alam yung kalyos. But the butter chicken that we ate the other
I
night. And
see.
then, must try yung kanilang sizzling tahong. Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
sige.
Over a few bottle of cold ones. Yan. Shout out. Papa Chups Resto Bar. Located po yan dito sa Metro Walk Complex. So after playing here at Metro Card Club, you wanna hang out, distress with your friends, visit Papa Chups Resto Bar.
Sarap lang sabihin, pag tayo mo sa mesa. Saan ka pupunta? Papa Chups lang.
Papa Chups lang ako.
Papa Chups lang ako. Balik ako.
Mm.
Nobody
Ayan.
has a hand here. It comes down to small blind versus big blind, and both of them have something. Of course,
Yeah.
I don't think Edgar Asen's just gonna give this up.
I'm guessing he'll probably race with this hand.
Yeah, he might not even need this
Oh, yeah, I
hand
think he just
to do
completed.
this.
He called.
Very cautious. That's right.
Uh,
Morales has king queen.
and
Let's
let's see
see.
what Troy Morales does with his king queen.
Interesting to watch kasi ito yung dark horse dito, possibly
Oh.
the one with a bit less experience than the rest of the field. So we'll
Uy.
see how he deals with this. Looks like he raised.
Uy, ito, i-shoutout lang natin. Lester Edok have just joined watching our live stream. Let's go, 10%.
Wait,
Kanino kaya naka
sa lahat?
10% to? Oo, kanino kaya bumili ng action to? Thank you for joining us, Idol Lester. Hopefully, we can have you again in this
Oo,
booth
sana
later.
makapunta dito.
Oo.
So it's a race to 260K. Edgar Asihan calls. Of course, very speculative hand. Pero you want to see a flop with his hand. So siguro kaya kinomplete niya lang. He didn't want to be blown out of it.
Oo.
6-2-3 total blanks here. So interesting to note anong play ni Edgar Asihan dito. Is he just gonna give up? Because there's a nice hand to blind versus blind to eh.
Ito.
So, I think like na-mention ni Chief kahapon, no? Pag blind versus blind and you complete dahil titignan mo yung temperature ng big blind, if he checks behind, tanggal na lahat ng racing hands sa range niya.
Oo.
But consequently, by racing here, the racing hands naman ang pumasok sa range ni Troy Morales. So there's information for Edgar Asihan to work with. It went check, check.
Yeah.
Check, check, check. Hanggang tumama ang queen. So that bet is coming and that fold is coming here.
The question is who's bet and who's betting and who's
interesting.
folding. There you
Taking a
go. Of
shot
course,
at it.
Edgar Asian is expected to take a stab
Mabilis, mabilis.
in
He's
this.
just gonna call.
Ano.
It's just gonna be a call. No reason to raise and
Yeah.
because you're not making any extra chips by racing. The hand's not
There
that
you go.
good.
So another good pot taken down by Troy Morales. And with this, I think he stands at 3.5 million right now. Is he going up to?
Right. Oh,
Yeah,
this
that's
fabulous
automatic.
result for
Yeah.
blind versus blind.
Yes.
A hand that normally you don't get to play or you diba, or gets folded to you, but to get 500,000 out of it,
Yeah.
great result.
Ito, shout out another our recent Sunday Million winner, Vam Magsakay.
Sunday million.
Yeah, Sunday Million, the low. Oh,
Poker
he
Star
won. Yeah,
Sunday
Poker
Million?
Stars, yeah.
Nice.
Hindi mo talaga nabalitaan yun. Talagang taga-probinsya ka na, no?
Oo.
Yan, Vam Magsakay. And in the recent player of the series of APT
That's
Vietnam.
why I
Ito si
watch your
Bam
Sunday
Magsakay.
stream.
Oo.
Umaasa kayo sa,
Oh,
umaasa
binalita
kayo
ako to sa
balita.
X-Marks dapat. Ayan, another Asian hustler, Christian Javier. Yan, ang pogi niyo po, mga idol. Oh,
Asian
yan.
hustler.
Okay. Asian hustler, yeah, okay. So there you go. And shout out Japet Manalo. Shout out Papa Bear Gamier. Probably watching us all the way from Vietnam. And ayan, Big
out,
Boss.
Papi.
Big Boss and Vespa. Ano bang tawag?
Enthusiast.
Endorser. Hindi, Vespa model. Yan. Rusty Cardano. Yeah. Alright, Tracer Angelo, hot sauce for the win. So, equally, ang daming mga
Okay, and
supporters
it's about
nitong
time
mga...
we heard from another player here.
Yeah,
Ryan
right.
Messina has a hand. Ayan, he's
Yeah.
chipped down to 1.5 after starting with about 2. Pero now, it's time to try to get some of that back.
Sa Filipino, sa Pinoy players, ang tawag na ito, payong-payong. What do they call this in the international? Fish hooks, yes, fish hooks. Fish hooks. Biruin mo, from fish hooks to payong-payong.
Baliktad eh. Hindi kasi handle ng payo.
Oo, yung handle ng payong.
Slow ko. Nothing here, no resistance. Nobody has a hand to call with.
Oo. Gigi Pinas says, Vam is currently the best Filipino poker players now or maybe top 3 along with Takayama and Campomanes.
Nice.
Shout out Jano Alvarez. Ayan. Geneva Rivera, shout out kay Yats Xavier, baka makahanap ng dawan.
Sobra entertaining talaga yung Facebook.
Oo.
Dami-dami yan chicks eh.
Vincent De Castro, Dark Horse champion incoming.
Troy
Sino
Morales.
kaya ang Dark Horse niya? Ba, si
Morales
Troy,
ang Dark
no?
Horse dyan.
Because kumbaga si Troy technically is the rookie in this field, no? Save for we don't know the background of Kim Hoo Yup. How long has he been playing? But we know that Troy have just picked up this sport a couple of years ago pa lang.
Unlike some of these names here,
Yes.
there isn't 10, 11 years behind.
Mm.
Okay, Musaking from under the gun with a suited ace.
This is. Did he raise? Yeah, this is. I
He's
think
raised
the
to
first
160, yeah,
the first action done by Mo since this final table
nag-raise siya
started.
kanina, but
Nag-raise.
it didn't work out.
Oo, na. Sino ba kalaban niya
Si
nun?
Hot
Si Hot Sauce, no?
So Kai Chong, nothing there. Queen 8, nothing from the hijack. In the cutoff, King 5. Maybe if you're feeling adventurous, but not for Edgar to mess with Mo right now. Nothing for Troy. It's going to come down to Mike Takayama in the big... Whoa, it's not going to come down to Mike Takayama.
Wait a minute.
Hello.
Kim Hoo Yup suddenly waking up with...
Now this one, if he folds, I will personally comment horrible fold.
yeah.
But the ace ten of clubs is
The ace ten is
debatable
still, yeah.
because it was facing a 3-bet.
I can
but
understand
this is
that
definitely
fold,
something.
yeah.
I think did he
Did
just
he
flat?
call?
Just
Did
flat.
he just flat?
Yeah, he
Yes, he
just
did.
flatted because he just
Oh,
put in chips. So that's gonna bring
oh,
in Mike Takayama with
interesting.
whatever he has. Might bring in for another
Oh,
80K.
interesting.
Wow, this is a min race kasi from Mo, which makes the price and the odds very good. So Mike Takayama is in his hand. Jack 3-6 on flop. Nobody hit nothing. So the ace king is far ahead here. But the thing is, if he's waiting to hit, then he's just
Yeah,
wasted the value of his hand here. And his position is so bad now.
right. He's probably gonna. There
Yeah,
you go.
it
This
went
is
it went check check check. This should be skewed at his head. Just take a shot at this, but he's not doing it. Uh, that jack is a blank. Nobody wanted it before. Nobody wants it now. And if you see two checks, you might see another check behind by Mo.
there you go. We're probably gonna see the
Yeah, kasi
river.
pag tumaya si Mo, wala naman maniniwala sa kanya.
Oh,
Like, wherever the hands stand, they stay there. It's gonna go check down now. Uh, and
and
the
luckily
yeah.
for Kim Huyup, kasi I think Mike is wary of Mo to his left, and Mo not hitting anything is wary of Mike
I
Takayama
just want to
also. This
note
is
that
just the two players
is
canceling each other out.
ito, whether by design or by accident, actually was the better outcome for Kim Huyup. Kasi pag tinrebet niya yon, he would just get the fold.
Right.
By flatting, he got an extra 80K from
Yeah,
Mike
from Mike
Takayama.
Takayama. So I think Takayama and Sapping just canceled
But
each
what a way
other
to
out with
get it,
that action.
to
Oh.
get a pot by checking down and holding up with ace king
Because he knows
high.
anybody who any from the two, Saking and Takayama, bet on the turn or the river, who you would have folded that ace king.
Well, the way he played it, once he
Oh,
flatted just to see a flop,
right.
then it changed the tone of his hand.
Okay, shout out Tom Saludes watching from Los Angeles, California. Okay, and there you go. Grace Takayama. Best of luck, Daddy Mike
Yahoo!
Takayama. Thanks for the live stream, Sir Ron and Jester. There you go.
Thank you for
Thank you
watching
for
and
watching with
commenting.
us. Eh?
And I know you're sharing.
Yes.
Ups, umol in si Kaichon.
Oi.
Oh, but he's gonna run in.
Oh.
He's gonna run into a calling hand here.
Yeah.
The bet is 1.1 million. Blinds are 40-80, so that's kind of oversized, diba?
Yeah.
It's
Oh.
oversized, but then pocket deuce. So
Kasi he's not been moving for some time now, so he just probably wanted to take down this dead
para alam na,
money
no,
blinds
mabasa lang
badly.
yung chips niya,
Oo.
no?
Yeah.
Just
Pero kaya lang
get some
guts si
movement there.
shove, no?
But
Early
it's gonna
position,
be
but
up
he
to
knows
Edgar
it
to
might
read.
work.
The thing is, like sometimes you'd rather have ace king because if you're facing any kind of pocket pair, at least you're flipping. With
And
nines, if you run into tens, you're just dead.
yeah. And that 1.1 million probably has still fold equity to the 2.8 million that Edgar
I
Asian
don't
is
know.
sitting
Maybe
on
part
right
of the
now.
thought process is if I lose 1.1, I still have 1.7.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is one of those
Yeah, and
problematic
Gigi, I
spots.
agree with Gigi. He said the only problem with 9-9 is he's not closing the action. That's correct. That's probably one of the
Great
the
observation.
concern of Edgar Asian is that there's several people who's gonna act behind him. So doesn't know what these guys
Thank you for
have.
the comment, Gigi. That's also great consideration.
Yeah.
I mean, leaving that the only action for Edgar has to be to isolate, but he isolates and runs into a bigger hand on his
Right.
left. His goose is cooked.
Eto, we have Dave Spade saying tough table for Kai, Troy, and our Korean friend. My final three prediction would be Mike, Mo, Hot Sauce, or Edgar. Shout out from Hanoi. So he's already in Vietnam.
Tough spot for Edgar. I mean, he's
Yeah,
cut out the chips,
yeah.
1.1 million tinabi niya, but he can't just call here.
I remember the other night Lester Edok saying with this type of fan, this type of position, you may call, but any action behind
Tapon mo na.
three betting, four betting, you're gonna just throw away
Sayang,
this hand because
1.1. Ang
the
laki
flat
nito.
call would actually be relatively a strong move already.
Yeah,
So
so
if
para may pumasok pa dyan after
pag
that.
may nag-angat, pag may nag-raise pa
Sigurado
sa'yo din
talo
yan,
ka.
you're probably behind. So, mahirap. Ang daming iniisip ngayon ni Edgar
So with that
Asian with
logic,
this
parang
hand.
flatting is as good as isolating the red.
Yes.
The fact na you flat 1.1 pag may pumasok,
Oo.
save your chips.
Malakas na yung flat call. If ever,
Right.
napa-flat call siya rito, malakas ng move yun.
Right. So in this case, he actually doesn't have to isolate with
Oh,
that
and
logic.
definitely you don't
Very
want to
good
shove with pocket nines here at this position because you have the button. Tinapon na lang niya.
Very
Ang
tough
dami niya.
spot.
Yeah.
He He has people acting behind him, but none of them have
Oo.
anything.
Swerte si Kai Chong kasi nataon na yung may hawak ng pocket nines is in not so ideal
Yeah, if you
position.
were closing the betting, then
Yeah,
there
if
would
you're
still be
probably
some
big
thinking,
blind.
but we might have seen the action because
Baka nga
he can take the
button
hit.
lang eh. Oo eh. So there, that worked. The shove worked for Kai Chong with his ducks.
Kumbaga, nabutasan na.
Oo.
Nakakuha na ng pot.
Nakabuena mano na rin. Oo. Tagal niyan di gumagalaw kanina eh. So siguro, uy, teka lang. Makasali na nga.
Makasali lang.
Oo. Okay. Ba, yung mga supporters ni Troy Morales from Batangas is saying, Mike Troy heads up the champ.
That's the dream. That's the dream.
That's the dream. Oo
If
naman for
you're
Troy
Troy
Morales.
Morales, di ba?
Di ba?
Piliin mo na maka-heads up si Mike. And if you win it, that puts you right up there. Like
Oo. But we have a
that's even
comment.
better than the trophy is the fact na
Oo.
siya yung tinalo mo.
A comment from one of the OGs of Philippine Poker, Fisherman Mark
Yan po,
Pagsayuin.
Mark.
Oh, my fearless forecast is a Takayama versus Saking heads up for the crown.
We'll see.
Oh, I'll see. Oh. Sabi nga natin yan yung
Oh, second
crowd
shove in a row.
favorite.
Second shove in a row for
Again?
Kai Chong.
Oh,
A little bit
ba?
stronger this time.
Yes.
Pero wala yatang opposition.
Ito yung tinatanong mo eh. If continuous shoving ba, does it the
Does the
impression is
image
that
get stronger?
it gets stronger as
We
it
see that the hand got stronger.
Yeah, of course. So
Yeah,
ito, nobody probably has the hand to
I
call
want to
the
see. I want to
shove.
see a third one. So please deal him kings in the next hand.
This is the Mariano move. Oo. The Mariano move, tawag yan dati. Remember, several years ago, that move by Mariano going all in, I think, for 7 consecutive times.
Ang tanong doon,
Oo.
nalaman ba natin kung may laman?
Yun lang. Oo. Eto, nakikita natin na may laman talaga.
Right.
Okay, here we go. Our audience in the live stream is very much involved in the action. Ang daming comment.
Well, this is why we do this, because we want to do this with you. We're not just here to talk over the action. We're here to see what you think and really make this a very rich coverage.
Eto, okay.
Yeah, nothing there for hot sauce.
All right, so just for the benefit of those who have just joined this live stream, welcome to the live coverage of the Asia Poker Championship main event final table, coming to you from the Metro Card Club, the home of Philippine Poker Champions, in collaboration with KMGM, the Korean Mind Game Members Group. We are your shoutcasters. I am Jester Tirapasok Intia, together with Ron, the coach, Regis. And we're
Is there such a
seeing
thing as a whisper caster?
Whisper Caster.
Oo,
Wala
pag
kasi
golf pare, pag golf yung kino-cover mo.
Oh, yun talaga.
Whisper caster.
Whisper caster yun. Man. Ito, we see this hand developing from as Mike
Yeah.
Takayama opened with a
Only the second hand
180
na nilaro
raise.
ni
Oo, ni
Choke.
Choke. And ito mukhang paborito talaga ni Ryan Messina tayong mga suited one gapper. Remember yung race niya kagabi, 7-9
7-9.
suited, di ba? So let's see.
I like this one too.
Let's see if he's gonna defend with this hand.
He's gonna defend from the small blind.
Yeah.
He would drag in the big blind by doing so.
So that's why probably he's getting several chips.
It looks like he's getting enough for a raise.
Yeah, oh, I think that's six pink chips.
How do you want to play this?
Add
Like
one
with
more?
7-5 suited, do you want to speculate and bust a big hand, or just want to 3-bet and get it
There
over
you
with?
go. A 3-bet coming from Ryan Messina to 460,000.
Pretty committing. Looks like, because the guy only started with about 1.5, so he'll put 1/3. When that thing gets called, he's gonna have SPR1. And he'll be first to act. So parang that's the leverage. He's making it look like, look, whatever happens, I'm shoving that flop.
Yeah.
Again, we'd love to hear from the comments, like what is flatting that race and just trying to spike a hand, any part of this, or iba kasi you can 3-bet with this hand, you
Yeah.
can 3-bet with anything actually, and gotten the same result if your read is that Mike is folding to 3-bet.
ito yung sinasabi ni Chief the other day also. I think Mike didn't fold because of the three bet. He fold because after he knows what's coming. After
Yeah,
if
it's
he
a le-
if he
it's
flat calls the three bet, he knows what's coming
yeah,
on the
it
flop
was the
regardless. Eh.
concept of leverage. The first was
Oh.
first shared to me by Jed Acosta.
Oh.
Yeah, and he said that, like you can put people all in by putting in the right number of chips, and it's the same leverage as if you had shoved.
So there you go. Okay, just to those who are asking, we are coming to you with a 10-minute delay from the actual live action here at the Metro Card Club.
Yeah, and we're also shielded from the actual action. We're not privy to what's already happened. We're seeing it the same time you're seeing it. Okay, looks like Troy Morales was not able to put his cards in the box proper. They look like they're in there, but we're not getting a read on
Yeah,
it.
I think
So this is another. Let's play a game of guess the hand because he is the raiser. He's raised to 160K,
we're
and
probably gonna flag our technical guys
yeah, I think it's one of
that
those. Every
the
now and then we're
RFID
gonna.
is glitching.
No, this is a promo. Every now and then we're gonna get a promo round
Ano nga
where
yun?
we don't see anything. This
What's that
old
brand
school.
that sponsors
Jack
Jack
links.
ano?
So
Oh.
we'll call this tira pasok links.
Mm,
This is old school coverage. When we don't see whole
mm.
cards, that never stopped us from covering before, so doesn't bother me one bit here. The Razor is Troy Morales. Ah, there we go. Mike
Ayun,
Takayama is
delay lang
nominated,
pala.
but he's called with position. So if they both, uh-oh,
And you can expect
yeah,
probably a shove
this is
here
not,
from
yeah.
Kai
But
Chong.
no, he's looking at a three bet from Mike Takayama already. So this we will see kung anong thought process niya. He is the shortest stack in the table. And well, what are you looking for a better spot than this,
Well,
or does it
he's
change
not
because
definitely
Mike
is not
Takayama's three bet?
folding. So
You know,
he's got 470 to call. He's sitting at 1.4. This is actually a third of his.
calling would might
Yeah,
might not be very good here
yeah,
because he's going to be out of position. If
that's
he
correct.
whiffs,
Yeah.
he's left with less than a million.
So knowing him is this is probably despite that three bet of Choque, Kai
Yeah, I
Chong
mean
is probably thinking this might be
this.
a good hand to shove to
Well, we know
four
from
bet
looking at
shove.
it that if he shoves, he'll probably get the pot right then and there.
Yeah.
I don't think Troy is going to call after a three bet and a shove.
Yes.
He might race against a three bet, but remember he's going to have to act before Mike. So if this becomes a shove from Kai, Troy's going to have to throw that away
Yeah.
just because Mike, the three better, is sitting on his
Yeah, had there
left to
not
act.
been a three bet from Takayama, this would have been an easy shove for Kai Chong probably. But his thinking is worry more of that three bet. So
Yes,
this is an interesting spot for Kai Chong right now.
and of course the racer has the worst hand.
Yeah.
It's like watching
There
dirt.
you go. There's that declaration.
Yeah.
There's that triangle
Yep, it's gotta
button.
be
Yeah,
it's gotta be that.
yeah. Kai
And
Chong just went all
no way,
in.
Troy cannot call this.
Everybody folded back to the original racer, Troy Morales.
There's nothing here he can beat right now.
Yeah.
And he has to worry about Mike Takayama. If Mike wasn't there, it would still be a tough decision.
Yeah.
He's sitting on 3.2 million. He'd just give up initial raise. He'll be fine with 3.2
And
million.
Troy Morales
He's
is
asking
asking
for
for a
count.
count.
Yeah. When he figures out it's 1.4
Yeah, he's
and
sitting
Mike
at
has to act.
3.2 and would need to part with 1.3 million to make this call.
Sabi ng mga fans, buti na lang, di suited.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, our comment box is being bombarded now by comments preempting this
Yeah, that's true.
this this
It's a sure
particular
fold when you're
hand.
watching, but when
Yeah.
when
Oh,
you're
there you
sitting
go.
there,
There's
minsan
that fold.
malagkit eh. Especially if you
Okay.
haven't seen the
Yeah.
hand in 2 hours and then you see
Oh.
something like that, you go like, screw it. So a success for Kai Chong.
So the rookie Troy Morales is showing a very disciplined gameplay here. But interesting to note that Chuke have not yet taken down any pot that
No,
he's
he
gotten
did. He did.
involved with.
He
Did
no, he
he?
did. He raised
Earlier?
7-8. He took it down,
Oh, yeah, yes,
and then
that three bet.
he three bet
Uh,
7-8, and then
yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
opened with Ace 5. He also took that
Right,
one
right.
down. This is the only one, so that's why.
Uh,
But it was a big one because it was a three bet that he
yeah,
gave
that's
up.
why we see now in the chip count is down to 3.5 million from a high of 4.3. So he's actually
It was
lost
a good
around,
attempt by Choquedo because had there been no hand behind him,
yeah,
they would see a flop. It would be a three bet pot, and he would know if Troy missed.
yes. So good, that's a good sized pot taken down by Kai Chong.
It's really a good result for Troy because if Mike
Oh,
hadn't done what he did, it might have gotten crazy.
that's true.
So Mike actually saved him
So
there.
this is another suited one gapper on Ron Messina, and we know for a fact that he loves playing this
Likes
type
these
of
hands.
hands. Yeah, and
Hand
as you can
position's
see,
good.
there you go. He's
Consequently, my friend Manesh Mirchandani, this is his favorite hand.
talaga ba?
Almost never folds. I've
Oh,
never seen him fold it.
and Kai Chong has a hand that completes that, that complements that whole cards of Ron Messina.
So we know that takes away the straight flush outs for
Hmm.
Ron Ryan Messina. Small blind here, hot sauce Marquez. He might want to re-steal here. He kind of player like he hasn't been active for a while, so maybe he feels like he needs to be do
Mm.
something again and get that butterfly back on his head. 180 is the
Yeah, the
raise.
thing with this final table composition is that it'll be very hard for someone to be a captain in this table given,
Someone's gonna take
given the
over.
gameplay. Oh,
Yeah, nga butterfly. Here it
magpapalit-palitan
comes.
to eh.
Here it comes. I mean,
Uh,
he's definitely not flatting here because the hand is too weak to flat. There's a blind left to act, so he needs to put pressure. Feels like Ron Ryan is trying something funky, so hot sauce will bring the funk back.
yeah, how much did he?
Looks like 380 or something.
540.
Fours, 540.
There you
And
go.
that's it. That'll do it for Edgar. And I think that'll do it for Ron Ryan Messina. Too adventurous to continue here. Gotta credit Hot Sauce for making the read. Oh, picking up the chips.
Mm-mm.
If he calls this,
Not Ron, not
he,
Ryan Messina.
well,
Ah, he's counting how much
yeah, seeing
will
what
be
he's gonna have
left.
left,
Yeah.
he's gonna have like 1.34 behind, and the pot will just be above 1 million, 1.1. He does have position, but he has to think about what is Hot Sauce gonna bet after the flop. If he calls this to check to just fold when he misses,
Players at table
sayang.
8, please abide to your seats. Once again, players at table 8, to your seats, please.
Well, that's the whole stack he's counting out. Tirapasak, have you ever seen Ron Ryan go to a race with his hand?
Actually, yes.
You've
My
seen him
last, I
actually
was in
race?
the same table with Ron Messina during APPT, and I was lucky enough to crack his aces. That was the last hand that we had in that event. But I ended up busting out of the tournament, and he ended up crossing to the final day. So there you go. That's the difference of his gameplay to mine. But yeah, I know that I have observed that Ryan Messina played a comparatively wider range of hands.
But maybe he's just preserving his image here by pretending to think about it.
But I wouldn't be surprised
Maybe
with the
super
call. But given his
adventurous.
stack, I'm not. Yeah, I don't think it
Maybe he had
can
3 million, he
afford.
might flat this.
Yeah, but given his stack,
Because
that
you do have an aces cracker. He's sitting on these
yeah,
suited connectors.
and that's probably the reason why Hot Sauce opted to three bet with this amount because he's also conscious of he saw how much Ryan had
Yes, a good
behind
amount.
him.
Basically one
Oh,
third of his stack, so maximum
parang
leverage.
this is a race, a three bet that you cannot
You think
simply flat call.
you think he could have
Yeah.
gotten a hot sauce thinking I can fold out ace jack with
Hmm.
this move? And nilagay,
So,
pwede nilagay sa wala because it's a wide enough range
well,
coming in from the
that's
cutoff.
true. And sabi nga ni, was it Chief who said that it's hot sauce. They a lot of people have seen him do this kind of move, three bets with something, and sometimes three bets with nothing.
Yeah. You know what I love
Uh,
watching this right now is that I remember the first time I watched live, not live, poker on TV, mga WPT. You
mm,
never saw this. You never saw this three bet ace
yeah,
five offsuit, diba?
right. Oh,
They even called like Total Leonidas like the loose cannon, the wild man,
mm,
because he was the only one that would open
racing.
with like 7-5 suited.
Mm.
But
Kaya mas masarap manood ng final table na ganito, di ba?
yeah, this you're seeing a
That's
whole
marami
completely
ang-
different
yeah.
arsenal.
So there you go. We saw
This is
Ron
so much
Messina
more
letting
interesting.
go of his hand. Not too much. So hot sauce taking down.
I like the observation late read to a comment uli ni Gigi that Choke already has chosen, he knows who to
Yeah, he
attack.
knows who to
So
attack.
he's
I've read
picked
that
out
too.
the guy
Yeah.
who's not wearing black, basically. Maybe he should have
Uh-huh.
worn black just to blend in.
But that's one of the strength of Mike Takayama. His table awareness is very, very high.
Yeah,
Oh,
twice. I mean,
he's,
in both three bets that he's attempted, it's been exactly who you think he would attack. It
yeah,
was Huyup Kim, and he
right.
folded out ace ten of clubs, and then he had three bet
Yeah,
against Troy
Troy
Morales, who
Morales,
I guess he's
yes.
perceiving as one of the other players with not as much experience that might have you. May daga pa, kumbaga.
Eto.
Have
Both
this.
players have the same hand.
Uh,
Will it be another 3 bet from Hot Sauce?
I think it's different this time because he is on the dealer button, and it's an earlier open from Ron Ryan Messina. Para statement to if he three bets him twice in
Yeah.
back-to-back hands, diba?
Mm.
But it is offsuit, so I don't know the value of just calling this in position. 170K, he's
Or I
counted it
wouldn't
out.
be surprised if he raised it from that position. Because I can see him holding several pink chips. That's more than is that I oh they opted to play it safe and just folded. Okay. Edgar
Edgar,
Asihan doesn't want to play his suited connectors.
and Troy's not gonna play
Nah,
this.
nah, yeah. And Ron Messina will take down
Yeah,
this
got a
spot.
bit of a rebate.
Yes. Amit Basak is asking names of the commentators. We are your shoutcasters actually. This is Jester Tira Pasok Intia and Ron the coach
Why do they
Regis.
call it shoutcasters though?
It's a common call now for that replaced the term commentators primarily because of the growing gaming events
I
happening.
realize that because they refused to just call gaming a sport, but they had to
Yeah,
call it something caster.
right.
They didn't want to call it sportscaster,
Sportscaster, so they
which
call
is
it
unfair to
shoutcaster.
gamers like me who think like every game is
But
basically
are
a
they
sport.
still not considering esports a sport when
It is,
it's
right?
part
So
already of the Southeast
my
Asian
personal take
games?
is stop calling them shoutcasters unless you're just referring to people who don't really comment on the game but just read comments and shout outs.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's the origin of the word.
So then
At
in
the
this
start of the
situation, you're the shoutcaster, I'm the commentator.
yeah.
Ganon. Remember, no forum pa, there was even a shout box.
mm.
Back to the action. We haven't lost any players. The blinds are up now. We started 40-80. We're now 50-100.
Yeah.
Antes are still 10K.
Yeah,
Very
because when you're
generous.
looking at the 6 million first place prize as against a 400,000 eighth place prize, you don't want to leave this final table.
Yeah, and no one's really short, so
Yeah,
there's no reason to
to
go
get
nuts. We've seen
crazy
a
is
really good amount of action, parang a bunch of jabs and hooks. No,
yeah.
no. Well, one haymaker from Kai Chong with pocket deuces, but that was basically uh, the most oversized bet we saw so far. Everything else has been really good. Nice spots for three bets that we're seeing,
Mhm.
and the fact that we're seeing the hands they're three betting with is really eye-opening.
Uh-oh, we have
This is gonna be
yeah,
interesting. So hot
jacks.
sauce a race from the cutoff, and then nag-defend sa small blinds si
Pero
Troy.
the thing is if Kim Huyup makes a move here, I don't think I think he's gonna get a lot of respect from these players because he hasn't really done
He
much.
hasn't done much. He's raised and folded,
Yeah,
and then he's called, flatted the ace king, and checked down, and they saw it.
right.
It went check down and went to the river, so everyone saw this guy flat ace king from the small blind,
Mm-hmm.
despite there being a race. So if he makes a move here, it's representing a really top part of his range.
Yeah, so definitely he won't be able to bait Richard Marquez into calling,
Yeah,
even
that
though,
this is as
yeah,
much money as Hot Sauce puts
right.
into the spot. He's just staying active. You know, sometimes it doesn't work, but 50% of the time it works. You get your money back because of the blinds and antes. So it's good value for Hot Sauce to keep doing this. But this time, both players in the blinds have a hand. So there's a 3 bet to 550.
Hmm.
Should be the end for Hot Sauce. We'll see if Troy falls in love with his King Queen hand.
Okay, we have, yeah, there you go. We have, okay, shout out to Peewee Martinez Raquel and Mandip Marcos Sinch. Good luck, Kuya Mike Takayama. Paulo Aranez asking when's the break? Probably very soon.
Good question.
Marcos, Clint Jimenez, Edgar, and Chuque will be in the final three guaranteed. Okay.
Sino to? Edgar,
Edgar,
Mo, and Choque. Did they say Mo?
no, he just said Edgar and Chuque,
Oh,
and then
he's calling
another
out two out of
unknown.
three.
Yeah, two out of
Fisherman,
three.
Fisherman Mark says Mo.
Yeah.
Uh, tayo, pipili ba tayo?
Wag,
Sure. Ah,
baka
baka
magaya sa,
masumpa.
o baka masumpa eh.
Hindi.
Oo.
We ain't picking no horses today.
Mm,
Just enjoying the show. So Hot Sauce still thinking about this hand.
yeah.
I think the tightest range here has to be Kim Huyup. So
That's right.
Kim making this 3 bet just
That's right.
basically
That's right. Yeah.
should be enough. Tumayo ba si Troy? Oh no, that's Troy. Ang tumayo si Edgar na.
Si Edgar. Oo. Ano kaya iniisip ni Hatsos dito, no? Siguro iniisip niya kung makukuha pa niya, mapapatapon pa niya si...
This is different because when Kim Huyup opened and folded, that was different from this being a 3 bet. And isipin lang ni Hot Sauce is that a squeeze? Because
Yeah.
it's a classic squeeze situation, diba? He opens, there's a call in between. He's the blind, squeeze, easy money. So he has to figure out.
But he has to take into consideration, this is the guy na hindi pa halos gumagalaw sa final table, di
And you
ba?
saw him flat ace king.
Right, that's
So
correct. Oh, so, I mean,
you spent time with him on the table the past couple of days. Diba?
yes.
They were on the featured table
Uh,
together. And you're right, bihira siya gumalaw because his
uh,
new chips niya hasn't really been on the kind of roller coaster ride that a guy like Hot Sauce has been through.
oh, let's see. What is he planning to do? He's taking out
Would be spectacular if
a
he can
bunch
fold
of
out.
pink
If he can
chips.
fold out Huyup Kim, it has to be all in because that's
Yeah.
500,000. What's he gonna do? Just double it to 1 million? So he's going into his bag here. He's looking for all kinds of reads. The read is looking for is give me a sign that I can fold out this guy because he's not playing a7 to raise or get called.
Yeah.
He's not flipping with this. Okay. See, I wish at this point we could get a split screen with Huyup Kim because
Yeah, oo.
when a player is tanking like this, we don't want to watch the guy tanking.
We want to watch
We want to watch the guy he's thinking about because
um,
so we're seeing we want to know what's Hot Sauce looking for and is he gonna find it? A
mhm.
flinch, position of the hand. Does the guy drink water? You know,
Yeah.
is he jiggling his feet? Is he leaning back? These are the things we want to see. So we're gonna improve on that as
What would you do in terms of action, physical action when you have just three betted with 550k and holding jacks?
I always say do nothing. Because when you know you're being watched, you start doing stupid
Yeah,
things.
so keep
And,
still.
yeah, and
Oh,
it,
so that's the position of Kim Uyup. He's
yeah,
actually looking at Hatsos Marquez. So just let go of
yeah,
his
he
hand.
figured that was it. Troy's
Now Troy is asking for a count. Is he
it's three
planning to
330. He's gonna
call?
be out of position. And if he's up
Okay.
against a pocket pair, you know that he's just looking to spike his king or queen.
But the worst thing
Here
is
we
he
go.
spikes his card and another jack comes in the picture.
Well, that's hardly
Let's
gonna
see the
happen.
flop.
Basically, Troy's gonna defend his previous call. Sees a king or queen, he's gonna go for it. If he doesn't, you might see a check fold because it's a 3 bet pot. There, that's a bunch of nothing right
Yeah,
there. So that should be a check fold for Troy.
right.
And this is super easy to continue for Kim Huyup. 1.4 million is the pot.
Will Kim
Are you going
Huyup,
for value
yeah,
here?
will
I'd
Kim
like to.
Huyup just take this down via a shove
Yeah, yeah,
or?
that's my question. I'd love to hear comments. Are you trying to go for extra value here, or are you just taking this down?
Yeah.
How would you guys play it? Diba? You try to get value, like, okay, definitely he doesn't hit any of this. Maybe I can get another 400,000. Or
Yeah.
you're thinking, it's too dangerous. I'm happy with the 1.4, take it down. You know Troy doesn't have queens, kings, or aces at this point. Well, most
Mhm.
of the time, no, sobrang sandbag na yung ginawa niya
Oo.
to flat and reflat.
Oo.
So you're thinking at best, baka pocket bear din si Troy,
Sleeping Man,
speculating.
yeah, sleeping incident. Sleeping Man said that action of hot sauce. I think he was thinking about bluffing with the blocker, but he wasn't sure if the guy was an ICM slave. Make sense, di ba?
Yeah, there's the move. So he's just gonna
Okay.
take this down. Easy check fold now for Troy.
Yeah.
Guess he figured he could afford it, still sitting on 2.6. But 2.6 is okay now, but having 2.6, let's say 30 minutes from now, that's not so good.
Yeah.
Okay, Troy just gathering his thoughts, and then you sigh just
Yeah.
before you fold.
Because even if yeah, because this
Oh,
is
no,
a
no,
three
Troy,
bet.
please don't call.
This is it. Is he planning to float?
There's no floating because it's all in.
Ah, okay.
There,
So
yeah, that boat has
yeah,
sunk.
I missed the
Yeah.
I missed seeing the
Hindi na float
buttons.
to.
So
This is a dive.
so,
If he
so
calls
yeah.
this.
Clubs, Troy
So
bets.
Yep.
what
Asses
is
50.
he thinking?
Troy checks.
Sabi sleepy. King Queen doesn't even
King
beat
Queen
Ace
doesn't
5.
even beat
Yeah.
Ace Five suited. That's what I was about to say.
Okay,
Even
he
if it
gets
thinks
around
that
to it.
it's Ace High is still behind.
Still like that he took his time.
Troy
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can't
make
always
your
snap
opponent
fold.
squirm a little bit. Make it hard for him. Don't just at least duman lang makabawi ka, di ba? Pakabahin mo na lang.
Yeah. And anytime you can just slow yourself down.
Yeah.
There's times you want to play fast pag alam mong mafa-fluster yung opponent. I remember my friend and Cebu FPD champion si Eric Chung.
Oo.
He says sometimes he goes in a mode like he plays as fast as he can dahil nadidikta niya bumibilis na yung opponent niya. So
Mm-mm.
like he wants to get called all in, he goes all in like as soon as action he goes all in. And sa gulat they make mistakes. But then I also like the school of yung Tommy Angelo and Chris Ferguson, and they used to say count to 15 no matter what. Count to
Yeah,
15
yeah.
just
Use
in
the clock.
case.
Okay. Action resume in the final table as we see Ron Messina with Ducks.
I hate that hand. I just hate ducks
Doesn't
because
want to play
I
it.
feel obligated to raise it because of pocket bear, but I really don't want it.
Yeah. And ace 10 suited for Edgar Asian. I'm sure he's gonna raise
Should
with
be
this
raised from the
hand.
cutoff.
There you go. That's 230. Oh, that's 230.
Yeah, 230.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Troy
Good job,
Morales.
Troy.
Yeah.
From the button.
Uh,
You want to flatter?
Getting the right cards in this final
Again, we want to
table.
hear from the comments. In a spot like this, you want to flatter, you want to get it over with a 3 bet. There's two blinds
Okay.
acting to your left, but the guy on the left is not interested in his hand.
Mhm.
So has he put in a raise?
Rev of
Yeah, 3 bet to
3,000.
550. That should be
Action
enough to get
executed.
Huyup Kim out of his
Showdown to
hand.
raise 230 total.
It's a great spot because Troy just
Are
lost the
you
pot.
raising?
Yeah.
You want to be do like a pretend steam
500
here,
chips.
you know?
Nice.
Pretend you're steaming and I'm 3 betting because I want to get back what I lost. It's pretty cliche, diba?
Yeah.
And every
Yeah.
time someone says tilt bet, he's got something. Nobody says tilt bet who's really tilting.
The only thing that's not probably gonna go for in favor of Troy is that they've seen how he's played his cards. They know that he doesn't three bet with nothing. He has yet to show that.
Attention players, for your
Yeah, I mean Troy's
information,
image here,
this is
Yeah.
our side bet
he
monster
he
style.
hasn't shown like
So
that hot sauce side
yes.
of the game.
So he'll always gonna get respect with his three bets,
And
which
that's
is
that's why I wanted to ask. Like, would you
uh,
consider just flatting because with his image, 3 betting maybe shows his hand too much,
yeah.
makes it too
Oh, ito
strong.
sabi ni Sleeping Man versus Good three bet on the button versus very tight player on the
He
gut. Oh, that was
perceives
another.
that Edgar is tight.
Yeah,
Maybe he's tight facing aggression, but we know he's not as tight when he's first to act.
right.
So iba yan, ibang ano, you can't generalize that someone is tight depende yan sa action facing. So
And we
eh,
see Mike Takayama taking some time to think if he
and
wanna.
like Gigi said, I mean this is the guy that you want to target. So it's the
Yes.
guy that you want to study the most.
Call the
So
ball
Mike is
when
just like maybe he has
instructing
no
players
intention
to
of calling here,
proceed.
but at least he wants to get a
After
mental
proceeding,
photo
please
of
stay
what it
Hmm.
calm
looks like
during
when he's
decision
strong,
making.
just for reference later.
Yes.
So he's taking in as much as he can, right? So basically like
Shout out to the 389 viewers that we
thank
have
you guys. Thank you
for
for
this
tuning in.
live
Thank you
stream.
for sharing and bloating that number.
Hmm.
And we thank you more if you could comment on the action and get on this ride with us
Yeah.
because it's a hell of a ride so far.
All right. So action is now back to Edgar Asehan, the original racer. Now,
Smallish tree bet. It's not
yeah,
really triple the amount.
which can, yeah,
Is he thinking of just flatting
yeah.
and
That's the question.
speculating
Is
here?
he thinking of just making that call, or
Looking at getting 3-1
yeah,
odds to spike something, but you
or
think if you spike your ace, are you even good?
right? That's. I'm sure that's those are the things that he is considering right now as he tanks. The question is, would the four bet be an in your option right now here?
I find it interesting here that Troy's watching his opponent actively like this. I would suggest against it because people who are bluffing don't normally watch their opponents.
Hmm.
So by him watching the opponent and being very interested in what's about to happen, it's really showing a lot of strength. So he does get the call.
Edgar calls.
I like to call pocket kings ace magnets.
Yeah, yeah, you can say
That's
that
good.
again. I've
If you
played so many pocket
Here
kings.
comes the flop. We're
It's
gonna see.
Six
Not
seconds.
this time.
yeah,
Looks clear. Looks in the
in
clear.
favor of
First,
Morales.
yeah. There's nothing like even though Edgar is first to act, there is no bet he can make that can tell Troy that he's beat here.
Yeah,
So Troy's definitely gonna continue.
Edgar checks.
Again, sorry to say this, but I'm not a fan of checking your hand when your hand
yeah.
is strong. Maybe check to see if you had a club. But I always try to resist that temptation, like when there's a possible draw. And even when I don't know, like I honestly don't know if I have a club or two, but I resist the urge to look at it. I go, I'll look
Hmm.
at it later. I'll look at it when there's a third club. Because rechecking your hand, especially when your head's up and you know you're being watched, that's
Yeah.
very strong.
So Troy is preparing to
That should do it.
make this
It's like 480,
continuation
looks like
bet of
480 something.
400. Yeah, it's about 480.
Troy bets 550.
Well, he's setting it up that if by some miracle he gets called here, the next bet
400.
is an easy shove. 450 is the bet. There's nothing here for Edgar to
Yeah.
look forward to. There isn't a backdoor flush. There is a backdoor straight, but it's such a long shot, and even the 10 coming doesn't look good. So
For the tight events or
the
alternate,
only miracle that can
please
happen for
see
Troy here is if
whether
Edgar
the players have
figures
selected
Troy is
full
just
house.
c betting, but
Yeah.
you know
But that's enough
he
to
didn't
get
get this
that.
far making bad reads, so that's a good fold, easy
Definitely.
fold for
And it's
Edgar.
very it's experienced enough and to not to be bait to calling there.
Gentlemen, players of table 28, please proceed to your seats.
So Amit Basak is asking, are they allowed to use their phones on the table? They
Absolutely
are not.
not.
Absolutely not. They are not. All the tables are collected, and there's just a Metro Card Club staff just handing it and telling them if there's like maybe an important call coming in, and they have to step away from the table when they take that call. Sleeping Man says on that flop, he would have preferred a 30% size bet from Troy. How much what was the percentage of
It
that
was
bet?
450. There was already like a million in the pot.
That's almost
1.3,
half. Eh?
1.3. No, much smaller. It was really small.
Okay.
Under the gun with ace king suited. Ryan Messina raised to 220, barely above the minimum. Medyo standard is na yun, mga 2.2 ngayon.
Uh,
Even online, naka-configure na sa 2.2 ang automatic betting. No resistance. Nobody seems to have any kind of hand to resist with. And it should be. Oh, Mo's gonna defend with 7-5 offsuit. The big blind. Ang lalim, pinanggalingan is under the gun. And we have
yeah.
blind defense from Mo, one of the players we're looking forward to watching here. And there's the flop, ace 9 queen. Easy check fold here, I think. Okay, getting tricky, hiding the ace. Ryan Messina checks behind, hoping his opponent can catch up or attempt to bluff. Now, as yung first to act, no, you can also represent the ace and
Yeah.
pretend ikaw yung nagtago ng ace.
Mm-mm.
But it's not gonna happen
Pero
here.
hindi.
Mo, yeah,
Wala talagang,
wala.
walang tatawagin si Mo
Yeah,
doon eh.
yeah. Mo's instantly surrendered there.
Mm. Roy Bailon is asking, my cash game pa din today. The cash games have been
Never stops.
really good this week because there's a lot of players from the KMGM group who, after playing in the tournament, have stayed to play cash games.
Well, where are they
So,
gonna go? Diba?
yeah, oh.
This early on a Sunday afternoon, they're not going to a bar. Not yet.
Mm.
Or maybe they are. So definitely, yeah. Come over and
Yeah, and we
jump into
have
the cash
the side
games.
event, the Monster Stock, happening. Is it
Already
happening?
started.
Yeah, it's already started. It's happening right now, but you can still come here and join. Late registrations until the end of level 8 before the start of level 9. Okay, so back to the action here at the final table. If you have just joined us, this is the main event final table of the 20 million guaranteed Asia Poker Championship, coming to you from the Metro Card Club, the home of Philippine poker champions here in Ortigas. This is in collaboration with KMGM, the Korean Mind Game Members Group. And with me is the coach, Ron Regis, as we watch Kai Chong raise this hand to 220 with King Jack, and Ron Messina on the big blind decided to defend.
What do y'all think of Mike Takayama on the button with ace 10 offsuit, just not even considering any kind of defense? Let
Wow.
us know in the
Yeah, if
comments.
yeah, yeah, I mean, yeah, and
Like he wasn't even interested. So is it because he's picked his target and Kaya's not one of them?
probably or maybe he's doing that Lester thing when I interviewed Lester. When it's not going your way, you just wanna pass on some hands that
Well,
are
I wouldn't
a
say
little
it's
bit
not going Mike's
flimsy.
way. Wala namang, there hasn't been a big pot. He hasn't really lost anything. Nothing spectacular has happened.
uh,
He's just quite chill.
Maybe he's just not a fan of playing Ace 10.
So yeah, this flop went check check, and so the eight is pretty hidden, and Ryan Messina gets a call out of this. But then the jack hits on the turn, so he bet that eight too late. That's why he got the call. So now he has to just probably check fold this. Yep, 600K. Not afraid of the queen there. Pretty confident his jack is ahead. So that's the end of the hand.
Yeah, that queen on the river was an action killer for
We
Kai
discussed with
Chong.
Chief, no, this kind of situation where you call and you hit the flop, and when do you lead out? When do you just check call for value? And with the board, it was super drawy there, but not drawy in the range ng racer. Kasi
Mhm.
straight sa gitna eh, but there were two clubs, so maybe like it's a spot to lead out on, but Ron didn't lead out.
Yeah,
Yun lang tumama yung jack. It's just a three outer, just unfortunate. So by the time he bet his eight, huli na,
that's right. So,
natamaan na.
shout out to Chuck Peregrino. Shout out, huli ka na. Kanina pa namin shout out ang Papa Chups, courtesy of Geneva and Chops Chua. But still, yeah, Papa Chups Resto Bar, the newest hangout place here at Metro Walk. Andy Abundo, shout out to our Balikbayan. Eric Balut Rimando, he is playing the monster stack. I
Ayun,
bet
nandiyan pala
he's
siya.
having a good massage with Ingrid. Bakilala pa, pati masahista. Alright,
Taktakin mo muna, taktakin mo muna bago ano.
okay.
Wala kasing mic, dapat may mic tayo dito eh.
Edgar Asihan, UTG +1, ace jack offsuit.
Yeah.
This hand didn't do very well kagabi, no? Kahapon.
Oo.
Nung hawak ni
Pero ito,
Gilbert.
Mo sacking with pocket 6
I want to
at the
see. I
dealer's
want to see
button.
this. This is one of these not so clear spots when you have a small to mid pair, but you do have position.
Yeah, so Mo decided to just flat call with his sixes, deciding to set mine with it.
Again, the blinds are 5,100, 10K ante, so 2.3x was the race, 230K. And Mo calls, nobody else calls. Flop, 2-8 jack. Two overs to Mo's sixes.
Oh,
But it's such a non-threatening board for the top pair. There's no draws that can come. He's got the ace covered, so only a queen or a king will slow him down here. Oh, that's what I call SSB in my notes. When someone does that same size bet,
uh-uh.
bet is the same size that it was pre-flop.
So in your note, what does that tell you to about the player if it is an SSB?
Uh, it's usually value. Like he knows he wants to get called, but doesn't know how much will get called. So he knows, well, I got called this much pre-flop. I'll definitely go this much now.
Mm. So check on the turn,
Yep.
and that Queen River
Not,
probably
not
definitely is
sure.
an
Not sure
action
where
here. So.
Edgar slowed down there. Maybe
Yeah,
I
oh,
mean, if he's trying to induce a bluff, or we're not sure because that turn doesn't really hurt anybody. And and if he got called on the flop, just a Jack 8-2,
oh.
parang at least I would consider whatever he's calling with on the Jack 8-2, he's calling me again when the three shows up. Maybe get some extra value.
I probably missed this part when Mo got hit big because from 3.1 million, he's now at the bottom of the chip stack list with just 1.7. I don't remember him being involved in a very big pot.
Unfortunately, we can't rewind, but the people viewing, you can rewind
Yeah,
and tell us in the comments
yeah.
when did this happen? Was it just like some three bets that didn't work out? You know, was it who was it against?
So action continues. We see folds. Kim Hu Yup with King 10 offsuit. Will this be good enough? But he's in an early position, so decided against it. So folded at
If,
the
if,
cut
if
off.
if the guy folds ace 10 of clubs, he's folding king 10 offsuit.
Yeah.
Down to the blinds. Blind versus blind here. We got Kai Chong over on the right. He's actually acting first. And it's a walk
Yeah,
for
it's a
hot
walk.
sauce.
Wow, first walk that we see in the stables, if my memory serves me right.
Yes,
Okay.
first walk. Definitely first walk of the day.
Okay. Shout out to Yayan Kwe. And I think this is Troy's mom, Lot Pinto Morales, cheering on her son. Come on, Troy, you're awesome.
That's lovely when your family's behind you.
Yeah.
Troy's
As
doing well. I mean, he's holding up.
yeah.
Maybe, like, if you could say the most adventurous part that he's done was when he flatted with King Queen. But other than that, he's kept it together. Still has 3.3 million.
And speaking of that
Speaking of
particular
speaking of
card,
Troy and King Queen,
and
but
speaking,
this is
yeah.
under the gun. So if you look at the tighter versions of
Mm.
the starting hand chart, this is only a race when you're six max
But
in eight.
not to
Yeah,
Troy.
in eight-handed.
It's enough to race under the gun, and he just opened with 230,000.
Well, I think him and Huyuk
Race.
Kim, they have this really tight image, both of them. So they
Yeah,
should
that
get a
they
lot more respect for the
respect with the
races.
races. That's true.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry to say, like, not as much respect as, say, a hot sauce.
yeah,
But then hot sauce is so tricky that you never know kung kailan may laman.
that's correct also.
So Troy, yeah, got all the respect there, folded all the way around. So from under the gun all the way around the world, no collars.
Okay.
Action, please. I don't know if a change deck will do it.
Eto, well, okay, RG Paterno, our friend RG Paterno is watching. Uh, Edel Villares asking for more action. We'll probably see that more action when the table is reduced to
Let's
probably
see.
six or five
Let's
handed.
make a deal with the players
Short-handed.
that if you share this feed and we get to 500 viewers,
What, we're gonna raffle
then
off.
we
We'll
will tell
give you
them to
more
give us more
action.
action.
Yeah.
We'll make them act. Okay, but you can
Okay.
see from the cards here. I mean, how much action can you get unless you're looking at cutoffs and buttons? There's an ace on the cutoff. You should see a little bit of action there.
That would be good enough for Kai Chong to raise his hand.
He's done well because he started pretty low, and then he shoved a couple of pocket pairs,
Yes.
ducks and sevens. Got some dead money. Did he chuck his hand? No. There's a raise, 270K, kind of on the large side.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
could get action
okay.
here. You want action, you're gonna get it. Troy's not laying this down, but it's a question of how you're gonna play it. He's so deep though,
Yeah.
3.4 and effective stack size 2.3, but the blinds are only 100K, so it's not shove land unless you just want to end the pot right here.
So I think it's just
Yeah,
gonna
how do you
call.
play this though? Like I said, like I hate these small pairs, especially now
To
out
me,
of position.
this is just set mining for me.
Set man and
Yeah,
check call.
given that stack, how deep that stack is, you're playing out of position.
How about this? Sometimes you're
Uh,
set mining, but you get a board that you know the other guy didn't hit.
yeah,
So I mean, there's gotta be like a check call in the arsenal here because
you might probably float one more street, but let's see.
yeah, because there's so many hands that are raising hands from late position just absolutely miss this.
Yeah,
You
that's
can
correct.
always give him credit for a higher pocket pair, and it's only 280K. He can afford a check call here and see if there's a second barrel coming, or you can end it right now. I think he's gonna try to end the hand. Oh, it's just a call. So we are gonna see a turn, but now he has to dodge all the face cards in the world.
There
Oh,
you go,
beautiful turn.
spiking.
Now
That's why you float.
now you're hoping for a second barrel.
Yeah, that is why you
Quick
float.
check.
Wow.
It's hard to fire the second barrel, but he did improve to a gut shot,
Yes.
but nothing much there. But by by rule, if you have any rules about second barrels, is that if you fire it on the flop and the turn improves you, even if it doesn't
Yeah.
hit you, then it's a good argument to
Players at
barrel
table
again.
8, please
But he
assemble.
doesn't this time, so now the problem is for Troy.
Cheers.
He actually has a problem. How do I get paid? How do you get paid? He can hope the guy hit the 10, but right now there's no way to get paid. Maybe bet the minimum and induce a raise. But I don't see Kai doing anything silly here.
Yeah.
He's done with the hand. It was one and done yung c-bet
Right.
niya.
This is the most that
Yep.
Troy, but Troy, aside from playing very, very disciplined gameplay, has been, been favored sort of by with good cards. Huh? Even the king,
Oh, I
landing
wouldn't
with
really say
kings,
that because he had good
landing.
cards that didn't work out. The ace queen, the king queen. Yeah, he got kings, but he
Yeah.
got three bet it, didn't get a call. Other than that, he's been grinding it out just like the rest of them.
Right.
It's not like
Yeah, and
he
it's
went
been very
showdown
on
after
point,
showdown.
and it's been very on point with his actions also in those when to fold, when and just
I definitely like that he had that check call on that
yeah,
raggedy board because just to set mine is a little too, it's too weak maybe for final table tournament play. Maybe
yeah.
for a regular cash game where you plan on sitting there 12 hours, you can do that. But dito, there's a lot of urgency. The blinds
Hmm.
are rising and nobody in this table is just gonna sit there and wait.
Eto, shout out to the first guy that I saw that I've watched playing in WSOP way back. Jay
J.
Lubas.
Lubas. Oo.
Jay Lubas is what just is watching us right now. Shout out to you, sir.
One of our heroes
Yeah,
from back in the day. J. Lubas, whole country
and a very nice
rooting for
guy.
him.
Very nice guy. On and off the poker table.
That's the
So I see
raising hand.
another king queen,
Mhm.
but this time it's with Kai Chong, who raised it to 280. So action now
That's a great
is
hand
at
for the
Kim
tightest
Fu.
player on the table.
Yeah,
Makes it very easy. Success, 220. Dead money.
yeah.
Troy is now leading the pack. And Mo and Ron Ryan are down at the bottom of the list. But, they're not in trouble at all. 1.7 is a lot. The blinds are 5,100.
Yeah, especially for Mo. He's experienced enough to know what to do when because some of the players, some of the less experienced players, they really can't handle when you come into the final table, you have this big stack, and then suddenly you notice that your chips are
Melting
slowly
down.
dwindling away. Yeah, some for the less experienced players, they would probably try and make something happen, force something
That's
happen.
just feeling, no, that you
Oh,
gotta make things happen.
yeah. Eto, Ron Messina with aces offsuit, not interested because it's in an early
Daming
position.
dadaanan.
Oo, dami.
Oh, there's a raising hand for hot sauce.
Exhibition time?
Oh,
Not yet.
can't believe he missed that opportunity.
Edgar Cian, so dealer button for Troy Morales. I am curious as to how he will
Yeah,
play
does it have this in his
button.
arsenal?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Given his image, he should throw this in. I mean, it's mostly a steal that's gonna succeed against
Yeah.
Huyup Kim, but so si Choke lang ang ano doon. Pero si Choke,
Eto,
has a
pag
lot of three
nag-complete si
betting.
Huyop dito, alam na.
Ang ganda ng position ni Choke because the two players that you would be targeting the most are the
Right.
ones immediately to his right.
Yes.
Really advantageous position for him. He's barely played. He's only played twice, and two of them were 3 times. Two of them were three bets. So yan na.
Nag-call nga, no?
That's the completion.
So expect.
Okay.
What? Okay, doesn't. Surprisingly, okay. So
Ace Queen
Chuke,
5.
yeah, opted to.
Let's let's see if Kim gets cute here. He
Mhm.
can he represent an ace by completing? We know he hit the queen. He can hide it there. He checks. Chuka's not gonna get adventurous. If he was gonna get adventurous, not betan niya na yun sa
Mm.
pre-flop. So maybe he's
So
done
ito,
here. Except there's a gut shot, but
right, the
nothing
turn
much.
gives, yeah, gives Chuke an inside straight
It's a
draw.
very bad gut shot because he's drawing the bottom part of that.
Yeah.
Very small bet. And Chuka is done. The fact na hindi niya tinaas pre-flop,
Oo, hindi siya
he was
interesado
just not
laruin. Oo.
interested in that.
Hindi. So there is si Clyde Troy Morales, our player from Batangas City, have taken over chip leadership in this final table.
I know there's a lot of comments looking for action, but I like the way this is going. Everyone's taking turns being active.
Yeah.
Nobody's really being a chump.
Oo.
uh, but yeah, I can also see how you know this being a televised or broadcasted stream, you want TV hands.
Yeah.
We thought we had it when Troy turned the set, pero wala naman tinamaan yung kalaban.
Kaya
So
wala rin.
no
Eto,
TV hands there.
pati lolo na ni Troy is watching and cheering him on. Cesar Morales. Get it, Troy Morales, my apo from Daddy Lolo.
Wow, thank
Cesar
you.
Sr. Oh,
Thank you for watching and commenting, and
yeah.
thank you for supporting Troy.
Oh,
And basically to anyone, all the players supporting fellow
yeah,
players,
I think.
and all the Batang Metro pros supporting
Mm,
the events ng Metro, and all the players that are looking up to them. That's what makes this whole thing succeed.
eto, so we see a race from Hot Sauce Marquez. UTG plus 2, 10-9 offsuit, raise it to 220. Blinds are incidentally 50K, 100K with an ante of 10K. We have reverted back to normal ante as opposed to the
Yep,
big
yep.
blind ante
No
that
big
we
blind.
have
Here it
used
is.
in
Oh,
the previous.
Choka is only gonna come in for a 3 bet, and I love seeing this. Everything has been a raise or a bet.
Yeah.
There's no call in the arsenal. There's no call, no, except for that free look which he gave up, 9-8. There's no other way to play for Choque so far. Everything has been aggressive and definitive.
Mm.
There's no room to maneuver, and he's not
So
just
ang ganda ng timing ng 3-bet niya, no? Sakto, parang alam niya na wala
yeah.
masyado yung
It's
ni-raise
not for sure.
ni
It's
Hot
not the hand.
Sauce.
It's just he
Oo.
has to decide ito ba yung time na meron o yung time na wala.
Oo.
If it's yung time na wala, then I'm just gonna 3-bet it.
Right. So good pot taken down by Mike Takayama. Shout out to Christian Joseph Ray watching from Batangas City. So we have a lot of viewers
Hulaan
from
ko.
Batangas. Hulaan
Hulaan
mo
ko.
kung sino ang
Sinong bata
sinusuportahan
niyan?
nito. Oo. Enzo Arceo watching from Hanoi, Vietnam. Enzo, hanggang ngayon, di ka pa rin tumitigil. Tumigil ka na. Okay, so action ever resumed
A
here.
bunch of raggedy hands. Lahat ng low cards lumabas na. 7 below. And it's the highest the highest set of cards in this deal at least. Dealer button, ace
Mhm.
10 of clubs.
Remember yung isang ace 10 kanina, hindi nilaro ni Choke, pero iba to. This is
Eh,
folded to him at
No,
the
and
button.
also it was to a race. It was
Yeah,
facing a
oo,
race.
tama.
That was ace 10 offsuit on the button facing a
Oo.
race. It's folded to him.
Ito mukhang walang magde-defend sa
Yeah, he
kanya.
doesn't
Wala.
need ace 10 here. Well,
Yeah.
pwede mag-defend to si Ron Ryan Messina
At
because
mukhang yun ang gagawin niya.
just to, he
Kasi at
but it's
250K, just 150. Yeah.
1.5 million though.
Right.
He still has to call 10% more of his stack, and he's gonna be out of position against possibly the best player on this table. So I like that fold for sure. Trying to see like maybe next time we could have the clock dito, diba? So we can
Oo.
also see it since
We
we
can
can't see
see.
the actual clock
Oo.
because we're on a 10-minute delay.
Yeah.
Pero I think that's hard mounted on the wall. They would
Oo.
have to actually magbabarena pa sila dun sa
And we
pader.
cannot use the
Yeah, but
actual
imagine if it
tournament clock that we have here in
yeah,
the booth
no,
kasi
no,
we're
that's 10 minutes ahead. But
that's the
imagine if it
actual
was
time.
here,
Yeah,
then
better,
we
no?
would be in good shape.
Oo.
But at least we know what the blinds are.
Yeah, we
All
have a
right.
comment here from Marcus Clint Jimenez. Chuquet knows the storm had passed. Now he can go back to work and get some chips. Hmm.
Well, let's see. Okay, this is going to be interesting. No? So race from UTG plus one, Edgar Asihan, who has shown a wide range. Troy doesn't even want to play it. Too many players on his left, maybe.
Right.
Diba?
Yeah, oo.
He's not going to play it and get squeezed out.
Players doesn't like playing the ducks, no?
I don't like playing the
Oo.
ducks,
Si Kai
except
Chong
when I'm
lang ang
short.
may gusto nun kasi shinab pa nga niya eh, di
Oh,
ba?
hindi. Parang ang gusto niya, mabutasan lang yung ring. Kung
Oo,
may.
para lang maka-draw, ano, icebreaker lang eh, no?
Yep.
Para sa
Two plus
kanya.
tournament line
This is a
sponsor.
suited connector for Mike
First prize
Takayama.
entry of 500.
Doesn't want to play it also.
Yeah. He's
And
gesturing towards,
yeah,
sino ba nasa seat 8?
seat 8 si Kai Chong eh.
As if to say, kayo na.
Uy, Ron Messina with ace 10 offsuit at small blind. Let's see.
Oh, we can see the differences in styles. Chokai didn't like this from the button. But we'll see. Ron Ryan Messina's chip stack is different. There's a bit more urgency for him to do something. That looks like he just called. And in the big blind, wala na. That big blind folded so fast. I think the big blind still has to act. Wala na.
Wala
Tumakbo
na.
na si Kai.
Hindi na
Okay,
nakita
10
ko.
king king. He strikes the 10.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that king's something to consider. So we'll see if the move is to. He had checked, no lead out here. He's
Yes.
checking to call for sure. He can't just give up. And that heart is good for both of them. When check. Bakit parang
Ano
nagpakita
nangyari?
na?
Parang,
Yeah, I think we're behind. Why are we seeing
yeah, why is he folding?
Scoring increase. Please proceed to game.
So,
I
I
think we're a
think,
little bit behind on the
yeah,
graphics. I think
oo.
they had checked it down actually. Because the
Pero
pot has
bakit
already
si
gone
Ron
to
ang
Ryan.
nanalo? Because
Maybe
there
because
was that ace on
the
the
ace on the
river.
river, yeah. So
Yeah, ace
we're a
on the
bit
river.
behind there, but it went check all the
Yeah.
way down.
2,000 plus 2,000 for the NPC.
So
So
probably the flop was checked,
no, for
and
sure the
then the
flop was checked. The
turn,
turn was
Ron,
checked.
yeah, Ron was not going anywhere with that not flush draw on the
Yep,
turn.
yep.
Okay, we have a comment here from Amit Basak. That King 7 offsuit 3-bet from Mike was fire or
Fire.
lit. Yeah, definitely the best player on this final table.
That's right.
A lot of people would probably agree with you there,
I
Amit.
don't see anyone disagreeing.
Clive Priest. He's not just the best on the table. Mike is the best player to come out of the Philippines. That may be.
There's only two names to throw up there.
There's three actually.
No, like
Just
aside
said
from
it.
Choke, there's only two other names.
Oh yeah, of course.
Diba?
In this final
It's
table, that
but
is.
in this final
Yeah,
table
but
for
Clive
sure.
is saying come out of the Philippines.
It's close, but I
that's the
think he might still
entire-
be correct. I
Yeah.
mean, because Chief is so humble, he'll just say yes.
Yes.
Diba? So it's between Chief Lester
Oh,
and Mike.
Kim Hu Yup finally waking up with queens here.
Well, there's a hand he can play
Yeah.
because he
And
hasn't played much.
Mosa King is given a hand that yeah,
Yikes.
doesn't not
But
really.
it's good though
yeah.
that the race is coming from Kim because that
That
narrows
helps
it down.
him. Yeah,
Really
that's
narrows
true.
it down. And
That's true.
maybe you don't go
But the
crazy
question
with
is,
the fives.
would he want to set mine
I
here?
don't.
He's in the late
Well,
position.
you've spoken to Mo a lot, so you have more insight into how he looks at this game. Uh, does he
Uh,
set mine at all? Like, there's no odds for it. Diba? You need like 8 to 1
I
to
don't.
set mine.
He calls this small packets as what do you call it when you're it's that those hands that makes you
Trouble?
spew chips, chip
Yeah.
chip buster or
Oh,
chip
chip vacuum.
cracker or something like that.
Make you
But he's
spew.
not been having a lot of hands to play with. That minsan pag carded ka, pag nabigyan ka ng even na small pair, parang
It looks good, but he
di ba,
able to.
no?
I like
But
the way he folded it. He folded
yeah.
like, get the hell away from me
Right,
before
right,
I do
right.
something stupid.
That's true, that's true. So you can see that the discipline there of
Very
Mo,
nice.
no? Baka kung ako yun, baka sinilip ko
No,
yun eh.
but the racer is Kim Huyup.
Oo nga eh.
So
Then, siguro
you know you're
nakatulong.
behind.
And, yeah, and you see two fives are already there. So had he decided to set mine,
There was
he would
nothing.
not see a third fives
Of course,
there.
Hot
So,
Sauce feels differently. He's in the big blind. He got a bit of a discount. The raise was 220. Only needed to call 120. Sees a flop. 6 Jack 3. Nowhere to go here. Nowhere to go except to check raise and do something crazy.
yes.
So Hot Sauce checks.
Of course, we can expect a continuation bet
He's
here.
just trying to figure out
A
like
flop bet
how
from
much, how
yeah from
much.
Kim Huyup.
They got small.
And I see what's that?
Looks like 160.
160. Yeah, three pinks and a gray chip.
Oh, he's asking to be check raised. Come on,
And
Hot Sauce.
Hot Sauce, it looks like
Come
it's
on,
gonna
Hot
oblige
Sauce.
him.
It's the tightest player on the planet.
Hot Sauce will
He's
probably
gonna try.
oblige him.
Oh my God, Kim Woo-yup. Look at him. Look at him recheck his hand. This is what I'm saying. Like, don't check your hand again. You know what you have. You know you have two queens. Sabi na, there's nowhere to go here but to check raise.
Oo.
What happened? Did he raise all in?
Baka
Yeah, we're a
kasi
bit
yung bilis
behind.
ng
Of
ano.
course, he
Yeah, he
raised all
did,
in,
he
and
did, of
that's it for
course.
Hot Sauce. You had to try though. Just had to figure like does Kim Huyup see bet with Ace King there? Because Hot Sauce had no pair, no draw. Runner, runner to a very bad straight. Kim Huyup. Slow and steady wins the race. Him and Troy are now on top of the chip counts. Both of them with 4.1 million. Yeah, they asked when there's a break. Siguro
Yeah.
tanong din natin because I think we get an opportunity to make a couple of changes. Like I want a little more audio on,
From the
yeah,
table,
from
now
the
you
table. Like
can
at
listen
least let me
to.
hear the dealer.
Yes.
That will help us do the coverage and also just a bit more color, more flavor to for the viewers. And then if there's any possibility we can move the clock to next to the APC logo, that would be great. Okay, run Ryan Messina from the cutoff. Ace four of spades. Why not? No shortage of racing. Min race. Change of pace here. Min race. And folded to the big blind. Edgar Asihan with a raggedy, raggedy ace. Still an ace nonetheless. Okay, because it's a min race, the big blind is going to defend. Pot is 530 dahil may mga patay na chips from the antes. Uh-oh. 2, 4, 6. Parang tumama. Parang tira pasok. If you're Edgar, you like this too. Diba? You like hitting that
Yeah,
too. Because if you're up against the normal racing range, it went check, check.
of
Parang
course,
tinago
yeah.
on the small pair. But that king slows down Edgar. Kasi yun yung mas likely na tatamaan ni
Oo,
Ron
ni
Ryan.
Ron.
So I know he liked the two. He was definitely checking to call.
Which can be a blessing in disguise for him, you know? Gives him that reason now to fold because Ron actually hit a higher pair than
I
his
like I like
deuce.
the line also. Run Ryan Messina. Like see, there's a coach I used to read a lot. Si Baluga Whale. When he says you mid pair, you want to
Yeah,
preserve showdown value and skip a street.
that's true. Marcos Jimenez says, if possible to provide a split screen for players involved will be better for the broadcast. You are seeing it right now. That's the split screen. We can
Yeah, I
we
don't
show
think
that
right
from
now we
time to
can do
time.
three-way split, but we
Yeah,
do whenever it's heads up. We are gonna see a split screen.
right. Oh, that river.
It's a check and a call. Wow, it's
Wow.
the action you want. I don't know how much Edgar can get out of Run Ryan because
Yes.
the line Run Ryan is taking is to check behind on the river.
Ah, they check.
Yeah, I think like
Why did?
at that point Edgar should have made a bet because
Yeah,
diba, I'm saying like that line when you check the flop bet the
right.
turn is because you're in position you want to induce that
Yes.
check on the river
Uh-uh.
so you can check behind and preserve showdown value. So
Kaya napailing eh. I actually after
yeah,
when Ron checked behind, Edgar was slightly shaking his hand,
yeah,
probably
I
thinking
think
I should have bet. Yeah.
yeah, Edgar might have rushed checking
Yeah.
when he saw the deuce. Maybe better
He,
to lead
yeah.
out small.
He
Uh,
probably
Baka wala rin kitain. I mean,
yeah.
Run
Either
might
way,
put him
yeah.
on a king,
Hmm.
pero try to make money when you can. the default way is to check and hope he bluffs. Like
Right.
maybe he bet on the king.
Right.
Pero even with the king, he, you try to check the player and is he gonna try to squeeze value out of that
Mm,
king, or
that's
is he
true.
just gonna check behind and take the showdown? So one of those spots where you got a great river, but you don't know how you're gonna get paid.
Calling on RD for 2550, please proceed to table 7. Once again,
Bunch of
RD for
raggedy hands going
2550,
into
please
the muck.
proceed to table 7.
Run Ryan Messina
Once again,
briefly
for those who would like to join,
checks
meet
his
and appear
hand
in our side event
right
hall just
into the
back
muck.
to the
A6 in
timing
the
of
button for hot
25,000
sauce.
That would be
pesos.
good enough for him
Easy,
to
Table 8.
raise,
Let's
easy.
and
proceed to
raise he
table 8
did
at the end of level
to
10 for the support
220.
level 7.
220.
Action now to big blind Troy Morales with Queen 8 suited. Let's
I can see him
see if he
defending
likes
this.
it.
He has about 4 million, 3.9 now. They just
Yeah.
put 100K inside, and it's
Yes.
hot sauce, so it's a very wide range. Hot sauce on the button. I love it. It can be anything.
Right.
So Troy has one of those hands that's a little bit farther apart than we like.
Yeah.
You got to spike all three cards in the middle to get it straight, but the suitedness
Or
again
probably
makes it
three
look better.
clubs.
Yeah, it's
Mm.
just it makes it look much better than it is. 797 goes check check, but hot sauce is actually ahead, so Troy might want to try a bet here. It's just
He should
797
lead
hits
out here,
nobody.
and that he's doing just that.
Yeah,
About to
well,
do just
in the
that.
spirit of defending, like when you
Yeah, there you
defend,
go.
it's
Bets
raggedy. But hot
150.
sauce makes a quick
And
call.
quick call from hot
The
sauce.
guy
Yeah.
is sharp. He's
Yes.
sharp.
Oh,
Like, you
diba?
telling me you hit the two? Get out of here. Oh
And
no.
that's not good for hot sauce.
Well,
Wow. But
it's
he'll
okay.
probably see
It's
that.
okay because hot
Yeah,
sauce isn't
it
calling
doesn't have any
anything.
hand that he can call with. That's
This
correct.
is a good time to check
But
because
look at this, right?
you,
That's what I've been telling you. Troy Morales have been hitting his hand,
no,
floating,
yeah,
spiking
I
that
was hoping he would check
set.
here because
Yeah.
sa bilis ng call ni hot sauce,
Pwedeng
he might be
mag-induce
calling
ng
to
bluff
bluff.
eh.
Yeah, he
Oo.
might be calling to bluff. That quick call is like pretending it has a draw.
Mm,
So he can induce here. Kasi
right.
betting might not make you money. I think he's induced it anyway. What's
Ooh,
going on?
ooh, ooh, ooh.
Oh, he's induced the bluff even though he
He's
bet
calling with
450.
ace high. Yeah.
No, did he call?
He called. He called with ace high.
No,
Did
no,
he
Hot Sauce
win?
didn't. Hot Sauce called.
So who
Okay.
won?
Who won? The flush. The
Wait.
flush won.
No, because Hatsos tabled his hand actually.
He
He
tabled
didn't
because he got
mock.
called. He tabled his hand because he got called.
Ah, okay, okay, okay,
So he
okay,
had
okay,
to
okay.
show his
Sorry,
hand.
sorry, sorry.
So he did put
All right, that
450
that
out there.
confused me for a short one.
Hot Sauce, very adventurous, huh?
Wow, oh, wow.
I think naiba niya. Sometimes
Oh,
you have to say, well, Troy and Hot Sauce are two opposite ends of the spectrum. So
oh,
Hot Sauce can make that bluff, but he had to
yan,
figure out,
nilagay niya sa
does
wala.
Troy make that
Oo,
bluff?
oo.
And the answer is no. He doesn't make that bluff.
Because in that hand, he was just beating a bluff. So he
Yeah.
probably thought that Troy Morales is capable also of bluffing the river.
Maybe
That's why
king
he
high or
called with
queen
ace
high,
high,
right?
yes.
Oh, it turned out well. Worked out
Okay.
really well for
Yeah.
Troy. And good instincts for
Uh-huh.
him to bet
All right.
and to get called.
Oo nga eh.
This is the hardest part of the game is to get called when you hit a hand and the other guy has nothing. What's harder than that?
That's right, and he did just right, just that, which catapulted him to more than 5 million, I think, right now in chip count. Okay, shout out from Senator DJ Roberto. Ayan.
Troy
Shout out to
22.
Boss
Proceed to
Deneric
table 7.
Remando, Mark Mendoza. Shout out Chica and Rusty Cardano watching from Okada Social. O ito, may ano na sila, may moniker na sila, The Troy Supremacy.
Troy
For now,
supremacy,
wow,
ah.
The Troy Supremacy. Sabi ni Lionel Colera. Yeah.
Sige. Let's take turns trying to come up with a nickname.
Uh,
Troy Story.
Troy Story. Wag lang sana wag mauwi sa The Fall of Troy
Ay,
kasi
tarantado.
yun yung naisip ko eh. Kasi Troy eh, parang
Teka,
ano eh.
under the gun, Mike Takayama with
Mm.
ace 9. Rare move. He races.
Oo.
Oh, King Deuce off.
King Deuce
King
ni
Deuce
Edgar
suited.
Sihan.
Yeah,
to
nothing
Troy
for
on the
Troy there.
small blind.
He hasn't gotten out of line
O
at
bakit niya
all.
ni-raise yung under the gun? Kasi big blind si Kim Huyup eh.
It's the two
Yes.
targets.
That's a two targets. You know,
Gotta love watching
like
this.
one of our commenters said, he knows
Si
who
Gigi
to target.
nagsabi. Sabi ni Gigi
Oh.
yun. And so far, he hasn't messed with anyone else. So it's
Mm.
consistent.
Participants, you may please
Oh.
proceed to the registration area.
Elrak RJ, pa-shout out Malabon Pride. Ayun.
Sino dito ang pride of Malabon?
Siya ata eh.
Siya mismo. Kala ko one of
Oo.
the players.
Mark Viernes, shout out. Good luck, boss Ryan Messina. Sabi ni Peewee Martinez, Troy has all the fundamentals of poker.
Yeah, very solid. Never
So
got out
far,
of
he has
line.
shown that. That's correct. He has shown that.
Playing
Thank
really
you,
well here.
Carla. Please proceed to the registration area.
Tira pasok, pa-shoutout po kay Peewee Martinez Raquel from Senator DJ Roberto. Okay, you are watching the final table of the 20 million guaranteed Asia Poker Championship coming to you from Metro Card Club, the home of Philippine Poker Champions, in collaboration with KMGM, the Korean Mind Game Members Group. And we have seen Richard Marquez shoved all in, all of his 1.3 million with Queen 10 suited.
Oo, nagdugo siya. I mean,
Oo,
he
nag-bleed
really
siya.
hurt dun
Oo.
sa...
Yung call niya kay Troy Morales.
Yeah, so just get a little
Oh,
something back and get it
right.
going. He's now the shortest stack in the
Oo,
table, but
bumagsak siya to 1.7 eh. Oh.
oh, this aggression frequency, interesting stat. Little surprise, Ron Ryan is on top of hot sauce there.
Oo,
But
di
we
ba?
we did know Edgar Asihan was gonna be there.
Ano kayang pinagbabasihan nun? Just the pre-flop BFR lang?
Parang ganun lang kasi
PFR
frequency
lang,
eh.
no?
It was aggression factor,
Or
then
three kasama 3-bet and
well, no,
showdown,
we'd
ano,
have to
pot
ask.
without
We'd have
showdown.
to ask. But if I just had to
Oh.
guess, just using the word frequency, it's frequency of aggressive action. So every time it's your turn, do you take a passive or aggressive
Mm.
action? So checking and
Okay.
folding is passive, betting
Oh.
and raising is aggressive.
Eto, R. Chanel, please shout out Angel and Rex watching here for Richard Marquez. Ayan na, lumalabas na rin yung mga supporters ni Hot Sauce. Who has now on your screen with Ace Jack off at under the gun +2, definitely raising this hand.
Back to just racing, huh?
Yeah.
Got the shove just to kind of right the ship. And now he's going to try to
Okay.
get back to smooth sailing. Maybe
Ace
take a
to
pot here.
220. Nobody has yet to see a hand they can play with.
I think they announced a break. That's
They
why
have
people
announced
is
a
rushing
break.
to
They're
fold.
rushing. So.
Which means, pagbalik from break, someone is shoving pag nakausap ka.
Pag nabasa nila yung libro ko. Coming from the break. So it gives us some time to read some of the comments. Okay, we have shoutout Edsel Villares. Okay, Andre Santos from Macau. Shout out Senator DJ. Noy Par, shout out Boss Abad dito sa Toronto, Canada from Butters Poker Club. Saan kaya Butters Poker Club?
Parang hating gabi na dun, ah.
Canada?
Canada.
Same time ba yun ng
Toronto,
ano?
that's like Eastern time.
Oh,
Yep, past midnight over there. So thank you for
okay.
watching and supporting. Hope you share the stream. I know we're on break. Ako, myself, I want to get off the seat and take a short
Me
walk.
too. So we're probably gonna for some time
But
we'll leave
we
the
expect to
booth.
see you back in
Yes,
under 10
so
minutes.
that's right. So ito, Chica, shout out Datu Ashby. Okay, so we'll take a short break ourselves, just to stretch out a little bit, and we'll be back before action resumes in this final table.
Break na to ata eh. Bilangan chips ha? Opo. Si Sir Mark.
For our segment, blinds up, blinds are now 300, 600, ante of 600. Once again, blinds are up, blinds are now 300, 600, ante of 600. Once again, for those who would like to join, or re-enter on our sediment monster stack with a buy-in of 20,000 plus 2,000 for the entry fee with multiple re-entries. Registration still open until the end of level 10 or before level 11 starts. Thank you.
Sa dealer din, masarap din.
Iyan ano, huwag lang humingi sa ilog.
Yossi. Para to. Lunok lahat nikotin. Kanina may pizza ka na sa akin. Papagawa ka na.
1 minute call for the tournament players. 1 minute.
Bakit nakakuha ito? Palat.
Once again, tournament players, main event, final table players, please proceed to your seats. Again, tournament players, to your seats, please. Dealer start shuffling. 25 seconds to start. Players to your seats, please. Blinds is 60,000, 120,000, ante of 20,000.
네, 2등
Post your blinds and ante.
원래 방금까지 침리되는데 이 친구가 방금 뛰어오고서 세컨.
Good luck, players. Tournament dealers, shuffle up and deal.
Auntie, please, 20.
Calling all the following players for our new 25-50 table. Roy Russell Ryan, Choi, Josh, and Jess, please proceed to table 6.
Sound check. Sound check back to the action. And Tira Pasok still taking a break, but we are back here.
APC
Sound check one, two.
main event we Milan Henderson
Blinds
Run
are up
Santa Alabasita
60k,
with Ibuya Consuelo
120k.
and Fulfusarano Resettlement full box on the version of Wakasita. Full box on
Action on Kim Huyup. Kim Huyup. Ito. He's played the weakest hand he's played so far, but it's still pretty good from the cutoff. Jack 9 of spades. Changing it up. He had 4 million anyway, one of the leaders. Mike Takayama has not left him alone all day, and he's gonna continue to attack with a big 3 bet from the button here. What a read here. Mike Takayama goes all in. He read your book, Tirapasok. Coming back from the break, first hand, Mike Takayama is all in. And he's all in on top of one of his two targets, si Kim Huyup. He
Yeah.
read him for a hand that he didn't really, want to continue with. So it's an easy takedown here for Mike Takayama. Again, King 7, 10 9 doesn't matter. Mike is reading the situation here, and he's playing with just the players that he wants to play with right now.
Diba?
Galing.
That is why you wanna be like Mike.
Be like Mike. You want to be like Mike? Like and share and watch
Wow.
this video over and over.
As we see Kim Huyup squirming in his
Wala,
seat right now,
the
cannot
thing is
take the heat of the
there's nowhere for
show.
him to go. If Mike Takayama like made like a nice little 3 bet na hindi all in, baka demonyoin pa si Kim Huyup and
Oo,
try
eh.
something funky. So Mike said like, look, I don't think you're that strong. I'm gonna leave you no room to maneuver. There's no move left for him except to fold.
Right.
Of course, we know, look in his hand, if he calls, then Mike is in deep, you know.
Definitely. You
But
know,
there's no way. No
there's
way you
no
can
way. Yeah.
call.
There's
I
no
would be
way.
super impressed if Kim Kuyo picked something up and decided. Because sometimes you can decide ace high is good for a call, but not jack
Mm,
high. Right off the bat, coming back from the break to the blinds are up 61-20.
mhm.
Mike has stayed consistent. He's only taken chips from what he may perceive as the softest
Yeah.
targets on the table. And I wouldn't disagree. Oh, marami pa din nakabalik from break. Another 200 viewers still at the restrooms. We are
Mm,
back. A little late, but we are back.
definitely. Yeah.
Why? Why? Why are you thinking about this?
Or maybe just to maintain his image that it's really a hard decision for
Yeah,
him
yeah,
that
yeah,
he
yeah,
he
yeah.
had really a good hands that's hard to
It's
fold.
just acting
Yeah,
here
that's
because he
acting.
he knows he's not gonna
Yeah.
call.
Mm.
But you wanna make it look like you're folding
Right,
jacks.
right. He just doesn't wanna fold instantly.
Look at this, huh?
L-
I'm having such a hard time
There
folding
you go.
jacks. I folded jacks.
There you go. Mike Takayama
Sarap mang
at
inis
his
minsan, eh, no?
best. Yeah.
When someone squirms like that, like they're
Yeah,
folding a big hand, you want to show them
right. He just
garbage.
showed all of us why he is where he is right now in the
I wrote an
poker
article
world.
before about how to be a ninja in the underground poker game, and basically, like, the main message is you want to come out of the game a winner, but never having a showdown.
That's right,
You want to be
yeah.
the guy like, saan galing ang chips niya?
Oh,
And that's what Mike has
yeah.
done so far. It's come from 3 bets, uncontested pots, no showdown, so wala ka maalala.
And you see the contrast somehow between Mike Takayama and Mo Sakwing. Both came in the final table as chip leader and second in chip leader. Mike has managed to maintain his position somehow there at the top, and in contrast, Mo has not really had the best of
Could also be
the
a
action
matter of
right now.
positioning. Of course, they both like been haven't exactly been dealt kings and aces, but
Right.
Mike has acting first. Has had more opportunity because if
Yes.
the role is reversed, maybe Mo makes that free
That's
bet and
correct.
Mike
That's a
doesn't get a
good point
chance.
also. That's a good point also. So we just want to shout out. As you can see, we're sporting new overcoats now. This is the limited edition Metro Card Club jacket that we are wearing right now. Props to uh, uh, the operations manager, Miss Maydin Advincula, and the chief for providing us with this.
Thank
This is
you.
actually coach run for sale. So if you are grinding here and the Christmas season is just around the corner, the rainy season, you can make use of these jackets. They come in olive green, what do you call this, fatigue type green and black.
Well, let me
So
ask this
just
question.
approach the cashier.
The jacket is sponsored because we're covering the event. If I happen to lose this jacket, do they give me another one?
No, you have to pay for that
Sayang, because I
second
was about to
one.
ask the commenters to start commenting their bids in the thread.
Oh.
Bids start at what, 1,200.
Okay, here we go. Now the supporters, the fans of Mike Takayama is coming out. Bernie Angeles, shout out, Mahal na Hari. Junjun Punsalan, good luck, Mahal na Hari. Mike Chuke Takayama. And Fidel Castro, pa shout out, Paulo, founder of Pocket 7 from Jensen Poker Club. So all the way from Jensen.
Dude, Fidel Castro, that's just an awesome name to have.
Maybe for just a Facebook name lang, di ba? Like ano. Oy, Doc KG Jacoba, one of the regulars here at the Metro. A very good poker player, both online and live, and very good heart doctor from Philippine Heart Center, Dr. KG Jacoba. It's actually my doctor. Edsel Villares, patagal pa ng fold. Po-fold naman yan.
Yeah, tama. Ganun talaga.
Sabi ni Tom Perez, the Korean is thinking because he already saw the hands that Mike is three betting previous hands.
I don't know. No,
Wala pa
Mike has
naman.
never showed a
Yeah,
hand.
wala pa.
Wala pang nakitang hand.
Oo.
Oh, tayo nakakita.
Tayo lang ang ikaw lang ang nakakita kasi
Okay,
nanonood
ito.
ka.
More
Oh,
windfall for Troy Morales under the
right.
gun.
Ace
King
King, wow.
offsuit. Bilis nag-fold ang mga katabi niya.
Oo, hindi na halos nakita yung mga baraha.
So,
Up, up.
Yeah, he
Ron
might get
Messina.
looked up here, but
Yeah, but no,
the stack
not
is too
against.
short.
Yeah, but not against Troy. So far, they have seen nothing but solid, legit hands
Nothing but
from
net
this
sa mga
from
hands
this
ni
guy.
Troy.
So he's really getting a lot of
Yeah.
respect with his races
Absolutely
in this
nothing out of
table.
line.
Mm,
Pinaka out of line now was he bet his flush draw.
yeah,
Everyone saw that, but
right. But
given,
even that has showdown
given
value.
the action and the position,
Uh,
wala ka masasabi.
okay. Oh, shout out one of the more decorated Philippine poker pro, Ian Marcos. Shout out watching here at
The
Sheraton
Czar.
Hotel, Resorts World Manila. So thank you for watching with us.
Laki talaga ng bahay ni Ian.
Oo, Sheraton.
Oo.
Huwag kang tatalon dyan, ha? Mataas-taas yan. Kasi naalala mo nung Resorts World, they actually got caught in that fateful night and they had to jump kasi na-interview pa siya sa TV eh.
Yeah, they had to
They
jump
had
out
to
a window.
jump from a window.
Okay,
Here we have an all-in by Ron Messina with pocket sevens at the hijack position. Everybody's folding, including Troy Morales at the big blind. So Messina's gonna scoop up this spot.
Yep. So it's Mo right now that's
Yes,
struggling to get some traction. He hasn't exactly gotten a hand anyway.
that's right. That's right. As you've said, prior to him, most of the time, his possible actions are preempted by other actions coming from Hot Sauce, coming from Edgar Asihan, even Mike Takayama. So this is like I said, this is really a very
That's a bit of
active
luck of the
table.
draw there when
Yeah,
you draw your seat, and then sometimes there's a situation it's not
right.
gonna work out until someone busts. And unfortunately, wala nang table balancing. So if you're stuck with a guy on your right, he's gonna be on your right the rest of the way
Yeah,
until you go heads up. Dun lang yung magbabaliktad.
right. So Christopher Passion is asking, is he said saying gonna stake me so he can commentate here, but I was told you're not allowed because you might call out some guy, and we don't wanna.
His passion.
Mm-mm.
Always a lot of
The best
intrigue
thing
following the
is yet
guy.
to come for Christopher Passion. Ian Marcos is asking Ron Regis Mustap kumusta po?
Good to see you
Yeah.
kahit sa comment man lang. Boss
Mm.
Ian.
Lumel Saportesa saying the best of Metro Mike power play, ganyan ang mga nagsimula sa Metro, the very best of Filipino poker players.
Kaya nga,
Kaya
tingnan mo
nga
dito.
home of the Philippine poker champions ang Metro Card Club.
We got updated chip count, hitting the 5 million mark. Really has not run into any bumps.
Yes,
The
oo,
only bump
oo.
was very, very small bump when he raised ace queen, got squeezed out, had to give it up.
Yes.
Maliit na bagay, but everything else has been working out. His big
Mm.
hands have not been upended. You know,
Mm-mm.
they held up. He got paid by ace high, which is huge
Oo.
for that to
Na
happen.
hero call pa siya ni ni
Oo,
Hatsos, di
oo.
ba? Okay, we're slowly getting back our audience. We're up to 265 and growing.
265,000
Nung nag-break
viewers.
pala tayo, nag-break din
Well,
silang
of
lahat.
course, no one's gonna just sit there and watch the table
Mm-mm.
get cleaned. So good opportunity for everyone to take a break. But now we are back, and so are you. And thank you for commenting, thank you for viewing, thank you for sharing.
Yon. Ito, just a few, during the break, I made a quick round of our tournament tables playing the side event. So, shout out and good luck to these players. Ricky, Tito Ricky, the resident DI of Metro Card Club. And good luck also to the Ratman, Ren Halls,
Yeah, nakita ko si
Villanueva, JR
JR. Good
Villanueva.
luck.
Oh, and also to my kuya, Yurid Rivera. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Hope to see you in the final table of the Monster
For
Stack, which
sure.
is the last side event also for this APC series.
Shout out din ako to the best player in my extended family, si Richard Castillo.
Oh, yon. Naglalaro din ba siya ng
Oo,
side
he's in
event?
this monster
Ayan.
stack.
Oo. Yan. Oh, from Dan Nola, amigo. Dan, amigo. Good luck to Hot Sauce. Mukhang nakaporsyento to. And we have Alfie Poetra. Shout out, please. Aspired to be poker pro. I want to be less like Lester Edok when I grow up. As we see this hand developing, Hot Sauce Racing King do suited at the hijack position.
Defense.
Getting a call from Kim Hu Yup in the small blind.
Ito, last time
As my
ni-squeeze ni Choqueto,
Takayama gamely stepped out of the way.
last time ni-squeeze niya when there was
Oo.
a raise and a call. No? But this time, he got out of the way. The hand is just really bad. And besides, maliit na stack ni Hot Sauce. So,
Oo.
baka
Alam na
ilaban
niya.
lang.
Oh. Eto, baka alam na natin ang gagawin dito.
Well, it's
Ayun na nga.
definitely
That's
something to continue with because you got what you wanted when you play King Deuce of
That's
Hearts.
the
you see
next
two
best
hearts.
thing that he wanted, aside from flopping two pairs or a flush
He
or
doesn't know
full.
it, but he did not want to hit the king.
Yes. Oh.
He doesn't know that.
Mm.
But definitely the two hearts is one of the
So Kim
best
Hu
things.
Yup back again in that position when a guy have shoved all into him.
Alam mo, parang ito yung Jack na yun eh. He's on that plane back to Hollywood,
Uh,
acting as if this is a hard fold. But we all know, we can see that this is just a saving face or he wants to look at the
Yeah.
clock to see when the blinds are gonna go up.
Anong tawag natin dito, mga Pinoy?
Anong tawag dyan?
TV time.
TV time.
Eto, shout out kuya ko, isa pang kuya ko, hindi ko alam kung bakit di naglalaro to. Zardi Putoy Rivera. Ayan. Thank you for watching with us. Having that amusing banter with Alfie Puetra. Okay, so we see Kim Huyup letting go of his king queen off, and Richard Marquez
Almost back.
scooping a much needed additional
Almost back to the
chips.
2 million mark. You want to be around 2.5, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder
Parang may
what's.
room to maneuver. Wait, comment ko lang, the guy who said like he wants to be like Lester. Abang-abangan nyo lang because if Metro does this more often and we improve upon the delivery of this presentation, di
Uh,
malayo you're gonna see Lester in one of those featured tables and you can see how he plays. The best way to be like Mike, be like
uh,
Lester, two things. Watch and also play.
watch how they play and try to learn
And
from
then
it,
gawin mo.
and gawin mo, play it.
And these
Oh,
guys are very generous
oh,
with what they know. Pwede mong
that's
lapitan yan.
correct. Oh,
Hindi kayo mislead.
oh, oh,
Oh, ito. We got a
oh,
big hand here. And under
Oi!
the gun, yeah.
Oh, wow.
He's not gonna shove this, of course. You
Rockets.
want to get value for this.
Rockets
You
for
want to
Ron
get raised.
Messina.
Actually, gusto mo balikan ka.
But when you have aces, one of the players in the table has got to have a hand that he'll pay you with,
Oh,
and
this is
that's
it. This is it.
actually
This could be a shoving
Kim
hand.
Hu Yup right now with pocket sevens
Oh, kasi
at the dealer button.
he's at least gonna call, but he might try something funky here.
Yes.
Ever since the break, he's gotten a lot wider. Baka nabulungan to. But he played the Jack 9, he played the
Yeah,
King
yeah.
Queen. These are stuff he
Baka,
wasn't playing before.
baka.
So maybe someone gave us advice like, look how aggressive everyone is. You're the softest guy on the table.
And
Try
he
to play
made
this
this
more.
call to set mine. Buti na lang, he didn't overplay his pocket sevens, no? Akala ko because coming from two consecutive people shoving into you, medyo
No, but
nag-iinit na
then
yung
again,
tenga niya
I
eh.
did just look at his tag, and he has over 3 million at that point. So there's no urgency yet for him. He
That's
does have
correct.
position. He has pocket 7. The racer could
Wait,
have
wait. And,
anything
and
here.
Mo is joining this with Jack Deuce
Yeah,
suited
he got sucked
diamonds.
in from the big blind. Kasi maliit lang yung race eh. It's barely double. 120 k blind, remember. So
Mm.
Mo's got like a discount here. Call 130 for a pot
Yeah,
of
and he
almost
just,
a million.
wow. Kim Hu Yup now have an open-ended straight draw while Mo have a gut shot, actually, an inside straight draw, but
There's nothing much
Ron
for Mo.
Messina's rocket still
Yeah,
good at this
look, the
point.
pot is almost a million, 1.3 ang kay Ron Ryan. If
Mm-mm.
not this street or the next street, he's all in. But Kim Huyup could go nuts on this flop also because this is
Oo.
what you want. You have a draw to the higher end of the straight, hindi yung 13, di ba?
Oo.
He has the 7. And hey, it's an overpair, so he's beating ace king and everything that's continuing.
And I
He's
think he
beating.
just decided and he just announced it's all in. And he's probably going to get a call from Ron
Yeah,
Messina.
he did get a call. Kasi tinable na. That's gonna be a quick
There you
call.
go. So those are the outs you can see on the top part of the screen are the outs that Kim Huyup needed to win this hand. Still at this point.
Statistically ahead, but 42% is
Yeah.
a big window, diba?
Right,
If I told
right.
you like that 42% of the people in the room don't like you,
Yeah,
that's a lot of people.
That's almost half
That's
of
a
the
lot of
people.
people.
That's
So-
almost half of the people. Yeah, that's the thing.
He's in good shape.
So, okay,
Not
let's
great.
see.
You want a brick on the turn just to feel a lot better about this because
Yeah.
the aces are capped right now. They're not getting any better. Dahil monotone yung monotone, the opposite of monotone, rainbow.
There you go.
Okay, barely missed there.
Yeah.
It's a near miss.
And you can hear the chants and the board will pair.
Yes.
So
Wow, he missed on both
yeah.
sides. He needed an 8
right.
because even the 7 was an out. So he missed the 7,
tama.
he missed the 8.
Yes.
The
So
please.
much needed double up for Ron Messina, courtesy or at the expense of Kim Huyup, who dropped down to 1.6. And Ron Messina's gonna jump up to probably 3.8, almost 4 million. Okay, just want to shout out, naglalabasan yung mga pro natin, Coach. Martin G is also watching this live stream.
G.
Martin G.
Alam mo, nasa
Okay.
upper echelon din ang poker
Peng
greatness yan.
Mendoza. Dexter Mercado of Wild Aces and the Hearts. Yeah, tira pasok, Lodi. Yan, there you go. Shout out. Okay. So, there you go. Also, shout out and good luck to one of my poker and talpak idols. Playing right now, ang Leon ng Norte. Ha? Lakay, Mike Lakay de Leon.
Lakay.
Shout out to you, sir, and good luck. We will see you in the final table.
Please proceed to the red
Yan.
area. Once again, all
Like to hear in the comments what do you think of that shove with sevens on the 4-5-6 board?
Yeah.
Was there any
He
other
has
way to
he
play
has
it?
2.3 million at that point eh.
Oh, pero ang effective stack yung natira kay Ron Ryan eh. So it really
Oo.
didn't matter kahit 10 million pa stack
But
niya.
would you rather have just called in that position and just see,
Yun nga, interesting to see in
di
the
ba?
comments. If you call tapos may lumabas na malaking baraha and you miss your straight, tatapon ka pa ba?
Oo.
So,
Teka, eto. Kai Chong, ang tagal ding hindi gumalaw nito, no?
yeah, but he's in
Uh,
better shape now than when he started. So
that's
he's
correct.
managed to stay ahead of the blinds.
Oy, we were just, teka lang, we're just talking of this guy. Just mentioned him, Jed Acosta. Shout out to Ken Del
Master
Rosario.
Jed.
Thank you, sir, for joining us.
Kent Del Rosario, isa pa yung
Oo.
OG. He was lag before we knew what lag was. Di ba?
That's true. That is very true. And there was a time that after taking a sabbatical from poker, he went back and played the daily tournaments of here at Metro pre-pandemic, and we'd be seated in the same table and we'd just talk about poker. I picked up a very valuable lessons from that guy as far as tournament play is concerned. One thing I always recall learning from him is that never float your second pair if there's already an ace on the board.
Never float your second pair.
Because
Because
sometimes you hit mid
then you
pair.
hit aces up and you're actually dead.
You hit mid pair, and you wanna float your second card, so you hit two pairs. What if the other guy has
Yan yung
ace
isa
X
may
actually
aces up.
already hit two pairs on the board? So you're just hanging yourself. Okay.
So
All
yeah, we have
right.
yet to lose a player. We started with the eight.
That's
This is still
true.
the
That's true.
final
Still
eight.
eight.
The
Yeah.
magic eight.
Everybody's
The excellent eight. Exciting
yeah.
eight.
Everybody's proving to be a tough nut to crack here. No one want to give in. Banter going on here at our chat box from live stream. Bill Andrew Bayona Maglaki of
Cho.
Pampanga. Cho Maglaki. Happy Independence. Just greeting everybody happy Independence.
And keep the comments coming, guys, and the sharing. Thank you for supporting on behalf of Metro
Yeah,
and all
and
the players the new players that would be coming out after they see this. I mean, ito yun eh. Like you take a bunch of players who are new to the game or not even playing the game yet.
yeah,
You let them watch Mike Takayama and Hot Sauce and Lester Eddock
that's
for a
right.
while. They're
Mm,
gonna wanna play this game.
yeah.
Because when you see your heroes, that's what really like, ba't tayo nagba-basketball kung di
Mm.
pinapanood si Jolas, di ba?
Oo.
Jolas talaga.
I have Michael Santos. Miss these two brothers, Jester and Ron. Midas days.
Oy!
Shout out to you, sir. Long
Mike
time.
Santos. I think I
Oh,
saw
Mike
him at
Santos.
Masters couple
Nasa
of weeks
Masters.
ago. Oo.
Pati ko nakita no. Nasa Masters din ako
I think dinalaw niya si
Alright.
the great Yang Lee. The old Yang Lee.
Yeah. Shout out to Alan Gomez. Just joined our live stream. Napakagandang final table niyan. Good luck sa lahat.
Yeah, it was good because distributed in chips. No one was short or micro stack. Everyone had
Yes.
room, and then everyone was taking turns, making moves, taking control of the table. No real big missteps except yung isang ace high call ni Hot Sauce. But this is
Mm.
part of the roller coaster ride that he's used to. You know, he makes these moves. Part of his success formula yan.
Eto. Edgar Asihan with pocket 7 under the gun.
Yeah, no callers here. Nobody has a hand so far. That's deep under the gun race to 270. The blinds are 60 and 120. So, ganyan pa rin. Nobody really does 3x anymore. So, especially sa final table, they all got the memo. There's no need to raise that much. It's been barely minimum, 2.2, 2.5 times. Same result. So in the big blind,
Okay. Big blind. Will Hot Sauce defend his big blind?
ito yung hand na nakasakit sa kanya, yung suited
Oo,
queen 8
pero
ni Troy.
teka lang, kakagaling lang yan sa ano eh. Kaya maybe fresh pa sa kanyang memory yung lesson
he's
nung
still
hand
in
na
the
yun.
process of clawing his way back.
Right.
And hindi siya yung aggressor dito eh. So naunahan
Yes.
na.
Sabi ni Patrick Cañete from Cebu, for sure maraming bagong tubo lalaro nito. That's the big difference with poker to any other sport. You will always have a chance. Ano
That's
yung
right.
tubo? Bagong tubo.
Bagong tubo, bagong laki, bagong
Bagong tubo.
tubo sa asukal, no?
Mm.
Tubo.
Bagong tubo.
Hindi, pag lugaw
New
business mo, malaki tubo mo.
okay, bagong tubo,
No, but
new breed, yeah.
to his point, diba? Because
Uh,
if I'm 60 and I'm watching some new guys play basketball, jumping, dunking all over the place, I don't go out to a basketball court just because physically hindi ko na kaya yan eh.
yes.
But any age, new player, underage or overage, you see this and you go, I think I'll give this a shot because
That's right.
wala na physical advantage eh. Well,
Oo.
hindi not really at the lower levels. No, at the higher levels, yes, may physical advantage. Like can you stay still and hold it together for
Mm-hmm.
8 hours, diba? That's very physical. Pero yeah, this is a game kasi that anyone can just jump in and come in and look,
That's true.
and it's the good thing and the not so good thing about poker players is that you always think you're at the top of your game, even though you may not even be there anymore.
Oo.
So that's why this game actually keeps going. There's always a chance for you to grow in it.
Okay. Pinoy Dau, pa-shout out po. Pinoy Dau from California. Ba, anong oras na ba sakali ngayon? Di ba
Pinoy
sila
daw
ang ex...
o Pinoy daw?
Dau, D-A-U eh. Maybe Dau.
Gusto ko yung isang comment, go GSW. Yeah, had a very good day yesterday.
Yeah, they've tied the
I
series.
try to make a
I
point.
just watched the highlights
Yeah, I
kanina.
try to make a point not to watch the game in the morning kasi pag natalo, sira yung araw ko eh.
Oo.
So I try to get through the day and do what I gotta do and then stay away from any news. But just in case, hindi
Eto.
maganda yung outcome.
Eto, coach, kaibigan natin, one of another pillars of poker down south na ngayon, John Ong. Sino yung dalawang gwapo ng mga commentator? Yung pa rin dalawang gwapong kaibigan
Mas
mo.
guwapo si
Oo.
John Ong.
Mr.
And
John Ong, shout out to
you know what?
you.
Cebu is open now. Looking forward to visiting Cebu again, seeing some friends there, including John Ong and
Yes.
everyone at Voyager Poker.
Voyager Poker, who incidentally will have, after this, they are having a tournament, a 1 million poker tournament down there at Voyager Poker. I think this is the one hosted by IVP.
Si
Oh.
Ivy. Also,
Ayan. Shout out
almost synonymous
to all
Voyager.
poker players down south, Cebu City.
And this
Ayan.
Cebu because it's so close. No matter where I stay in Cebu, I can walk to Voyager.
Talaga ba? Nasa
Okay,
mga
short
Voyager?
walk, long walk.
When was the last time I was in Cebu? When was that? That was in Shangri-La, no?
2019.
2019.
After PPWC. That's
yeah.
we were there with
Yes.
Sina Shane.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the action. Small blind versus big blind. You're expecting a race, but also fortunate that Edgar actually has a hand. Troy's
Yeah.
not going to defend with
Yeah.
this. So
It's not that adventurous.
oh, it's a completion. Completion
Ah.
and still nothing for
Nothing
Troy.
for. Oh, well, he has an inside straight draw.
No, it's the idiot end of it, so you don't even want that draw. He hit the
Okay,
four.
so that's an auto fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an auto fold. So Troy have been very consistent with this gameplay
this
right
game.
now, playing very disciplined poker.
And I'm glad he's here because for people watching, you get to see the whole spectrum. But there's a way to play that you're on fire, and there's also a way to play that you're just rock solid.
Oo.
Just kahit sabihin yung ABC, but he has shown some ability to defend outside of just the normal range of
Right,
hands.
that's correct.
But the important thing is kahit kung ano pa man ang i-apply mong range, it's how you play it post-flop na walang missteps. This game is a lot. When you're new, you think it's a game of luck, but it's a game of mistakes. So una magkamali, he pays.
That's true. Ito, Edsel Villares. Sana magkaroon din ng Metro Card Club in Bicol Region, Legazpi City, probably, or Daraga Albay. Kasi meron na din kaming Bicol International Airport and napakarami din naming poker players in Bicol.
We vouch for that. There's
Yeah,
a
we know
lot
that.
of online players from Bicol.
In our online platform right now, there's a lot of Bicolano poker
we
players.
need a poker house down there.
Yeah.
Because Bicol will service also south of Quezon. Like I would drive down there.
Yes. Who knows? Metro Card Club might, as we slowly go back to the normal pre-pandemic situation. And we'll see here. Okay.
Speaking of normal, here's normal for you. Hot Sauce Racing from the cutoff with 6 deuce.
Yeah, that's
Right.
normal. But let's see. Troy, I think, is deciding.
Yeah, he's
He's
gonna defend.
yeah.
He can defend. He's the chip leader. He's tangled with hot sauce before, and maybe he had that really great
Right.
read. Baka,
Right. Oo, yun yung
when he
that was what I was about to say. Baka nakukuha na niya.
hit a total blank though this time. But Hasa's gonna bet bottom pair.
Of course.
Polarize
So
yan. He'll bet the worst of it and he'll bet the best of it. So he bets this and it should be over here.
yeah.
Troy has not really gotten out of line. There's not gonna be a crazy check raise here. It's just gonna
That is
be
what probably Hot Sauce is thinking. That's why he keeps attacking
yeah.
the blinds of Troy and Huyup because he knows that he can readily, you know, get a good idea whether these guys will hit the flop or not. Uh,
It's not except for that misread dun sa ano no, dun sa flush.
but that was
Uh,
on the river already. Parang gusto talaga niyang i-take down yun eh.
I think he convinced himself that he
Oo
was
eh.
right. Even though
Oo
in his
eh.
heart he was like,
Oo.
it can't be. This guy has not done anything
Right,
out of
right. That's
line.
correct.
You're
Oo.
not good. You want to be the one to catch him bluffing, but
Mm.
you didn't.
All right, if you have just joined us, welcome to the live coverage of the Asia Poker Championship coming to you from the Metro Card Club, the home of Philippine Poker Champions, in collaboration with KMGM, Korean Mind Game members. This is the 20 million guaranteed main event, and this is the final eight
I
players.
think we need to pay attention here because Mo has gotten really low. Nothing has gone well for him,
Wow,
man, and we
that's
don't even
correct.
see
And
the
now
hand.
he is all in.
I don't think he needs to see his hand. He's
Yeah.
under the gun. He's about to take a blind and pay some more antes. He started with about 3 million, all the way down to 630 now. Wala akong
Yeah,
nakitang
wala,
showdown.
oo, wala.
It's just bleeding and nothing
Mhm.
turning out right. Wow, Hot Sauce folded King Queen, didn't want any part of it. I guess he's gonna leave the blinds to take care of this,
Mhm.
but the blinds don't have anything right now. He might get through this all the way. Only the big blind to get through. Oh
But
no!
Mike
Yes,
Takayama
Choke
has
has to make
ace
that call.
queen,
Now we're gonna see the hand.
and I think Mo shot with the dominated hand. I see an ace, and the number it's a 9 or a 10. Let's see. The
Yep.
Mo's hand will probably display in a few
Wait,
minutes. Ace Jack
oh, it's the
actually.
worst of it.
Wow.
Absolute worst of it. He's got a
Heavily
three outer.
dominated, but yet let's see the flop first.
He can't even get a chop unless the entire like a 6 and a 5
Right.
shows up right now. So he wants a jack. That's no good. So now he's not gonna chop. He just really needs a jack. So bad news for Fisherman
Yeah.
Mark.
Oh.
He was a
For
little
those rooting.
he was a little right in that Mike
Yes.
Takayama did take out Mo
Yeah.
in heads up,
Mm.
but
But not the heads up everybody, a lot of people are rooting for.
right.
Good game for Mo Sakwing, finishing in 8th place of the Asia Poker Championship and taking home how much that?
400.
400. 400. So now this remaining 7 players are guaranteed already of 500, half a million already for this remaining 7 players. Too bad for Mo, who
Yeah, it can't say
really
anything.
hadn't
Can't say anything about
gotten
his
his
game.
game going.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
of
nothing.
course. Yeah, that's
It's not like he
just
was.
not getting the breaks, getting preempted in the action because we know what he's capable of, really as a poker player. So anyway, on on to the next tournament for Mo Sakwing. There you go.
All right.
And just like that, no, si Choke, si Mike Takayama, pa-jab-jab lang, and then
Yeah, yeah. That is.
somebody shoves, and you have ace queen, and you get another 600.
Fortunately, it was the shortest stack on the table. You're in the
Right.
big blind. You're getting a discount. You have ace queen. The situation is the short stacks under the gun, which actually ace jack top of the range pa yun. There could
Oh,
have been a lot of weaker hands. Easy call for Mike, and it's the only showdown he's taken. Everything
right.
else has been unseen. Mystery, lahat ng iba niyang hands.
500,000 pesos. Remember, these players are playing for first place, which is 6 million
So
thousand. 6
eto,
million pesos.
a6 offsuit for Troy Morales.
The cutoff. This would be. I mean, we know he'd raised the button. That's part of his arsenal. Let's see about the cutoff. I would include the cutoff just because the guy on the left is so tight.
Yeah.
So you can stretch that stealing position.
And
It's
pre-flop
gonna
action
go
here,
to
we have a
Mike
raise
Takayama in the small
from
blind,
Troy
and the big
pre-flop.
blind is
Raises to
it's gonna be Kai
300,000.
because wala na yung, wait, sino nga ba yung seat 7? Ron Ryan Messina ang big blind. Choka has a hand here. He's never called. Everything has been raised or 3-bet. Ron Ryan has king 3, nothing there. Think this will work out for Troy. Ron Ryan has 3 million. I mean, he can afford to call, but also you don't want to make too big a mistake when you're up against someone who has you covered and you're not really in the danger zone. So if it's a question of does he have to do this? No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
And Troy successfully takes the blinds and antes of that hand.
Still alone at the 5 million mark, but Mike Takayama is creeping up there.
Hmm.
And Kim Huyup, who was one of the chip leaders at one point, had 4 million. He lost a bunch of it nung nagka-aces si Ron Ryan,
Yeah.
and he paid him
Okay,
off
we have a
immediately.
familiar name who just joined our live stream, watching our live stream, Brian McAllister. Hey guys, how are you
What up,
doing
mate?
over? Yeah, Brian
Wow, who's this
McAllister
guy?
from yeah, watching us all the way from the land of down under. At least I think he's there in
Where are you,
Australia.
Brian?
Okay.
Good to hear from you.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Action back on the final table. This is we already have one casualty out of the final eight, and that is Mo Sakwing.
Unlikely casualty, but
Yeah.
the, just the run of
Yeah.
things weren't in his favor,
Right,
so Mo
right,
was out.
right. Actually came into the final table as second in chip stack, but didn't really got the breaks.
300,000 actually becomes a
So
draw.
there you go. We are now with the last seven players in this tournament.
So Mike Takayama raises 300. Blinds are still 61-20. So it's the bigger on the leaning towards the larger end of the spectrum yung raise niya.
Uh-oh.
Above that
On fold,
2.5.
he goes around to
It is
5.
2.5 actually. The hand doesn't matter. He's on the button and he's doing this. He's doing this to
Right.
Kai. Kai 6'4". I like
And
that in a
So,
cash game.
oh,
please
but
come to the registration area. Once again, all
because in the
online
cash game, when you
participants,
get
please
stacked, you
register
can
now.
actually get more chips, but not
And Kai
in this
folds.
tournament. And that was
Blinds
probably
go
Kai
around
Chong had in
And also
mind.
in a cash game,
Game lead
I could be with
folded
the
his
guys
message
for
for.
10, 11, 12 hours. So I got plenty of time to, you know, to advertise and
Uh,
capitalize on it. Dito, there's so much more urgency. This game won't last another 8 hours, so
Calling
you're
all the
not gonna waste
participants.
resources
Your
advertising something
registration
that
right.
did
you're
not
not
begin
gonna capitalize on
momentarily.
anyway.
Lee, Russell, Rolly, Ryan,
Talagang,
Tony, and
are you
Mark
feeling
entering
lucky,
the
punk?
table
Yun lang ang
11.
dahilan
Mm-mm.
Ticket number
na
Lee, Russell,
laruin
Rolly,
nyo.
Ryan, Tony, and Mark. Please proceed to table 11.
So you're seeing the final table area of the metro. The metro is packed, but you wouldn't know it because we've secured this area and kept
Yeah.
all of the bystanders out. There are no phones on this table. So even though the stream is 10-minute delayed for security, we're still feeling pretty good that even if we didn't delay it,
Pre-flop
it would still be
action.
quite secure.
Yeah.
Edgar raises to
Under the gun for Edgar
270,000
Asihan, we saw an earlier chart, he has the highest aggression frequency, meaning frequency means on every opportunity, how often did he take an aggressive action? So Edgar Asian has raised. I think
and
Mike
raise
is
by
three
Mike.
betting
Yeah,
1
to 1
million.
million.
Oh my
This is what
goodness.
we've talked about. Like the
Power.
how you know how the size of your three bet will
Jesus.
make that notion
On
that
fold,
the
Yeah,
other
there's
guy is
there's
almost
there's
all
nowhere
in.
for Edgar Ascent to go. He cannot
Yeah.
call 1 million and leave the rest
That's
behind. So
correct.
he's
So
pretty much pressured to
yeah,
shove right
he's
now.
placed Edgar Asian into a push or
Wow.
fold situation here. He knows he's ahead.
He's not ahead.
No, I'm talking of Mike
Uh,
Takayama.
Now, I don't know. Maybe someone folded the six. That's why the graphic is showing that Mike is ahead. But in a vacuum, without knowing what was folded, the sixes are ahead.
Yeah.
I think, or it might have gotten hit in backwards. The sixes are definitely ahead in a flip. But again, this system here knows it's factoring
And
what
this
was
is a
folded.
tough hand to call because your ace queen, you don't know what
He can't
Mike.
call. He can't call because the
Yeah,
size has
that's
taken the
right.
call out of the equation.
As he
He
can't
can't.
really shove with this because he wouldn't discount the possibility of Mike holding ace king dominating his hand.
Just like that.
So good pot again for Mike, who suddenly picked up action here after
Siyempre,
lulling for several rounds.
yeah, and he lost like possibly one of the bigger threats on the table
Yes,
immediately on his left, na si Mo.
Simo,
So a
oo.
little more room to maneuver. He has more chips.
Uh,
And si Mike is like one of those
mhm.
creatures in lore na parang lumalaki as time goes by.
Right.
He gets more information, so he gets more dangerous. He gets more
Mhm.
chips, so he gets more dangerous. There's no situation where he gets less dangerous as this goes on.
That's correct. Here we go. Shout out to Woody Rivero from Las Vegas. Mark Season. And Gigi Pina said now Takayama doesn't know his head. He's just trying to cap Edgar's range.
Nice.
True enough,
Thank you for that
yes.
comment.
So back to the final table action.
And he's thinking about shoving here.
Kim Hoo Yup under the gun +1.
Yeah, something I tell players who here you go,
And
exactly
true
what I'm
enough,
saying.
there you go. Yeah.
What I was gonna say was you don't want when you're short stack, just don't touch your chips.
Yeah.
When you touch your chips,
Be ready to
you're
put it
no
in.
no you're not ready, but your body is going to make you put it in.
Yes,
That's
that's
what I'm trying to
correct.
say. The
Mm.
more you touch your chips, the more your body will dictate to your mind. Ipasok
Yes.
na natin to, wala nang kwenta to. All these thoughts
Oo.
start coming in.
Tulak mo
But
na yan.
of course, he does have the hand to do it with.
Right.
Pero it's kind of a giveaway. Like when I walk into a room and I'm trying to table select, I look for a table where someone can't, hindi na mabitiwan yung chips.
Uh,
Because I know this guy is just
Calling on
in
Marcos
that space, in
Mayor
that headspace where he
and
just wants to put
Matsuda.
chips in the
Please
middle.
proceed to the registration
So
area.
it wouldn't
Once
hurt you
again,
to
Chair
just not touch
Matsuda
your
and
chips.
Marcos.
If you have all this anxiety, like pick up a stress ball and then just squeeze on that
Proceed to
on
the
the side.
registration area.
but if I see someone in the poker table having not have a squeeze ball in his hand,
It's the
it's
same.
probably the same
It's the
as
same. If someone's
shoveling
constantly,
your chips.
yeah, but holding a stress ball doesn't signal your body, ipasok mo yung chips. But when
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
shuffling your chips over and over, tapos you keep looking at it, you're checking on it visually, ang konti,
Right.
it's just gonna make you put the whole thing in the middle.
Okay, and at the hijack position, we have Ryan Messina with pocket tens. Sabi ng mga Pinoy poker players dito, Riles.
Riles, bakit Riles?
Because the
Yung
way
itsura.
it's, yung tsura nung, the way it's like
Kung bakit one
aligned.
siguro, Riles.
Ang one, alam na natin eh.
Okay, so raise to
Ayan.
270, standard, doesn't give away the hand at all because he's in the hijack. He can have tens, he can have nothing.
Yeah.
Once again,
So
calling
we're
on
just
Ronnie
gonna.
Mark for 50, 100. Please proceed
Sound
to
check.
table
Request to
number
make my
1.
audio louder. Actually, moved my mouthpiece away because I saw I was clipping on the audio uh, when I get excited. So
Yeah.
I'm constantly moving the mic. That's
Okay,
the
here we
downside of
go.
having a headset is that this thing moves. So sometimes it's loud, sometimes it slips down and gets soft. So thank you for reminding. And then if it gets too loud, let us know and then I'll adjust it again. Itong katabi ko, walang adjustment. This guy swallowed a megaphone when he was a baby. So that's why he is the shape he is.
They have to. Our tech guy is the one that has to adjust to level the volume of my mic. But I can see the VU level now. It looks
Yours is the
okay.
one on the bottom. So
Yeah.
it looks like I'm louder
Yeah.
visually.
It's just a matter of your mic away from your mouth, I guess.
Yep.
Gigi said it's better now. So we are back
Thank you.
to the action here. Last 7 players.
We'll do a time check. We started a little bit after 11, so I'd say like more than 3 hours to lose one player. And that's fair enough because of the caliber and the way the
Yeah.
chips were distributed and the structure.
This is actually a tough table. Like with given all these players are here. Hey, interesting hand developing. Mike Takayama racing at under the gun with King Queen suited and Ryan Messina just beside him with pocket fives. Let's
Hey,
see
if it
what
was a short
the
stack,
guys do.
he might have been easier to play, but he's not.
Yeah.
He's kind of in the mid-level range of the stack. Mike is may or may not be the chip leader right now.
hmm
Very close to. So there's a call in
There's that
position.
call, yeah, to set.
He set mine. He can float.
Yeah.
Mike Takayama's got a very good hand. King Queen suited.
Uh-oh, Edgar
Edgar can
Asian
come
might
along.
join this at the button,
He
yeah.
could steal
Or he
position
can,
here.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Not I don't mean steal the pot. I mean steal the position because Ron Ryan was calling because he would have position on Mike, but when Edgar overcalls here, then he will have ultimately the positional advantage. That is a speculative hand, and I'm wondering like well he can't close the betting because he has to get through the blinds. So I mean if he could close the betting, this would be easier to maybe call. So you should be checking the guys in the blinds to see if they seem to have any intention.
I wonder if he's contemplating a squeeze at this point. No, he's calling, he's calling. There you
Could
go.
be trouble if he
Yeah,
squeezes
there you go.
because he does
Just a
have 2
call.
million.
Yeah, you have the advantage of position over the two. Kim Hu Yup will
Oh,
let
there
go
goes one of
of
the
his big
kings.
lines. I
We're
think
about to
that's the
see a
second.
flop with one less king. We saw a king get tossed in the muck by Kim Huyup.
Yeah.
The fives are ahead, of course. Doesn't need to hit anything. 7-4-10. 7 is ahead now, but he doesn't know it. He has to figure this one out. Mike Takayama, tough to see bet with two players behind, so wisely he doesn't push it. Nothing but runners for him. He does have 2
Right.
overs.
And this is a tough spot actually for Ron Messina because he's squeezed between Mike Takayama
Yep,
and Edgar Asihan.
rocking a
So,
hard place. He
yeah,
checks.
so he checks. We'll probably see a bet here.
I'm interesting. It could go, whichever way your style dictates.
Yeah.
I mean,
Edgar
at
Asihan.
this point, when 2 players have checked, normally your mid pair is as good as top pair because
That's correct.
no one has represented the top pair. So there goes Mike Takayama. It's up to Ron Ryan. Is there a float in the books here? Uh, it's kind of drawy because of the 2 spades.
Yeah.
You have to figure what is Edgar calling. Definitely a speculative hand. So pag ganyan, we're always thinking it's an ace X suited or also a pair. So he has to figure. Did Edgar bet because they checked? Did he actually hit something? But it's actually a little bit of both.
That's right.
Calling this might not be something he can afford. It's 420
Yeah,
with
and
what he's got left.
Ron Messina lets go of his pocket fives. It's a good fold for Ron Messina,
I mean, it
even
would
if
have
he
been
doesn't
easier
know
to
it.
play if Edgar hadn't come along.
Yes,
But that
definitely.
Edgar coming along just
Yeah,
kiboshed the
made
whole
some.
plan.
Okay, shout out again to Kuya, Mr. Rico de la Cruz. Mr. Jesper, shout out
Yan
naman
yung
kami ni Ed
kinikwento ko.
Rolex.
Si Rico de la Cruz, the
Oo.
guy who stopped me from stealing his blinds.
Yeah. Si Mr. No Lukyeng. Shout out naman kami ni Ed Rolex and we know Ed Rolex
Ed
also.
Rolex,
While
yes.
eating kami dito sa Bacolod, TY, Mr. No
Uy,
Lukyeng.
Bacolod,
Bacolod,
nakakamiss.
inasal to, kulang lang to ng nilagay.
Akala ko
Dito.
Bacolod mismo. Alala ko,
Okay.
nandun tayo.
Brian
Nagkabog.
McAllister said you have some good players on the table. Definitely Mark Zamora, Tindin Takayama. Okay, that's and then GG Pinas, really tough table with only 2 weak spots. All right.
And I would say one of those 2 weak spots, of course, I assume GG's referring to Troy and who you
Yeah.
Kim. Troy has proven to be, okay, great.
I
He doesn't
I'm
have the
not.
experience, but I wouldn't say weak,
Yes,
pretty
I'm not really
solid.
sure you can. Yeah, you can put Troy in that weak spot
A little
category.
bit softer than the rest, but
Yeah,
definitely he's
not.
held his own
Yes,
here.
that's correct. Yeah. And maybe because Troy hasn't been really playing the circuit, the tournament grind here because he lives in Batangas. But you can't really just count him out. Who knows what he's
Also a
capable?
bit of
And
advantage
you
that
know this
there's
this.
there's
Go ahead.
not
Yeah.
there's not as much table time on him.
Right, that's
Like
correct.
hot sauce and choke, inside out baka alam na nila.
Uh,
So this guy a bit of a mystery, and maybe that's why hot sauce called him with ace high.
yeah,
Just to try to pierce that veil of mystery.
that's correct. Minsan that can work to your advantage if your opponents doesn't have that table time sa'yo eh.
Actually, I can say like with some confidence that this is true because every new room that I played in for the first
Yes.
time has always been very easy for me.
Right.
So it really helps when they have no clue who you are, what you're doing, what you're capable of. Okay, mystery hands here, but the razor was hot sauce. And now we gotta defend from the big blind ni Mike Takayama, and of
Mm-mm.
course Troy also called from the button. Nobody interested in his flop so far, but action is on Troy. 10-9-3, two spades on the board. I think the fact that Mike is also in the hand froze up hot sauce, and three-way it's not as
Yeah,
you
and I
know.
wonder if it is a right time for our tag guys to change deck again. We
Well,
seem to be
this
glitching
happens
again.
because the RFID isn't reading the deck. That can happen because there's too much grime on the cards, or maybe from the bending.
Yeah.
So they just have to change deck before this kind of thing happens. But it will be entertaining for us because,
We have to guess the
yeah,
Jack Link again. Jack Link time.
Troy bet because Troy bet on the button and Mike called.
We can see them
Yeah,
fixing. I see our tech
hot
guy
sauce is out. So now we
uh,
see.
goes
Uh,
under the table.
oh, Troy getting sneaky there. He actually bet his gut shot.
Calling
He
all
bet a gut
participants
shot, and
present
Mike
for
called with the
tonight's
second pair.
table.
But guess
Please
what?
raise
Mike
your
has
hand
improved
for
here. I
red
wonder if he
and
leads out
coffee,
here.
green,
He's
juice,
just gonna
and
go
red.
straight value, or
I
he's
think
gonna
he
get
will
sneaky.
because
One
that board is
100. Red and
kind
green.
of
White
drawy right
coffee,
now
green,
also.
juice, and
Yeah,
So you
now
want to
there's two
bet for
flush draws out
value.
there. Two
Yeah.
flush draws, and of course,
A
we know
possible
Troy has
straight
the
draw.
gut
Yeah.
shot. 450 for a gut shot. And your gut shot could be counterfeit if if it comes out like a queen of clubs or a queen of spades.
Right.
So I think that makes it a lot easier for Troy to get out of here.
Yes.
Chief! We have Chief
Okay.
in the
Yeah. Well,
house.
we have the chief just walked into our booth, and we want to
We
thank him
are hashtag
for
blessed.
sponsoring our Metro jackets. Again, you can get
See,
this. This is available for sale here at the Metro Card Club. Yeah, you can always get a piece, bring a piece of Metro Card Club wherever you go.
Back to Mike. No, Gigi, our viewer Gigi pointed out earlier that Mike knew who he was gonna attack, and
Right.
that was so on point because we're like 3.5 hours, almost 4 hours into this, and he hasn't attacked anyone else other than the two
Yeah,
players on
yeah,
his right.
that's correct. That's a
It's
good
like it's
observation.
almost like textbook where the
Right.
players on your right are the targets because chips flow clockwise on the poker table, and
Yeah.
it also helps that the two on the right are the what you would say are more of the
Probably,
easier
yeah,
targets.
the least experienced among the bunch.
So it also
Okay.
helps that Mike busted out the guy immediately on his left. So he's reducing
Right.
threats on the left and he's attacking spots on the right.
Okay. Adrian Ross says, nakakamiss maglaro sa Metro. Grabe yung mga nasa final table. Wala halos galawan. Good luck players. Shuffle up and deal. I'm not so sure about that. Walang halos galawan. Anyway, Brian McAllister says, is saying, so good to see Richard in there. I miss you guys. Richard
Hot
Marquez.
sauce.
Richard Marquez, that's right. Okay, Pau Coral. Shout out to Peter Chong, aka Asing. Hope you do well and win it all. We love you from your family here in New York,
Is,
Cubao.
who
Papa
is
Pau.
this Peter Kai Chong?
What?
Sino si Peter Chong?
Is he?
It's Kai.
Yeah,
Si Kai.
Kai Shin Chong. Kai Chong. Yeah, Peter Kai Chong.
Oh, this could be a raising hand for hot
Rafi
sauce.
Pandili, how much Metro jacket? How much yung ano? Hindi natin natang. We'll get that information to you
Let's
later.
start bidding in the comments right now for this Metro jacket.
Okay.
Pocket 6 is in the hijack for Edgar Asihan. Blinds are 60K, 120K, raises to 250. Troy has King Queen with position in the cutoff. He's been a bit more active, but he's gone down from 5M to 4M because of that
After
action.
that clash with Mike Takayama in the recently concluded hand, so maybe he'll try to recover what he lost there. Okay, he's gonna look
It's
up.
understandable to defend with,
Right.
to see a flop with his hand in position. If you can guarantee you'll stay in position, so always helpful to take a
Right.
peek at the players on the left, make sure they're not interested. Uh, as you know, Mike has the ability to squeeze here, but of course he didn't this time. In the big blind
Mm.
run, Ryan Messina is out, so Troy gets what he wants, but also Edgar gets what he wants in that he's getting a call and a
Yeah.
chance to take down an even bigger pot.
Edgar Asian is sitting on 2.8 million in stack, while Troy Morales is at 3.5 million.
Calling all the calling players from our new 2550 table.
Okay, there should have
Back
been a flop by now,
Troy,
so we're
Judge,
just gonna wait
Alex
to
R,
see
Aki,
the
and
system
Santiago.
update us on
Yeah.
it.
Please proceed
We
with
are
your votes.
broadcasting 10 minutes
Once again, calling all the calling players
delayed,
from our
so it's
new
not like I can stand up
2550
and look at the
table.
table and actually
Max,
see the flop.
D-Boy,
Right.
Judge, Alex R,
So
Aki,
we
and
are
Technic
seeing what
Office
you
and
are
Shambles.
seeing.
Please proceed to table 12.
Action so far is that there was a pre-flop race, and oh, Troy actually three bet. That's what I'm missing. That's why there's no flop. Okay, my bad.
Okay.
My bad. I missed that. Troy 3 bet 550. That's what got everyone else out. I like this because he has position and he's guaranteed he keeps position. This is bad for Troy.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, Edgar defends, flats the 3 bet. Of course, you check. And now it's up to Troy to decide. This is one of the drills we used to run when we were training. We just run a bunch of flops and it's
Yeah.
always decide. See bet, don't see bet. See bet, don't
Don't
see
see that.
bet. So
And
what
for
kind of
Troy,
boards?
since he has the advantage of position, I don't think he needs to do that right now, but he did. He
Yeah, I'm a bit
bets the
against doing
flop.
it because there's nothing to represent
Yes, that's right.
except if you actually do have an overpair.
Yeah, but the fact that he three bet, maybe he's counting on projecting that
He is folding out
idea that he
a lot
has
of ace
over
X. Yeah,
pairs.
and he's folding out a lot
Yeah.
of ace X. But I hope he's one and done here because I don't see it. Well, fortunately for him, he's not gonna get a chance to barrel himself to death because Edgar Asian has check raise.
Did he check raise?
Did he check raise? He took a bunch of, yeah, he did
Oh
check
wow.
raise. It's a bunch of pink chips, the whole stack. Makes it easy for Troy.
So Edgar is also thinking that Troy three betted with an overpair here.
Yeah, that's what you're hoping. You're hoping he has aces because
Yeah.
if he sees what we're seeing, obviously he's just flatting and he's gonna try to
Right.
get Troy to barrel
That's
himself to
true.
death. So he has to try to get value here. If you think the opponent has an overpair and you can get the stack in
But
right here, right
even
now.
but the question is, even if you put the guy on overpair or aces, like would it be wise to check raise him at this early
Pwede,
in the stage?
again, we'd love to hear from the comments what your thoughts are, but the typical line, I know what you're saying, the typical line of a set that you can sniff it out is check call, check raise.
Yeah.
Nagpapakilala yan sa
Yes,
turn.
yes, a turn.
But again, if you feel like the guy has an overpair, because Troy is so tight, so when you three bets, you're not thinking king queen, diba? You're thinking aces kings.
So you want to bait that win. And true enough, there you
Yeah.
see the fold from Troy Morales after that check raised by Edgar Asihan. Nonetheless, a good pot, almost over 1 million for Edgar Asihan. And that will drop Troy to down to only 3 million and boost Edgar ASEAN stack to 4.4
Yeah. Thank you for the
million.
comments, guys. Just about to read them. Very interesting.
Right. GG Pinas saying CBET is not bad.
See,
Yes,
that's
we
not bad.
agree. And Joseph
Yeah,
Santiago saying
nobody likes that
it's a
check
bad
raise.
move, maybe referring to that check
Yeah, they
raise.
don't like that check raise.
Edsel Villares says too early for check raise.
Yeah. Yun nga, we're saying that yun ang linya ng set.
Yes.
But then again, sometimes you change it up because you can sniff out a set of
Right.
check call, check raise on that board with
It
middle
it
cards.
would probably depend talaga kung ano yung read ng mo dun sa player and what is holding. Maybe
If you think he has
Edgar really
aces,
put him on big
yeah,
cards,
if you,
kings, aces, and kasi sure na yon pag check raise mo sa kanya and kinol ka niya, and the player calls you, you know he's got him. He's baited because
But
he's
then, you know,
gonna be
by
pot
that logic,
committed.
again, you guys can comment, diba? If you think the
Yeah.
guy has aces, then magbabarrel uli yun sa turn.
That's true.
So
That
still too
was
early
that.
to check
Yeah,
raise,
yeah, yeah.
diba? And that turn
That's
barrel
that.
could be all in.
That's correct. That's why
Speaking
I
of all
asked,
in,
is it premature to
yeah.
have check raise in that spot? As we see King Huyup seeing King Queen of suit, and that's good enough for him to shove all of his 1.2
Oh, 10 BB,
million.
10 BB yan. So again, we're
Yeah,
talking with Chief yesterday. Is 10 BB a shove? Hindi na. Not in these days. There's still room for
right.
little bets there. But Kim Huyop
Okay.
has played yung path of least resistance, and I can understand that na going all in. Well, hindi ka na ma-outplay niyan.
Oh,
If you feel like medyo may deficit ka sa post-flop maneuvering, then this is the better move.
that's
Sabi
right.
nga nila, kung si Phil Ivy kalaban mo, all in mo na lang lagi.
And then Kai Chong is actually on tanking right now. He has one. He needs to call
It's
1.5
huge.
million and he's sitting on 1.9 and
Yeah,
he's got
yeah.
King Six
I
suited.
don't know why. What he's thinking here
Begs the
because
question why. But
yeah, this
anyway,
is Kim Huyup hasn't shown
yeah,
anything really lower than this.
that's
The
true.
lowest hand he's played was Jack 9, and we knew he was gonna fold it. So for
Right.
him to shove this is definitely better than King
There you
6.
go. There you
Yeah.
go. Kai,
Only thing you
Kai
wish for
Chong.
is
Yeah.
you wish for is like I wish he has pocket 5 and I play my King 6.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Okay. Hey, shout out to our friend Edwin Tamayo Rojas.
Was
With
Edwin.
Koreans around, sana may Badugi tourney. We'll take that
Alam
into
mo
we'll,
naman
we'll
sa
pass on that
Badugi,
to
si
our
Kuya Edwin.
organizers. There are still several upcoming APCs in the calendar of MetroCard Club for the rest of the year. So yeah, we'll definitely
Badugi.
take that into account.
Badugi Lord yan.
Jemmy Ventura, may list po kayo ng price ng top 8,
Yes, third day. Yes, we have that
of
list.
course. Ito,
Looks like there's a bit of a break happening here.
yes, that.
So, tama-tama. We can read this list.
Ayun, oh, ayan, naka-break pala tayo. Ito, for your pleasure, Jemmy Ventura, the champion of this tournament, is gonna take home 6 million. Second place will take 3.3 million. Third will take 2 million. Fourth is taking home
Okay.
1.25. The fifth will take home 850. Sixth is taking home 650. And the
Upo
seventh,
ka?
because we're now at
Upo ka?
the last seven
Sige.
players, is taking down half a million. So there you
Okay.
go, Miss.
Hey, we
I
have a
hope that
treat during the
answers.
break. Don't get up. Don't get off the view. I will get up because I will give my seat up to
Oh,
Chief. Chief Mark
okay.
Rivera
Oh.
here with us.
Eto na, ang pinakaantay ng lahat. We would like to welcome in the panel the guy who just entered the booth, the Chief Mark Rivera. I'm sure he has followed the action so far, and we are raring to get his opinions
Yeah,
as to the composition of this table and his projections, ika nga. But first, Chief, bati ka muna sa ating mga nanonood.
hello, good afternoon sa lahat. Medyo late ako, so I'm feeling a little bit under the weather because of the series. Medyo napagod siguro.
Oo.
And una, I would like to greet everyone happy Independence Day today.
Mhm.
And what a day for Philippine poker, no? As
Oo.
you as I go here, I drive, I see flags all around. And even in our final table,
Yes,
you can
oo,
see a lot of
poor.
Philippine flags. 7 out of 8
7 out of,
Filipinos.
that's
I hope you
correct.
can hear me well, ah. I'm
Oo.
feeling a little bit under the weather,
And,
so I'd like to put
iangat
my
lang
mask
natin ng
on.
konti yung mic level di Chief. Ano. Okay, Chief, sakto yung nabutan mo. Ito yung our chat box is abuzz right now commenting on that hand. We saw Edgar Asihan racing pre-flop with pocket sixes,
And then,
and Troy Morales, our player from Batangas,
mhm.
three betted him to 550,
Okay.
and Edgar opted to flat call, and the flop was 6-8 698, no? Oo, basta Troy has king queen out of Edgar checks. Troy made a continuation bet, and basically Edgar Asian check raised him. The question is, the
What did
board
Edgar had again,
pocket
please?
six, he flopped set.
Oh, Edgar had sixes.
Oo.
And then Troy had
Pwede, wait. Pwede nating hindi pala pwedeng i-replay.
Troy
Si Troy
hangin.
wala, oo.
Oh, 693, is it rainbow or
Rainbow. Rainbow,
okay?
di ba? Oo. Ha? Two hearts, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, ate, we're asking, was it a premature move? Because we're saying if you put Troy on a big pair, an over pair, uh, wouldn't you have check called and let him hang himself? Or would you want, siguro yung line ni Edgar was check raise para mabait na si Troy into
Okay.
calling and
Uh,
then pot
okay,
committed
let
na.
me get back to recap. Uh, Edgar had sixes at
Oo.
which position again?
Zero
Blind
suited
versus
just
blind ba yon?
entered on our seventh monster
Cut
set.
off button.
Okay, so Edgar opened sixes, Troy
Yeah.
flatted with king,
Three bet.
Entries.
three bet
Pre-flop.
with,
Registration
King queen
number
offsuit.
okay, king queen offsuit.
7
The reason why Edgar check raised because he's putting Troy on an overpair.
Albert
That's
pair.
one way of getting the money in.
Yes.
And Troy will, if Troy had aces, kings, or queens,
Right.
money will be in
Yes.
on the flop.
Committed na siya sa flop pa lang.
Okay. If Edgar flats and a scare card comes on the turn, there, for example, a heart, or if there's two suits, as you say,
Yes.
Edgar might lose action.
Okay.
Okay. Now, even if Troy had ace king and Edgar check raised him, there's a good chance that Troy will still flat
Call. Yeah.
because he might put Edgar on a
Right.
possible flush draw, combo straight draw, or
That's
something like
correct.
that. But again, that's the reason why Edgar probably put
Yeah.
yeah. Although it
This
flatting will be a
an
good
okay move
an okay
also,
move
no?
also.
Oo.
Also depends on how Troy bets the flop.
That's correct.
If you remember, would you mind tell me how much relative to the size of the pot did Troy see bets?
Maliit lang, no? That's parang a third of the pot.
Okay,
Oo.
a third of the pot means a complete C bet. So
Yeah.
flatting might be a possible move.
Yeah.
But again, what I'm trying to say here is Edgar wouldn't want to lose action. That's why he trip. And would
Mm.
you know how much Edgar check raised him with? 1.1 million. Oh, that's a good
Mm.
raise. Um,
And of course, ang result nun, si Troy folded because he has nothing.
because he has nothing. But I'm saying is if
But
Troy,
I think Edgar. This is just an assumption on my part, of course. I think he's putting Troy on an overpair at that
yes,
point.
at that point, because Troy made a very strong re-raise, considering
Yes,
that he's the next to act.
yes,
There are people
that's correct. Oo.
behind
Behind
acting,
him,
so
action behind him.
that's why Edgar made the race
Oo.
basically to get paid.
So he
Because if
really wanted to bait Troy
yes,
as
yes,
early as that. Kasi that's what I'm saying. Also, I'm thinking I'd probably if I'm putting someone on an overpair, I'd probably do the same because
yeah,
I
of
wanna
course. Oh.
get him. I don't want him to get scared
Hmm.
off
Hmm.
because there's a flush draw. If a third
Correct,
heart comes
correct.
in and he doesn't have any heart, that's probably gonna
Yes.
scare him off.
Or maybe Edgar was thinking Troy had like tens or jacks,
Oh,
and ace king queen might lose action on the turn
right.
for Edgar. Edgar doesn't want
Plus, wala pa rin
those
naman siyang
cards.
table time kay Troy Morales. So,
Hmm.
baka iniisip niya, pag trinibet ko to, i-overplay niya kung
Yes,
overcards man,
correct.
di ba?
Yeah.
I-4-bet shove ako.
Hmm.
Or, I mean, pag chinek raise ko to, i-3-bet shove ako. So,
Hmm.
ano.
When actually nung nagising ako kanina, I was watching. I immediately tuned into the action, and I
Mm-mm.
saw some hands where that time when before I came here, the two chip leaders were Troy and Mike.
Yes.
The both had like 4 million something.
Yes.
And as we have been saying, poker is like a game of skill and luck.
Yes.
Okay. At that point, we see Troy having the benefit of getting
Good cards.
hitting good cards,
Yeah.
but there's no prejudice to how he is playing.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
he's playing also very well. I mean, he wouldn't get into the final table without
Mm.
playing by not playing well. But we're saying the comparison that Mike accumulated 4 million in chips without the
Without
showdowns,
showdown,
three
yeah.
betting with King 7 off, so three betting all in
Yes.
with 10-9. Again, I wanted to comment on that. The reason why I think they came from a break,
Yes.
and then the Korean guy had the chip lead during that time,
Mm-hmm.
and Mike was expecting that he would shift gear, and he
Mm.
did. He raised the first hand. Yeah, although he got some advice also
Right.
from his friends, and that's the right
Right.
thing to do also to get to go more aggressively having
Mm. Mm.
the chip lead. And also one possible way is they saw the coverage that all everybody's playing tight.
Yes.
So maybe he got the advice of attack.
From his rest.
Yes,
That was what we were trying
and
to.
so Mike probably got a good read of that move being done by the Korean. That's why he was
Right.
able to shove with 10-9.
Yeah.
Because being experienced as Mike is, he also does that. When he gets the
Yes.
chip lead, you go. Everybody does that.
Right.
Everybody plays more hands when they have the chip lead. That's why that was a very, very splendid play by Mike
By Mike
Takayama.
Takayama,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, let me shift your attention to the remaining players right now. I'm not so sure if you're gonna answer this, but last night I made an unofficial survey as to who their favorites are
Yeah.
that will go heads up, and the overwhelming choice was Mo Sakwing and Mike Takayama, even in
Yeah.
our earlier
Yeah.
comments. But now Mo Sakwing is actually out of the final table. So if you are to knowing, and you know most of these players,
Mhm.
if you are to put in a fearless forecast of who will let me give you a twofold question, Chief. Fearless forecast kung sino, pero kung sino yung ang isang sagot mo, personal favorite mo, or, kung sino yung gusto mong makita na mag-heads up dahil yun yung action. Ako personally, I wanted really Mike and Mo.
Yeah.
Kasi
Mhm.
parehong aggressive eh. Yung style
Yes.
nila gusto ko eh. But wala na nga si Mo. Ikaw, sinong palagay
I
mo?
would think ang tanong mo ba is yung gusto ko or yung sa tingin ko?
Dalawa, yung sa tingin mo at yung sa gusto mo.
Everybody would always want Mike on the
Heads up,
heads up
oo.
situation. Again,
Ang tanong na lang,
ang
sino yung
tanong sino
ka-heads
yung
up eh.
makaka-heads up niya. And I think Edgar is a good candidate right now
Yes.
because he has a good stock, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Oo, nag-improve na yung stock niya ni
yeah,
Edgar. Oo.
and Mike and Edgar respects each other's game a lot. So they
Ah,
might not go bump into each other in a massive battle unless it's a setup.
Okay.
Okay, so that's one thing.
Which will make them out, which will probably make them outlast baka the others, no?
Probably, yeah.
Oo.
Of course, even in the game final tables that you see, most of the time, if there are two pros on the table, they
Mm.
try to avoid each other or they try to kill each other early so
Oo.
that he will not be a
Oo.
problem later on. Just like what
Oo.
happened to Mike and Mo, probably.
Oo.
Um,
Pinag-uusapan nga namin, si Mo came in second in chips.
yeah,
Pero parang nag-grind out siya. Siguro yung luck
yeah.
of the draw, yung position niya. Kasi yung position niya, bago siya makagalaw, you have Hot Sauce Racing, Edgar Racing,
Yeah.
maya-maya, Mike Takayama Racing, bago pa dumating sa
Yes,
kanya.
plus the difference in chips is not a lot.
Oo.
Almost when I was watching early on, it's like everybody was like almost even. I mean, in terms of big blinds, it's not a lot of difference.
Yes.
Nobody was a massive cheat
Right.
leader,
Oo.
which makes it a good also. That's why we still have 7 players right
Oo
now.
nga, oo nga. Yun nga, kalat yung Chiefs.
Yeah.
Chief, tingnan natin, bigyan daan natin itong mga comment ng ating mga nanonood.
Mm-hmm.
Sabi ni Edsel Villares, di ka naman mag-isip na flush draw yung kalaban kasi 3 bets sa pre-flop sa possible higher pockets talaga. Read niya doon, but not a draw. This is still that hand ni Edgar Asihan and Troy Morales. Sabi ni Marcus Jimenez, check raise is decent because Troy Morales has been very tight, so it was an overpair. He wants to put more chips as possible.
Mm-hmm.
GG Pinas, sizing is the only problem of choice bet. Sabi ni G. Gonzalez, player profiling siguro kaya nag-check raise. Pero yeah, check call talaga dapat. Turn check all in regardless of opponent's hands.
But
There you go.
check raising there is not only to protect your hand against a flush draw. What I'm saying is protect your value in the
Right.
hand. You don't want a scare card to be on the to be out on the turn to
Yes.
lose action from an overpair. Because if a flush comes on the turn and what do Edgar starts betting, an
Mm-hmm.
overpair might put him on a flush, mid flush, so he
Yes.
lose the action. That's the only reason. I'm not trying to. It's although it's possible that the original racer had not flush draw with ace king or ace queen, something like that. That's also one way. That's one of the rare occasions also. But he said that he was right that flush draw is less likely for the
Yeah.
original racer. There are more overpairs
Okay,
in
so
his
there you
range.
have it. Ayan, I mean, we're getting all insights. Of course, we're at this point talaga. At the end of the day, you cannot really preempt or
Mm,
judge a player's action because it's a
mm.
different dynamics pag ikaw mismo yung nakaupo dun, Chip, eh, di ba?
True
Iba
and
yung tayong nanonood lang and we
correct.
have the
Hmm.
our thinking is influenced because we have the benefit of seeing the whole cards
True.
that these players doesn't have. Eto,
That's why poker is a very good game because it's not an autopilot game. You
yes.
can play different ways with your hands. Somebody asked me sometime ago how to play a certain number of hands. Well, the
Yeah.
answer to that is sometimes I play online. No,
Yes.
I have three tables, and there was one occasion where I had almost similar hands on
Okay.
all three tables.
Yes.
But all three tables, I played it differently. You know, that's the reason. That's the explanation on
Because
how to
because the
play
dynamics are
the
different.
dynamics, the
Yeah.
table image, the table
Right.
texture, your
The
stack
opponent.
size, your
Right.
position.
Yeah.
So any hand can be played differently. There's no
Differently. That's
standard
correct.
way of playing the hand.
Okay. So we see here we're back into the action, ladies and gentlemen. At we see Edgar Asihan opening. I
Did he
mean,
open?
calling lang under the gun. What a limp
Hmm.
from Edgar Asihan.
You see,
Diba?
limping under the gun can be perceived as a
It's a
very
very strong
strong
move, no?
hand.
Oo.
Yeah. You remember when back in our days,
Yes,
you limp
oo.
aces under
Oo,
the
under
gun
the
and
gun.
then
Diyan
check
ako
raise
unang
all in?
nadali ni Delty eh. Unang-unang tournament ko, nadali ako
Yup,
ni Delty
yup,
because he
yup.
limped under the gun. And I flopped top pair and I shoved and he
Mm-hmm.
insta called me. Wait, we have Kai Chong going all in with ace nine offsuit on the limp of Edgar Asihan
Mm-hmm.
under the gun. So let's see, ang big blind dito is si Hatsos. So malamang tumapon na si Hatsos because our cam is now focused on Edgar Asihan at
No, no,
under
no.
the
Hot
gun.
sauce is in the big blind. Oh, yeah.
Kaya nga,
Malamang
big blind,
tumabog na.
malamang
Yeah, yeah,
tumapon
yeah.
na siya kasi
Yeah.
small blind.
And I don't think Edgar will make the call here. Even
Oo.
with four, how much? Yeah. He
Oo.
has 4.2 minutes. It's too much to call.
Yeah, that's right. So as predicted,
Mhm.
there's a fold from Edgar Asihan. Okay. Chief, kung ikaw ang sa bagay wala pa namang masyadong short stack dito. There, as you
Mhm.
can see, ano,
Oh,
King Huyup
Mike.
with only 9 oh, King Huyup with 9 BB. Eh,
Mhm.
pinag-uusapan natin that's below 10 BB.
Mhm.
So if you're Kim Huyup at this juncture, what what would you consider as your shoving hand range already? Would Queen high, King high
No,
folded to
no,
you
I don't.
late position?
Which, yeah, uh, I don't think he will have a very wide shoving range here, considering that Mike is on his left with a big
Oo.
stack. Because although Mike wouldn't want to double him up, but Mike might be calling him with ace 10 or something if he shoves
Mm.
10 big blinds.
So do you wait for like ito yan oh,
Yeah,
Kim Huyup
I think
UTG plus
he's
1 ace 8 offsuit
how much is that? He has
1.5
1.5 with the blinds at
8160 ante of 20.
yeah, this is a
So
possible
that's
shove.
260 per round.
Yeah, that's a possible shove. That's what he did.
Okay, there you go. Yan pala, pinag-uusapan pa lang natin.
Yeah,
Pero si Mike Takayama,
that's
wala naman
why
siyang
what
hand.
I said was Mike might call him with the ace
Mm,
10 because he's shoving ace 8
yeah.
So it's not bad for Mike to call with. And the flat call from Mike would scare the next
Right,
players
right. So ano.
because Mike will be flat calling with kings, queens, or aces as well.
Okay, so ito, Huyup Kim is successful. Kim Huyup rather is successful with his shove, taking down the much needed pot. Ito.
Okay, incidentally, no, speaking of Mike Takayama, Mike Takayama from APC 1 and this APC 2, Mike
Mm-mm.
Takayama is the only player who makes it to the final
Final
table.
table. Ah, talaga ba? Well,
Yeah,
that's a little bit of
that's a
trivia for us.
yes.
Oh.
And last time there were we made it final 10 last time, and
Mm-mm.
7 out of 10 are also 7 out of 10 Filipinos made it to the
Filipinos
final,
made it to the
including
final.
Martin Gonzalez, Noel Arenial, of course, the
Oh,
champion,
who took down eventually?
Derek Hernandez,
Oh.
Flo Campomanes.
Oo nga no, ang ganda nga
Yeah,
naalala
that
ko
was a
because we live
star-studded
streamed that
also. I
we
was
live streamed that
reviewing.
final table eh.
Yeah, you did.
Mm.
And I think I forgot somebody else
Oy,
who's
teka lang.
also.
Mike Takayama waking up with
Hmm.
queens under the gun plus one. Let's see how much will he bet here. Will he raise here? He's raising 350, I think. There we go, 350.
Hmm.
Let's see if there's a hand that will look him up. Nagtatapunan na lahat. Let's talk about now that you're here, you're more familiar and you've seen Mike Takayama play over the years, how his game changes and everything. His current gameplay, a lot of people are saying it's really very tough to play him because you don't know when he has it and when he doesn't have it. Like,
Hmm.
what is what's the secret to that? Like,
The secret to that is finally being revealed with this coverage.
uh,
You see, Mike folded ace 10 on the button.
yeah, oh, earlier,
He
oh,
folded ace 10 on the button. He three bets with king 7 offsuit. He
right,
three bets all in with 10-9 offsuit for his tournament life.
yes.
Just imagine. Okay, let's go back to the
It
action
is
now.
actually Troy Morales called with 10 jack suited.
Yep.
He flopped mid pair. Action on Mike Takayama who made a flop bet here of
Clyde will give him one call here, I
yeah,
think.
definitely. Maybe si Troy then is relishing the fact that I'm
He saw.
going heads up with
Yeah.
the Mike Takayama. He maybe personally wants
Oh,
to get
this could be a disaster for Troy.
oh wow wow wow.
Uh, Mike hits set of queens,
Set
but Troy
as op
massively
yeah.
improved.
Flush draw
Okay.
and an open-ended straight draw.
So even if Mike has a set and Troy has one pair, as you see it,
Yeah,
his percentage went up to 36%.
right.
So I wouldn't be
What would be
surprised.
disastrous here for Troy
I
is
wouldn't be surprised if Troy check raises all in here, or check call is also possible
I think given his
because
game
it's
style that
term.
he's shown us early since
Mm.
this started, he's
And if he
more
shoves,
leaning to check call here probably.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. But the pot is 1.8
that's
million
true.
right
That's
now, and
true.
he will be calling
Maybe he's raising. Let's
480.
see how much he's uh, taking
But
from his stack.
oh,
Yeah,
he
he
flats.
flat called. He flatted this.
Let's see the river. Okay, it will be safe for Mike, and Mike might bet a million or something here or less maybe to get.
If Mike bets here, let's say in the range of a million, do you see Troy calling
No,
with
no,
this
no.
board?
I don't think he can
Yeah.
call. 900 would be a suiting bet for his. Troy has 2 million, maybe 8 to 900 is the best.
And this is the the Mike Takayama
How much he bet?
skill. That's a one pile of pink.
No, I
Magkano
don't.
yun?
I think it's less.
1,050,000.
Did he bet 1,050,000?
1 million,
Oh, 1.1
1.1
million.
to a pot of currently
2.2. That's one
2.2.
half size.
Yeah,
Actually,
half the
Mike's
pot.
putting Troy on a king top pair.
And there you see. That's a testament of what Troy Morales' game is, that discipline that he's been showing.
Mm-hmm.
There's that certain hint of maturity in his game. He doesn't make any hero calls. He plays it straight
Mm-hmm.
up.
Mm-hmm.
There's a draw, pays
Yeah.
for the
Again,
draw.
I
So
stand corrected. Okay. He can check raise all in that spot, but then the range of Jack Queen King is a lot to
yes,
the advantage of Mike being the original racer. So probably the reason why Troy didn't opt
yeah.
to check raise, but to play it safely and probably hit.
And I
But
think for the first time ever since this final table started, we have a player with over 2 million in advantage over the rest, with Mike Takayama gaining up to 7.4 million in chips, and
mm-hmm.
the closest next to him is just I think around 3 million.
Mm-hmm.
So ito. Uh, oo.
Mm-hmm.
Kasi
Oh, really?
ever
Troy
since
and
Troy and Huyup Kim, because we have a comment earlier that says Mike Takayama already has identified his targets
mm-hmm.
as early as when this final table
Yeah.
started, and his target was ever since was Huyup Kim Huyup
Mm-hmm.
and Troy Morales. The comparatively in this final table, the two players I think uh, with the least experience, that is,
Mm-hmm.
in terms of probably a tournament this magnitude, or even at the final table atmosphere, di ba?
Mm-hmm.
Lahat ng mga to puro veterano na.
Mm-hmm.
Tawag natin diyan mga mananabas na eh. Mga mananabas na tong mga to eh. Okay, interesting hand. Ron Messina raises to 350. Action on the button.
Mm-hmm.
Edgar Asihan with ace 3 suited is taking his time to think of this move by Ron Messina. And historically, these two have been clashing kanina pa, no? Sila yung
Mm-hmm.
madalas ring magbanggaan.
Mm-hmm.
Yan. Kent Del Rosario, Idol Chief Mark Rivera.
Ah, yan ang original
Shoutout,
idol natin.
oo,
Kent, hi
OG
Kent.
to.
Recently we met sa Boracay, no? Kent is
Naka-base na ba siya doon?
nandun sila ngayon. He was busy during the campaign with his
Ah,
with the
okay.
elections, and then hopefully he will be back soon. Hi Kent.
Oo. Yes.
KDR.
The poker world needs a comeback from
Yeah.
Kent Del Rosario,
Yeah.
definitely.
In due time. In due
Yes.
time.
Janet D is asking who busted. It's Mo Sakwing, exiting the final table at 8th place.
Yep.
Okay.
Mike busted him out with. Did they have ace queen?
Right.
And I think Mo had ace jack. I think. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I missed that. I was on my way here when it
Uh,
happened. Actually,
Alright. Eto.
baka kakain siya. Eat.
Okay, so at this point,
Bili mo na
tamang-tama yung
karon.
pagdating ni Chief talaga. At makaka-break kami. So I'll turn over muna. Ang magiging kakwentuhan muna ni Chief is si the Chief will chat with the coach. Ayan na. So eto muna. Magbibigyan ko muna.
So pass muna kami sa mga
Oo.
shout out kasi wala tayong shout caster. Yeah.
Magiging golf coverage
Okay.
ito. Okay, andun lang
Okay.
ako. I was just standing behind that wall and listening to everything.
Mhm.
Buti na lang si Tira Pasok yung nag-break kasi ayoko maging villain na ako yung dahilan na i-give up mo yung mic. So,
I'll actually hahanap tayo ng magiging guest ano natin later on here. If there will be some Team Pro members who can join us
baka si
also.
Mo.
Mo also,
Oo.
I think Mo can be. I don't know if he's playing the Monster Stock right now.
Ba-
Monster Stock had I think 70 to 80 runners right now, so I think there's one more level of registration. So for those who are watching that are near,
Single day lang tong monster stack, right?
Yes,
It's going
the
to
event
resolve today.
stops today. So
Late
going back,
registration.
yeah, late registration up to level 9 if I'm not mistaken. It's a monster stock, so there might be more
Ah, yeah,
levels.
speaking of which, si Brian was just announcing na blinds up na monster stack. Back to this game, no? Uh,
Mhm.
what happened here? Cut off was a
Yeah.
raise.
Let's see how
Ah, it's a
this
flop.
let's see how this unfolds. I was saying earlier that both
Wow.
players are respecting each other a lot.
Actually si Edgar and Tumama, but Mike has led out into him with a nut flush draw.
Hmm.
And of course, dalawang overs ang problema ni Edgar dyan.
I don't think he will call.
Yeah.
He might give this up because
I also did hear you say na it's not so much as a code but more of a strategy na yung mga pro will
avoid each
either
other.
kill each other right away or put it off hanggang mamaya,
Yep,
no?
yep.
So,
I mean, what I'm saying is if they have a hand against each other, they might try to kill each other
yun
right
lang, no?
away. Or try, if they have both mediocre hands, then they might opt to
Check it down.
check it down
Oo.
or maybe not to bloat the pot that much.
Eto, aggression frequency pa rin. Edgar Asihan and Hot Sauce are still on top. I-differentiate ko lang for the viewers, difference ng
Hmm.
aggression frequency sa aggression factor. Yung frequency is just how often they take
Yeah.
aggressive action. Pero pag aggression factor naman minsan makita mo, yun naman is yung ratio naman yun. Ratio of aggressive to passive actions. I'm saying this kasi I would say Mike Takayama's aggression factor has been perfect.
Hmm.
Kumbaga, pag chinart mo sa dyan, infinite ang lalabas because he has made absolutely no passive action since we began. Everything has been a raise or a fold. Wala pa siyang ginawang call.
Again,
Except
that
for your all-in.
yeah. Again, that's the best. What as they say, the best way to play Poe is tight aggressive, right?
Oo.
So he's like playing very tight but very aggressive as well.
Like I used to say also, safest way to play because calling, if you're inexperienced, calling is leaves so much room for doubt.
Yeah.
So you could actually play this game never calling. And may
Mhm.
mga
Mhm.
estudyante ako sabihin, you do that for 2 weeks, see how it feels. And they always say, well, it feels easier.
Yeah.
Kasi when you call, you open up all these questions.
Mhm.
And you watch Mike Takayama doing the same thing. Parang that's validation na if you want to start, getting better at this game, take that call out of the arsenal muna, saka mo na ibalik.
Mhm. So right now, Mike's calling as wide as 6-9 offsuit on the small blind because he thinks Ron will be, but Ron will be racing here, I think.
Oh, you mentioned this chief kagabi, di ba? Like,
Oh, I'm
uh,
surprised. This is
parang
Ron top.
ma-define niya yung range by completing the small blind, no?
Yeah,
Pero Ron Ryan has broken that norm by checking this behind, so
correct.
nakatago yung strength
Yes,
ng hand niya.
nakatago siya. So what I'm saying here is Mike limp with a small pair just like what he did. Oh, see? Mike's not putting Ron on a king right now. That's why he's trying to lead. I
Tagong-tago,
mean,
no?
missing this would.
Yeah, si Ron Ryan naman, it's like it merits a call as if there was
Yeah.
a race pre-flop.
Hmm.
So parang this flop is a wash muna. Saka na
Hmm.
magkakaalaman dito sa turn kung may second barrel.
Yeah.
Very interesting. I love these hands where nobody has hit but there's betting and calling because that's what these are the poker highlights.
Hmm.
Not when two people have a hand, it's when two people don't have a hand that's when you really see this
Hmm.
game.
So Ron was
Ayan, time.
floating with ace high and possibly he's thinking he's good at that point, which is right.
Na like you wouldn't
Yeah.
float and then not bet
And
kasi
if
bakit ka
Mike,
nag-float?
yeah, and if Mike has a 5 or 3 in that spot, he might give it up on this because Ron actually is representing king at this point or a possible straight also. And both picked up a gut shot straight draw. And Mike, I won't be surprised if Mike decides to check raise here, but he gives up. He's blocking a lot of straights with a six. But as you see, that's a stab from Mike, but he has the discipline to give it up. So,
Mike Takayama still very comfortable up there with the chip lead.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, while you were in the seat, that was almost a near disaster, but it's kind of a small disaster na rin
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Troy Morales.
They,
That
oh, yeah,
yung turn na yon, that turn was nothing but trouble.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
When you're ready to give up a hand and the turn gives you a redraw,
Mm-hmm.
that's really gonna cost you money. But I'm surprised it cost him very little. Pag kinuwenta mo yung odds, like Mike actually bet an amount that was mathematically correct for Troy to
Yep.
call. Of course,
Mm-hmm.
Mike would not know na ganun kalakas yung draw ng kalaban, so he was just trying to get value.
Yeah.
Ito, Hot Sauce been quiet for a while. We know that doesn't last.
Yeah.
And this is a good enough hand
Yeah.
under the gun, seven-handed, good enough for Hot Sauce to raise 400k. Medyo malaki, 2.5.
Yeah.
Tabagay, 80,
Mm-hmm.
160 are the blinds, 20k antes, lots of dead money sa gitna.
Mm. You see how you can see that as a weak hand because he raised too much. Actually, he's like raring to win a pot. Maybe that's why he's
Gusto
trying to
na.
get
Oo nga
to
eh,
get
parang
it
mabalik lang sa groove, no?
right now.
Kasi na,
Yeah.
we started this final table, it was nothing but Edgar and Hot Sauce. Palitan lang sila taking
Yeah.
turns.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been quiet for a long time. And meanwhile, ang quiet nung umpisa si Mike Takayama, but now he's on top.
Mike, yeah.
Silent assassin
Mm-hmm,
talaga.
mm-hmm. And siguro yun sinasabi nyo na medyo may sinabi si Lester din na when it's not going his way, he try to play tighter and maybe
Skip
avoid,
some hands, ano?
yes, mediocre hands. But when he's feeling very lucky, then he might opt to three bet some mediocre hands. Yun din ang isa sa mga pagkakaiba ng mga players, no?
Oo.
Meron silang mga, well, actually, if it's also classifying na kung saan sila mas komportable, kahit na same hand yun, different game style,
More of yung ebb and flow ng game.
yes, and how they run. As you know, there's run good, run bad in poker. Right?
May
When
mga
you're
heat
running
check.
good, you have to.
Push it.
That's what they say. They push more.
King Queen offsuit, good enough to shove for Huyup Kim. Ganun pa rin.
Yeah.
He's still where he was one level ago, which is around 9 BBs. Nothing left but the big blind. 9-10 suited. Siguro kung magfa-flop. Pero ito, all in na to. And Hot Sauce is not that far ahead of Huyup Kim to... It's actually, he has less chips.
He
So you
wouldn't
don't want to
risk.
call behind pag di mo man lang covered yung kalaban. Shout out daw for Michael Santos, original kuya. And then marami bang open tables ngayon for players? Yes, this is the Metro.
Yeah.
Laging may open tables, and especially when there's a big event like this, you can just like hindi na sugal yan. It's guaranteed. You come here, you walk in here, maybe you get on the wait list for a couple of minutes, pero for sure, open tables are open and seats will be open. Ramon Pablo says, thank you for the stream. Go Filipino players. I say to you, Ramon Pablo, thank you for watching. Thank you for sharing to everybody.
Actually,
Taking part of
there's
this.
there are preliminary talks of expansion for this room. So if because there was one point in this series where we filled all the tables. I don't know if it's what day
Wala nang
1D or day
paglalagyan.
wala paglalagyan.
Oo.
So we're actually thinking because this event could happen every 2 months. Okay,
Right.
let's go back to the action and let's go back to
Oh,
the
sige,
thought
we'll go back to the
later.
thought. It's done. King Hu Yup is deciding is early to under the gun plus one. Tunulok niya yung King Queen. Ito facing a race. Tulak din lang ang pwede niya sagot dyan. Troy Morales, this is the weakest hand that he's opened and at the worst position so far. So maybe he's feeling that urgency because he dropped that big pot to Mike Takayama. It's one thing to have 5 million and then look and then see only 2 million. Even though you're still in good shape, you're thinking about that 3 million you
Yeah.
lost. And you want to just try to get some traction back. So this he opened here and it's 400. Can you open? He has to get through the entire field for this to succeed. I don't think he wants to get called
Mhm.
with Queen Jack offsuit. Yeah, this is shove or fold for Kim Huyup. He hasn't played much post flop at all, which is probably a better strategy for him,
Mhm.
given that all the players acting behind him are
Mhm.
gonna smoke him post flop. This same hand from Mike. It's
Mhm.
not outside. He's targeted Troy all day long,
Mhm.
and it's like he has him. He's read him. He knows exactly what to do. He hasn't messed with anyone else.
But he has to consider now the stock size of
Yeah,
Troy, where there are
yeah,
not lot of rooms for a three bet, and
yeah. If he three bets him, we
what
might
he
as well
can
put
do
him
is,
all in. So he just flats here.
he flats, and hopefully uh, Troy he can outplay Troy in this
Right,
hand,
so
or
you can see Chief, no, situational talaga. Even though so far Choco has played raise or fold only, like you pointed out, this situation doesn't call for that strategy kasi wala nang space eh.
yes, correct.
Eh,
What he can, I think, what he is trying to do now is uh, possibly hit and bet, or possibly if Troy checks, maybe outplay Troy in this hand.
I think with this kind of stack and that kind of pot, if Troy checks the flop, it's like a surrender,
Yeah.
mostly.
Mhm.
So sobrang polarized na either sobrang knotted yung flop o sobrang wala. Uh,
Oh, and this will be
Three-way.
harder for Troy now with two
Oh,
players
and he's in the
calling.
middle, so he doesn't even get hindi siya first to
Hmm.
bluff.
Hmm.
So it's not looking good here. If
But
he should
Edgar
be.
will be checking a lot here.
Uh-oh, but everyone has hit this. Edgar
And
has hit something he can check call with, no, Chief? Depending on
I
the size of Troy's bet, he has the
Troy
option
might,
now.
yeah. If he bets, Mike
Si-
calls here.
SPR1 na to. He has exactly the size of the pot.
Yeah.
So if he bets half, he's in it. If he bets a third, he still looks pretty committed.
Hmm.
He has
The
bet
bet's
about a.
450.
Yep. He's bet a third. Only need to dodge that king. Figure out, does he have a king?
Mhm. Remember, oh,
Mike has
he
put them
raised.
all in here. Yeah, well, pretty much.
Mhm.
It's a million total, but it's gonna leave Troy nowhere else to go. It's push or fold for him.
Again, he's shaking his head.
Hey, Chief,
Uh,
you knew this would happen. You knew exactly that this would happen, Chief. As soon as Mike called, hey, he's so relentless, see Mike. It's
oh,
relentless.
wow. See experience.
Grabe, no?
Hmm.
All of us at home can see they had the same hand, but they didn't have the same
Because,
position. They didn't
yeah.
have the same chips. Not the same experience.
Hmm.
And
Actually, Mike sensed the bet as a continuation bet, possibly.
it looked like he was betting an amount that he can get away from
Yes,
instead of
it's
just
like a
committing
bet
like all
fold.
in and ito.
Yeah, bet fold.
Oh.
He had one is to, I mean, one pot SPR, as we
One
call it.
talaga eh,
One talaga. One
1.4
is
eh.
one is to one. No, I mean, R- Troy had 1.4 and the pot
Yeah,
was
yeah,
like
it
the
was
same.
exactly the same size. So why would you not?
Hmm.
Given
Hmm.
there are two other players and you
Hmm.
just want to end the pot right there. So
Actually,
still though,
Troy
like
put him on a king, actually.
well, I
I
think Troy
think.
convinced himself that there was a
Yeah.
king, pero there was no, like, mathematically, you can't always imagine that the guy behind you has a king. If you like your jack, just
Mhm.
go with it. So,
Actually, Mike also raised, maybe to get a feel on what Edgar might have, because flat calling and
and then Edgar coming on
Edgar
top.
coming on top would be
So once again,
Mike.
Troy has moved his chips over to the seat of Mike Takayama,
Mhm, mhm.
and now he's sitting on the bottom of the heap. Uh, and Mike Takayama has built his chip lead. And it's a good time to actually be getting a hand. Pocket 7 races to 400K. What do you think of this, Chief? Almost 2 million. Kai coming over the
Uh,
top. We can't see the hand, but we can see Mike has
2
two sevens.
million with 1.9. He raised 400.
Yeah.
It's 50-50. I don't know what Mike will do. He has too much stack to
So you
fold,
say,
but
you're saying
then
there's merit in calling, there's also merit in folding here?
oh, we cannot see Kai's hand yet. Okay,
Well, then
but
that puts us in the same position as Mike,
mhm.
where we only know what we have and what we're facing.
Yeah, it's either a flip or Mike could be dominated here with an overpair.
That's the thing with the mid pocket, no? If you
Mm.
pockets eights and up, you're in bad shape.
That's why it's
Ace X, you're
that's
okay.
why Mike is also contemplating on call. So he made the call with the bigger stack. So it's possibly
Okay, he is dominating the other guy. Yeah, ducks.
deuces.
Yep.
Oh,
Uh, this is kind of
that's a gutsy
a
move.
close of the loop because the first hand Kai played at this table was ducks and he went all in pre-flop with it.
Ah, really? I missed that
Oo,
actually.
yun ang una yan nilaro. Oo. So, and it could be the last hand.
It could be as a ace 10
So
10.
flop
Okay.
ace 10 10.
So just imagine if
This could go counterfeited though, but the
yeah.
sevens will still come into play as a kicker if there's another ace.
Mhm.
Again,
Oh,
there's a
now
chop
he's
in the works
blowing
only
the
if there's an ace.
only
A
an
10
ace or
will also
10.
chop.
An ace or a 10.
And that's it. It's a
That's it.
blank.
Mhm.
Thank you, thank you. So Kai is
So you see, in this hand, Mike had the luxury of the being the chip leader. He has the luxury of calling sevens in that spot. Given that he has less or maybe an average stack, I think he will be folding in that
that's
spot.
right. Now, so it's one thing to have 8 million, but maybe
Yeah.
having 4 million and having to call 2 million,
Hmm.
pakaiba storya, no?
Yeah, and the chance to bust a player, you know.
So two players have busted so far, and both of them have fallen to Mike Takayama. So
Hmm.
Mike Takayama now sitting on 11.5 million, by far the chip leader with 6 players to go. Kai Chong
The chip.
wins a 500k prize for finishing in seventh, and the next payout of the sixth place shall be 650. Wala pa tayo dun sa
Mhm.
1 million club. That happens pag 400 and above. So, 6
Mhm.
players left. You're watching the live coverage of the Asia Poker Championship coming to you from the Metro Card Club,
Mhm.
the home of Philippine Poker Champions. And you see two of them right here. Ito katabi ko, the Chief. Dapat may Hall of Fame ang Pilipinas. Instant first ballot Hall of Famer, Chief Mark Rivera. And on the
Oh.
table, also arguably Hall of Famer na yan, Mike Takayama.
Mhm.
And some shout outs here. Uh, Enzo Arcea saying Brian Malantik looking good. He's always looking good. Kaya hindi na nagsusuit because he knows he looks good regardless. And then my idol in life, M. River Race, galing kay Lester Edok. Idol for life. And comment from GG, Queen Jack off, too weak to open in UTG. Yun nga, no, pinuna natin. I mean, it's the weakest hand he's opened and from the worst position.
Mhm.
And yun, it's a object lesson, naging life lesson. That's why you don't open Queen Jack off UTG.
Mhm.
Pag ganong katitindi yung players on your left. So he got
Mhm.
outplayed there. What's the payout with 6 players left? Okay, the next guy out, six gets 650. Fifth gets
650,000,
850. Yeah, and then
850,000,
1.25M for fourth,
and the million.
2M flat for third, 3.37M for second, and 6 million for first.
For millionaires.
For
If they're not yet millionaires.
oh, oo nga
Mike
eh.
is a millionaire, I think.
I think it just adds another million to Mike, but
Multi-millionaire.
for some of these guys, I mean 6 million is a lot of millions to add. Okay, this is it. Troy's gone all in, and why not? He's got ace king. There was a under the
Mike,
gun open by Mike
how
Takayama.
much all in? Oh, he's
Ooh,
all
baka
in for
sumama to.
700. Mike will be calling it. Oh,
Mike will be calling just because it's 300k more, but if Kim
but if
decides to isolate,
maybe Mike might fold if
yeah. So it's up to Kim whether he wants to get out of the way, but
but
he
to
might
get
not see a hand like this.
mhm.
Yeah. Troy's hand pretty much plays itself given the chip stack. Kim is
Oh,
asking if the door is reopened. I think that's what he's worried about.
he just called.
Yeah, because he wants to know kung reopen yung ano, kung mariri-raise pa ni Mike. And I
And the
think the door
odds
is open because 116 blind, Mike raised to
400
400,
plus
so 240.
240. So
So the door was
640.
open.
640 is the minimum bet. So,
Oh, oh.
oh, 540?
Oo,
Is
oo,
it
oo.
540?
540 kasi may 160 na siya eh.
Oh, yeah.
Oo, oo, oo.
540.
And Mike also calls. I
Yeah.
think medyo error si Kim Hu yun. Sana, what do you think, Chief? Should he just isolate it? Kasi very dangerous for him to call knowing that Mike can, the
Yeah,
door is open for him to re-raise.
actually, since Mike opened the hand, he will, like what I've said, if somebody's all in, you wouldn't expect somebody betting unless they have it.
Right.
So the Kim has that luxury of knowing if his sixes are good, because if Mike doesn't need, he might check out only because he will not create a side pot without winning something,
So Kim was spending 540 just to find out if he can continue or not.
Or maybe get it into the river and possibly eliminate a short stack player.
Well, look at this now. I mean, I keep saying this since the top of the coverage that Mike had his eyes set on these two players as the
Mhm.
primary targets, and now he's got them both
Hmm.
beat right now
And pre-flop, Kim was thinking he had two less to make
to
Mike
isolate.
fold to isolate because 400,000 was the initial. Oh, how
But he
much is
had
the bet?
1.7, Chief.
He had 1.7. And he's thinking maybe Mike had that odds to call him down pre-flop
And
with
because of having a
a
side pot, and
all not
because
actually
he Mike
decided.
has 11 million.
And that's also a factor, of
Right.
course. Mike has 11 million. He's pushing with 1.7,
Well, now there's
and that's
nothing
fine.
left for Troy to do but hope. He's got 6 outs and two chances to hit it.
Hmm.
Uh, Kim Huyup, he's checked. He's looking at a very small bet just
He's
to make a
saying
side
he's
pot.
saying, why would you bet? Let's eliminate the player.
Oh, why
That's
would
it.
you
But
bet to make a side pot in case Troy is winning, right?
yeah.
At least get a rebate.
Hmm.
So that gets him out. Mike's got Troy on the ropes. Everything Troy built went to Mike Takayama
Hmm.
in this game, and it's not over yet. Two cards to come, Chief. An ace
Hmm.
or a king. Did we see any aces or kings folded?
Oh, he hits the six.
Well, too bad.
Too bad
That's
for
what
him. He hits the
happens.
six. Wow. This hand worked
Wow.
very, very well for Mike. Because there are only two options for Kim in that hand. It's either to push all in
Yes.
or flat call, just like what he did. And it's unfortunate for him that Mike hits the flop and Mike had to bet
Right. So if Mike
again.
misses that flop, it goes check, 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 and he hits the six.
Yeah, but the thing is, Mike's betting more if he hits
Yeah,
Jack or
yeah.
10, and Kim will can only bet if the six hits or maybe a totally ragged flop.
Well, Chief, it's become, he started very quiet, one of the last players to actually take any action. Everyone had already been betting and racing. Hindi pa naglalaro halos si Choque. But
Hmm.
once he started playing, it's been a steamroll.
Yeah.
Eliminated Mo at 8th.
Hmm.
Eliminated Kai Chong at 7th. Just eliminated Troy
Hmm.
at 6th. Almost had Uyup Kim. Of course, we know Uyup would have had a set.
Hmm.
So now there's only 5 players left.
Hmm.
And I see all the pink chips on seat 5. Overwhelming here almost. He's got like 13 million maybe by now.
Siron will open here.
300,000. 350? 350.
350.
Hot sauce has hung in there. Hasn't seen a hand, and plus the action has escalated as the table gets more and more short-handed. So Edgar Asihan,
That's
chief
good.
defense from the cutoff, ace 10 suited.
Hmm. And it will not be surprising if Mike decides to three bet with this hand because he has the chip lead.
Got the chip lead. Does have the ace
He
blocking.
decides to call.
Okay, just a call. We can see he's dominated, but you never know.
We'll never know.
So Mike is in the big blind under the gun. The one who opened was Ron Ryan. Edgar started the flatting.
Hmm.
Flop 9 10 6 all diamonds. Mike has the only diamond in play among the whole cards.
Hmm.
Last time he flopped something like this, nag-lead out siya, Chief.
Hmm.
He leads out on his nut flush
But it
draw.
was heads up.
It was heads up.
Mhm.
Yeah, only a
Uh,
gut shot here and a very poor one at that. You don't
and
wanna.
this is a good candidate for a check raise all in for Mike because there's a somebody with sitting with short stack, the Korean guy Kim, and if
No, wala si Kim. Si Edgar is the shorter
no, he has
stacker.
the short stack. I
You're
mean,
right, you're right.
ICM considerations will have these two
Ah,
players,
I see,
Ron
I see,
and
I see.
Edgar.
They don't want
There,
to bust out before that guy.
yeah,
Right.
and Mike has a very good candidate for an all in this spot.
Well, the top pair calls. Of course, there
There
was
you
a C
go.
bet and a gut shot. Here comes
See,
the
that's
check
what he did.
raise. Oh, galing mo, Chief. Chief called it.
Yeah.
And again,
That's
like,
what I will do. That's what most players will do with that stock and
and the
a
ITM
short gut. Yeah,
considerations.
I see.
Right, right. So
I
I
don't
missed
think
it the first
anybody.
time, so I'll say it again, Chief, in case some of the other viewers also missed it. Chief saying this move is not just because of the nut flush draw. That's the backup plan. The thing is that someone not in this hand is a very short stack. So,
Kumbaga, lutong-luto ito
oh,
for the taking.
siya na lang ang tatanggalin.
Mhm.
And so you don't want to bust
Nobody
out
can
before
call
that
this.
guy.
Edgar will not call here.
Yeah, you did mention like
I'll give up my
di ka
poker career if
babangga
he
kay
does.
Mike at this point. When you're looking at just busting one more guy first
Mhm.
and then seeing what
Mhm.
happens. At saka hanggang dyan na lang yung hand niya.
Mm.
It's not gonna turn into a straight. He's not gonna turn into a flush. Hanggang G's na lang yan.
Mhm. Ron had actually two overcards and a gut shot. So, and a bet.
Wow.
Mhm.
Well, everyone who's taking notes should take notes there. He called with the worst hand in the worst position, but he
Mhm.
had some advantages that weren't as obvious. Brilliant, brilliant game here.
Again, yung question kanina, what's Mike's secret? And probably it's being revealed
You're
right
seeing
now.
some of it right now. But here's the thing though, Chief. Even if you spelled it out and you said this is how it's gonna play, kung wala kang puso, you can't pull this thing off.
Yes,
Like
that's
that
true.
move with the ace
Like
five.
for me and you, for example, talking about it is one thing, and
Yeah.
executing it on the table is another.
Yeah, sure.
You
Yeah,
know.
sure. In theory, yeah, check raise all in
Theory,
with the ace high. Sure.
everybody read it, everybody like talked about it, but then executing it on the table is always
Oh.
the key to what.
Okay, there we go. All in with the ace. Why not? Uh, small blind
Mhm.
is Mike Takayama. He goes in from the dealer button.
9:30. He has the small line. Ron is in the big line. You know, good thing about this coverage is, I mean, the setting of our. Oh yes, Queen 10.
There's.
He folded Queen 10. Okay, we don't see the hands unless they act.
Well, we fixed it a bit. We see the hand when it's their turn.
Yes, it's then there,
Yeah,
or
yun lang.
they act already,
Yeah,
or yeah,
their
it's their
turn,
turn.
and then after they act,
It's
it stays
actually
there.
better for, you know,
Yeah, we were
we don't
thinking.
get too overwhelmed with
Yeah,
all the
yeah, yeah,
cards right
yeah. A lot of
away.
useless information, lalo na puro
Mhm.
junk hands, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
also,
yeah.
it's better storytelling because
Oh,
I don't
it's
need to know what the other guys have yet
yeah. So
until
for
it's their turn.
example, the last talk has aces.
Yeah,
We go advance
yeah,
to
you
that.
stop looking at
Yeah, yeah,
everyone. You just go,
yeah.
let's just jump to the guy with aces. Hold na kay lahat.
And actually, I also heard you mention that's split screen. You know, actually, pre-flop we cannot split screen because there are several hands to be
Also, there's too many people to pay
yes to
attention
act.
to,
Yeah,
but definitely heads up post flop. I love
yeah,
that we can
it's
split screen.
designed that way. If heads up, you will notice that it's always
It's great. Sometimes though, if these two guys are heads up, you don't have to split screen. Andyan na eh.
mhm.
So again, there's a lot going for
Mm.
the way thing is set up that makes it so easy to follow.
Mm. And during the past few days of coverage, you see Okay, let's go to the action. Mike is applying a lot of pressure to
That's right.
because their hands are tied right now.
They're all
C10, 8
short and
offsuit.
getting shorter, and
Yeah.
Mike is just using.
Mhm. And I wouldn't be surprised if Mike folds to Kim in this hand because he
Right, keep
wants
him
him to be
alive.
there.
Keep
Keep
him
him
alive
alive.
and keep the pressure on the mid stacks.
Yeah, again, that's another strategy. He
We
has
can see
14 with he don't know because the pay jump is how much is the pay jump right now? It's
like 300,000
300,000
almost,
something like that.
275,000 pay jump.
Mhm. And Kim will want to be there
More
for the
than the
pay
pay
jump.
jump, it's the 1 million club.
Correct.
To say I won a million,
Mhm,
that's fourth place.
mhm,
Finishing fifth, 850, it's not as cool to say.
mhm.
Brian McAllister says, time for Hot Sauce to make a move. Believe me, he's been waiting for the spot, si
Yeah.
Hot Sauce pa, but there's no room to maneuver. I'd like to congratulate Troy Morales for finishing sixth, but also blame him for giving Mike chips and turning this into a uh, what looks like a steamroll. Mike is all in with King Jack. Finoldan siya ni Ron Ryan Messina with King Queen, but Hot Sauce has to make this call, of course.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're flipping right now.
You got what you wanted, Brian.
Yep.
Hot Sauce got a hand, made a
Mhm.
move. Mike's doing Mike things.
Let's see.
Classic race here,
There's a
57.
comment here that God is in the house. Maybe he's referring to Mike Takayama's running like God, but he's
He's
also
not just
playing
running like
like
God.
God.
He's playing like God because it's not like he had the aces 10
Yes,
times.
correct.
The way he got this with that Queen Jack hand, the way he
Mhm.
got it with Jack 10,
Oh, interesting.
10, 6, 8, all missed, but there's two overs and a couple of runners.
Yep. Oh, I thought he had the guts. Oh, sorry. Richard has still ahead. A
He has
queen
a
of
gut shot.
hearts would be interesting.
Yeah, only a king or jack, but the hearts will make it interesting. Or a
Queen of
queen. A queen of
hearts. Yeah.
hearts, ultimately. Okay,
Okay.
brickish there. Only the
Mhm.
kings and the jacks are
Now
outs.
Richard will be winning 77% of the time here.
King of hearts has been folded.
Okay. Richard doubles up.
Hot
It's a
sauce
sweat.
stays alive,
Sweat
stays
for.
relevant.
Mhm. Again, I was saying, no, I hope they're having a good time watching right now because it took us a few days. We tried some side events here in order for us to give you this coverage right now, which is an upgrade of what we had in the
Chief,
previous
this
days.
is this is looking so much well appreciated.
I
We have
hope
the
so.
viewers,
I hope
we
so.
have people
Again.
commenting, and just the way that we can see everything without having to be around the rail like we usually have to
Correct.
be
Yeah.
squeezing each other dun sa rail just to know
Mhm.
what's going on.
Well, part of Metro's plan again. Kudos to the Metro team for doing this, and we plan to do this every tournament that Metro will be holding, and hopefully every 2 months an APC event will be coming here, and this will be a good opportunity for all the poker enthusiasts to improve and
And it's a great
pinag,
it's a
pinag,
great motivation also
yes,
because
also.
people play poker for fame and fortune, but never forget it's fame first.
Yeah.
It's fame first and fortune second. The guys who play for fortune, they grind it on the cash games. When you talk about tourney play,
hmm
I mean, some guys have given up cash prize to get the trophy in the
Trophy,
picture.
correct, correct. I've heard many stories like that.
Oh,
Oh my
hot sauce
God.
run into a hand here.
Yep, yep. Let's see how this goes. Hot sauce
Hot
is
sauce
big.
has him covered, so he's gonna have change left. You can see my
Is
chips behind chat.
also hot sauce wants him eliminated for Mike not to run the table that much. Richard Marquez.
He's a dog here.
Yeah.
He needs
Richard
that
is
too.
Richard is always being teased as our brother. They call him Richard Rivera.
Oh.
Because I don't know what happened.
Only three outs here. 2-2-2 unless we start.
Okay, now
Oh,
he
there's a
picks a
gut
gut
shot.
shot.
Sana
You
five
see
of clubs would have been
how
interesting.
our Filipino 3-2. They're shouting 3-2. And Richard is dancing with the three and the deuce and with his outs. Oh.
No!
And Kim Hoo Yup
Doubles
doubles
up.
up. Yeah.
Man, he just got those chips. Now
Mhm.
he release agad. Dumaan lang sa kanya.
No, I was saying earlier, no, it's really good to have the APC event coming over every now and then. The plan is every 2 months, could be three, but then a continuous event like this will be good for
Yeah,
Metro
yeah,
and
and,
poker.
and knowing this is gonna happen regularly,
Mhm.
parang gives players a reason like let's may mag-ensayo, let's play the dailies, let's play the
Correct.
weeklies because we
Yeah.
want to be sharp for this because
Mhm.
we know it's coming and we want to make the final table because I want to be there. I want
Yes,
to be.
and the
Ako yung
plan
pag-usapan.
and the plan is to have a local event, Metro local event. As you know, we have the RVS Cup led.
Right.
We have the Metro Summer. We have a lot of local events or local tournaments here, and we will be holding those events still in between the APC events. That's the plan actually. So
Yeah, no
I
no
mean, it's a
reason na
good
magsabayan. I
preparation.
mean, it's a good pace. Players like to also venue hop, 'di ba? Feeling nila like
Mm, mm.
parang there's a home and away feeling, 'di ba?
Yes,
Parang
correct.
dayo
Oh,
tayo sa Okada. Let's take that tourney over there, then come back home
yes,
here sa
correct.
Metro. So we know, Chief, there's plans to stream these tourneys, especially the big ones. But
Yeah,
what about streaming, say,
cash games.
the VIP cash game? I
Yes,
mean,
that's also the part of the plan. So first, we want to dedicate this for the tournaments for, and then possibly explore streaming live cash games. Just like what's happening in the in
right, live
US,
at the
right?
bike
They're
style.
streaming the bike and Hustler and stuff. And of course, there's one issue of mic puzzle issue. If you read it, where somebody's cheating with its RFID is being fed with the information.
Right, right.
So
There's always that.
I'm very particular with nobody. Even this side events, when we were doing it, we wanted to be very strict with the cell phones and any other communication devices like earphones and everything
Right.
to not to be used on the table. I mean, you have to stand
It's
up.
a very small adjustment to make. A lot of poker players like to have that earphones, but if you say we can't allow it because this is the setup, you just gonna have
Correct.
to play by those rules.
Yes, yes, of
I think
course.
it also inadvertently helps them because now they can just focus on the game
Correct. Yeah.
instead of.
The only
Uh,
missing right now is for those persons who are like listening to music while playing and they might miss. They will be
yeah,
missing that, of
they have
course.
to
Yeah.
they have to listen to a catchy song bago mag-start yung table. Pan naka-last song syndrome siya, paulit-ulit na sa utak niya yun.
But then again, syempre importante when you're playing that you're hearing what the dealer is saying to
Uh-uh.
be able to be always in the action.
Well, sabi nga Chief ni Tira Pasok, he doesn't really listen. He just puts it on to pretend to listen to music.
Okay.
Okay, we have both players miss pero may gut shot si Mike. But
Yeah.
looks like there's a bet and a fold na. Tumapo na si Mike. Yep. So 660 gain. Mike still has 12 million even after this hand.
Hmm.
And visually you can see from this wide shot the wall of pink chips. Every stack is 1 million
Hmm. And
for Mike
Mike has a
Takayama.
bunch.
Yeah, it's come to a point I can't even see the other stacks except kay Hot Sauce because walang naka-obscure sa sa view. There you see 12 million and next highest was the former short stack 2.7. Tumas na yata Chief on blinds. I think it could be 100, 200. Last I checked, or still 160.
Yeah, this is a 1 hour level, right, for the final
Oh,
table.
I see. One
So I
hour
think it's
level.
still once. It could be still 8160. Let's see. Yeah, it's still 8160 with 20,000
Antes, right. So yeah,
antes.
we can see 340 and dead minus the middle.
Mm.
Hot Sauce makes a move. Jack 10, it's offsuit, but
Mhm.
what the hell? He's first to act under the gun. Doesn't want to eat another set of blinds. 7-4. I don't think he's gonna go nuts there. I
Mhm.
mean,
And now Ron with.
that's it.
Okay.
Success for
Oh,
Hot
we missed
Sauce.
that.
He bought himself a round.
Mhm.
Five-handed tayo,
Mhm.
543 entries when we started 7 days ago.
Mhm.
These are the last five players in this huge event, Asia Poker Championship. 21.7 in the pot. And next one out takes 850, and then we enter the 1 million club.
Mhm. Again, this is a regular ante on the final table. I don't know if you mentioned it earlier. This is
Yes, yes, yes.
one
We
of
we this was played BB ante all the way to the final
until the
table. And
final
final
table.
table, two things changed. Regular antes were reintroduced, and the levels were longer now,
Yes.
1 hour.
Well, actually, the big blind ante is a very good improvement in the tourney circuit years before. But then there were criticisms on
How
when
slow the final table got, maybe.
no, I mean there are criticisms on the big blind ante when it goes down to the shorter because shorthanded level shorthanded part of the
Right,
final table
right.
because for example a three-handed game uh, a player is putting a full big blind ante for supposedly all the players. When there are three players left,
Right,
they
right.
should be
It's not
putting.
really. It should be smaller.
Yeah, it should be
Yeah,
smaller.
yeah.
That's why we.
Oo nga,
Oh
nga.
yeah,
And now it's
so
too big.
yeah,
Right.
we had that thought of putting
Interesting.
it half big blind ante
Something
before,
like
but then
that.
just decided to
Just regular
put a
ante.
regular
Yeah,
ante to make
because
it even for
when this
everyone.
started at regular ante, it was perfect. Nothing changed. He was
Correct.
still putting in a big blind because
Yes,
of the side of the
yes,
ante.
yes, correct.
So, but as it gets short-handed, at least commensurate na yung
Correct.
dead money.
And we decided to put longer uh, level period on the final table
Right.
because, of course, collecting antes from every player will take more time
Right.
rather than.
It's not just to play more poker.
Mhm.
It's because you've adjusted of how long it takes to settle a
Yes.
hand. Yeah, you lose at least another 15 seconds per hand doon,
Mhm.
no? Asking for antes, making change. Back to the action. Folded to the button on Ron Ryan Messina. Hot sauce all in on the small blind. Siyempre, small blind versus big blind. Ah, they even have VPIP. Interesting.
Oh,
Interesting
wow.
the system has this. So VPIP is different from yung nakita aggression frequency. This is more simple. VPIP is just of all the hands that they've been dealt so far, how many of them did they play voluntarily? Yun yung V ng VPIP, voluntary. So pag big blind ka na free look, hindi voluntary yon.
Mhm.
So Mike has now played, but I think umangat na ang VPIP ni Mike because ever since he got short-handed and he got the chip lead, he's been running the table. So So of course by now he's played the most hands. Oh, under the
Mike
gun.
gets.
Ikaw na pinakamagaling, ikaw pa may hand. Pagatens from under the gun. Because of the way he's been running this table, this could be anything.
Mhm.
Pero nobody has anything to contest with. Ito. Uy, feeling adventurous. Doyle Brunson hand.
And if you notice, Mike has been putting instead of
Hindi na
bigger raise
minimum. Hindi na
pre-flop,
minimum eh.
hindi
No?
na siya minimum. So 400 will make it
2.5 na.
more expensive for players to actually
Yeah, I'm saying like
see
it's
the flop.
unfair because it's nothing to him, but it's 20% of their stack.
Oh,
So he's kind of by himself raised the blinds.
mhm.
Oh, di
See,
nakatiis. He's
Kim.
speculating. Sabi
Mhm.
kasi ni Doyle Brunson, lalaroin tong hand na to eh. So we should see flop. We can hear Brian calling it out.
Oh, could be
Oh my
fireworks.
god, that's what he's looking for.
Mhm.
Jack 7, 8.
If
Of
only he
course, the
knew.
9 is not an out because Mike is blocking with a 10. Oh, it went check, check.
Mhm.
And he saw what he wanted, but he didn't like it. I guess he just wanted to flop the nuts. Oh, now he's going to take a stab at it.
Little does he know that nine is not his out here because
He
nine
doesn't
makes
know,
Mike.
yeah.
He has a four for his. Oh, he has only 4 hours. Mike will make a call, or did he?
Is
Is
there
he?
any reason for Mike to raise here? He did raise.
Okay, Mike.
Wow.
Wow.
Now you go all in. I think the flop was the spot to do that.
Yeah, it's
But
too fast
but again,
for Kim to.
Five, six of diamonds for Homer.
Now he has
right, he's
four
not
outs.
drawing a 9 here.
Mhm.
Tens for
But
Mike
tends to
Takayama.
block the 9. Only a 4 can help. He can pair all he
Three
wants.
of
It's not going to
clubs
change
for
his
Silver
fortune.
Mike with an open-ended
What do you
straight
think,
draw.
Chief, of this shove?
Mhm.
Should it happen earlier or maybe it doesn't happen at all?
Actually, I think the Kim will be check racing most of the time because that's what he did on the turn anyways,
I
you
see.
know.
So maybe nag-whiff lang yung check raise niya because
Yeah.
Mike checked behind on the flop. So he didn't get what he wanted there.
And Jack was very good for Mike also on the turn
Right,
because
definitely.
there's
Because
less for
See the turn river card. Here comes the river.
Jack.
On the river full house for Mike
That's
Takayama.
Mike taking care of business.
yeah. And again, you see how Mike's
Jeez.
played this hand.
Unbelievable. Every single player has been busted by Mike Takayama at this final table.
Seriously?
Every single one.
Uh huh.
You go down the line, Mo, Guy, Troy, and now King Ryu. Everything went there to that chip stack on the right that you guys are looking at now.
Also earlier, one more thing that Lester specifically mentioned was the time bank that we should have in the final table because players are thinking too much sometimes.
Right, right.
Just for, I mean, just projecting some image of a tight image, for
Yeah,
example.
yeah, like
So
pretending to
it's
think about something
yeah.
that's obviously you're
Mhm.
not gonna call.
Yeah, but I think it's also it's really good to have a time bank on the table, on the final
Current
table.
qualifying players are already
I
100%
heard that we're taking a break, but I want to ask you because I've heard some
Mm.
discussion about
Please,
when you
please
have a
take
time bank
pictures with the
tourney
APC
or
president for the
do you add cards when you get to the final table?
Yes,
You give
we.
them like a top up,
Yeah, I think it's either you give them the same time cards again for the final table,
like a
and then
reset.
yeah, and you give also give I don't know if it's before the bubble or in the money where we started
I see. So
distributing
there's
time cards.
stages in a tourney where parang you get a
Yes,
top up or a reset
yes,
of your time
it's a
banks.
reset. Yeah, for example, I'm not quite sure, but I'll be leaving for the World Series this on the 24th,
Yes.
and we'll check on what's happening there so we can
Uh,
adapt some of the things that they do.
yeah, the working
Actually,
practices
that's
and
part of what I do when I compete out of the country. So see what's happening there and possibly apply those those new
the standards.
innovations.
I mean, those guys are on top of this industry. So,
Yes, of
syempre,
course.
that's where we're gonna pick up things. Flo
Mhm.
says time bank for the whole tourney if possible, please.
For the whole tourney, I don't think so. I think it's too much for the whole tourney. I think I don't know, maybe day two possibly.
Maybe day two onwards, or
Maybe somewhere before the bubble or after the bubble
just at certain
possibly.
stages. Maybe
Yeah,
not
certain
give
stages.
out
Yeah.
500 sets of time banks.
Yeah, that'll be a lot.
Cardinal Potato for
Because
276
So
receiving
there's no
bonus.
carryover to
Please
this thing.
return
If
your
I get to
bonus
the,
to
let's say day two,
recipients
you
when
hand out the
available.
time banks. I get to the final table, never used it.
yeah, I
Do I
in
get
some
more?
tournaments I played, they take all back and then they give the same.
Right. So you might
Yeah,
as well use it.
because actually before the final table, I mean, if they give it during ITM, it was designed until to last until the final table. So they give you a new set. If you don't use it, then sorry
Okay.
for you. But if you decide to
There's no
use it,
carrying over.
there's no carrying over. That's what, from my experience, on the time bank. But most tournaments in US, but it's an
Cardinal Burger for
additional.
51
We have
APC Table
to
13. Once again, Georgia
you
for
have to
5100.
devise.
Please proceed to table 13.
There has to be a device, but some they only use iPods, for the time because dealer
Yeah.
has. That's another thing for the
They
dealer.
have a
So we,
console, Jan.
yeah, and some had like the box, and we will have to plan ahead on how to do the
Cardinal
time
Rogers
bank.
for 250. Please proceed to table 8.
We're in
Once again,
break now,
Cardinal
so
for
for the
250. Please
those who are, I see some people getting up to take a break along with the
Yeah.
players. Why not? But for those of you still here or just got here, welcome or welcome back to the live coverage of the Asia Poker Championship, coming to you from the Metro Card Club, the home of Philippine poker
Only bonus for
champions.
weekly
This is in
deposits will
collaboration with
apply. Please
KMGM, the
mention
Korean
one
Mind
multiple
Game
choice
members.
or single
Right now we are
choice.
four-handed. Mike Takayama just busted out the fourth player. We started with eight at around 11:30 a.m. We're down to the final four, and this is the 1 million club. Fourth place
Request
and up, they
clarification
all
that
get
up to
paid a million or more.
1,200 would empty all total
Si Coach
deposits.
Frontier, pasok is on break, but we're lucky here to be sitting with Chief Mark
Yes.
Rivera
Yeah,
as we
and
wait
at
for the
this
resumption.
point, I would like to give back this seat to Tira Pasok. And magpapaalam na ako sa inyo. And
Okay, Chief.
I don't know, maybe I'll be back later. But then again, I hope you're enjoying this. And I hope you will visit the Metro in our future events or everyday cash games. A good experience if you want to go to yung mga home games
Unusual
dyan, if you
report
want to go to the next
The
level of
Metro has
Consider
always
all
been the
deposits.
only logical
Please
step. Like
note.
once you graduate from your home game, this is the place to go, and from here you don't really have to go anywhere else.
yeah, okay, coach, thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you for being here and spending
Yeah,
your time with us, and we giving your insight as usual, which
yeah,
is
okay,
priceless.
okay, thank you.
Teka, I will be moving to the other seat. Mag-shuffle-shuffle tayo. Uy, nasan yung pindutan nito?
Once again for our new 100, 200 table, Jules, Marco, Nick, Steve, Eugene, Christian, and Ray, please proceed to table 9.
Sound check, getting ready to return from break. Sound check, 1, 2, 3. I think humina ang lumayo yung mic ko. 765. Oh, flip, flip, flip. 4, 3, 2, 1. You are watching the final table. Tira Pasok is back. The players are not.
All right, ayan. And okay. All right, we're seeing the
Ano ba to? Scripted ba to? Mike Takayama doing what he's doing?
alin.
He's busting everybody out.
Oo nga eh.
He started out quiet, di ba? Siya lang di gumagalaw.
The
Lahat
only
gumagalaw.
the only player the only player that survived the Takayama onslaught was Hot Sauce, di ba?
Oh, hot sauce, pocket 7.
Pocket sevens.
Everyone else, halos pinagsabay pa niya muntik si ano.
Ayan.
So, Final Four, welcome to the 1 million club. Milyonaryo na lahat.
So ano tong usapan dito
We're talking
sa
about time bank. While you were gone, the Chief was saying like it's something they want to introduce. Pero Flo said buong tourney. Chief said maybe day 2 onwards.
Okay. Hey, there's familiar names commenting sa ating live stream. John Costiniano,
Si Flo late nagising.
Flo Campomanes. I see him actually playing in the Monster set.
He's in the game. Kaya pala. Ngayon lang nag-comment.
Mhm. So ito, yan, shout out sa ating kaibigan Joel Melchor. Ayan
Si
ha,
Muning.
get well soon, Muning. Alright, so we're down to the last 4 players. And we have just witnessed the Mike Takayama onslaught in this final table.
How do you spell dominance?
Did he bust out all
Sa kanya lahat.
players except
Nope. Kanya lahat.
all? No.
All 4 that are out was eliminated by Mike Takayama.
So dapat itong natitirang 3 kasama niya, magdagdag pa lang ng sa kanya, di ba? Tinulungan niyang iakyat ang payout. Di ba? Dahil sa ginawa niya,
Actually,
akyat
all they
ang
had to do was
payout.
stand aside
Yeah, and let him do.
umakyat sila ng ladder all the way to a
hard
million.
work.
1.25 now, guaranteed for 4th place. We are resuming
Yes.
now. See the dealer getting ready to shuffle.
So let's just give them a review, coach. So we started this final table, and so far, first casualty was Mo Saking at 8th place. 7th to exit was
Kai
7.
Chong.
Yeah. Kai Shing Chong or Peter Chong, as a lot of people know him, on 7th. Then 6th place was
Hometown hero, Batangas City, Troy
of
Morales.
Batangas, Troy Morales of Batangas. And 5th was the lone Korean player to make it to the final table, Kim Hoo Yup. And all of these 4 players were
The Takayama
victims
train.
of the Takayama train.
Unstoppable. And more so now. No? It all started, he busted out Mo, he busted out Kai, pero hindi pa gano'n ka-dominant. He was around 5 million. I think a big turning point was when Troy made that mistake of getting involved with Mike from under the gun with Queen Jack offsuit. He got outplayed, and it was a big pot.
Yes.
And that whittled him down to a point where he was out of moves and he had to shove. So
Yeah,
he went from 5 million to 2. And once you think about you're missing 3 million, you try to make some moves, and they went
with
from
that
2 million
Queen
to
Jack, no?
700,000. Yeah.
Was that the faithful hand, no? That Queen
It's
Jack that he
Queen Jack
opened up
that they
with?
both had Queen Jack, but he didn't
Oo.
have position,
Oo.
and Mike just raced him out of it. I think
Yeah.
Troy just failed to commit when he paired his Jack, and Mike saw that as weakness.
Actually, sometimes that's where you grow as a player.
Right.
It's easy to play solid when you're getting the cards and things are getting your way, but the real test comes when you get hit big.
It's also
And
just you're playing with Mike. Mike's got you in position.
yeah,
So it was ex Jack King, diba? Yung flop.
yes,
He hit the Jack,
hit the jack.
and SPR1 siya. The pot was 1.4. He had 1.4. So if you're not shoving there, anything less than a
Right.
shove, he bet 1/3 of his stack, which is like a single signal to Mike now, oh, you're willing to fold.
I think he really didn't think through his plan prior to opening up, prior to
Yeah,
that
why they
hand.
open with Queen
Kasi
Jack?
'di
What's
ba,
the plan there?
if you're playing with Queen Jack, any of those card hit,
You gotta
regardless,
go.
yeah, you're shoving.
You gotta go.
You're
So
shoving.
he put himself in a spot where he had to convince himself that Mike had a king,
Yeah.
which is, monsters under the bed nga, ang
Yeah.
tawag. Just
Oh,
because it's there doesn't mean he has it. But that's the power of a great player like Mike Takayama.
that's true.
Aside from all the fancy things aside, the three betting with air, it's just
Oh,
the image of, dude, I feel like he always has it.
yes.
Diba? And he knows when to put that image out. So Mike took care of business for everybody here.
Yeah. Okay, as we,
Getting ready to resume.
yeah.
These players are playing for first place 6 million pesos.
I wish I could hear
Dealer,
Brian better.
let's shuffle up and deal.
There you go. Brian Malantik announcing that the dealer will shuffle up and deal. As we see, I just noticed there's a change in the deal.
It's a
The
familiar
dealer.
dealer to us.
Where see our friend. We know her coach, no,
Yep. She used to
Betchay
she
Crisostomo.
used to deal for us
Oh
in
yeah,
another
in
place.
another place. Who incidentally, Betchay was talking to her. Wait, teka lang. As we see, pocket seven for Richard Marquez.
There's the hand that they doubled up against Mike
Yeah,
Takayama
against
with.
Takayama.
This time we'll see who's in the blinds. I don't know.
Uh,
Edgar Asan's not going to call this. I think
yeah.
the hand is over because we're seeing the chip counts.
Yes.
15M, 2.5 ang
Oh,
next. I
look
mean,
at that.
that's
Can
that's
you
domination.
can you spell domination?
It's spelled with a
Uh,
T.
anyway, coach, shout out ko lang to ha. Si Betchay, may food business 'yan. Sarapen, House of Kare-Kare and Sisig.
Kare kare,
Ayan,
not a
just
bad idea.
actually in fairness, even during our time si Betchay may mga dalang food
Right.
packs 'yan that she sells, no? So just like sa FB page Sarapen.
At Sarapen.
Oo. Sarapen, House of Kare-Kare and Sisig. And they're located sa Cainta, but they can actually deliver. And if you're a regular here at the Metro, I'm sure Betcha always has packed food ready for sale. So there you go. Sarapen by Betcha Crisosamo, our dealer right now in this final table.
Okay, back to the action. Four-handed tayo, so it's gonna come hot and fast. The cut off Edgar races.
uh,
10-3 suited. Ron Ryan Messina folds King 10 from the big blind. So that's the end of the hand. At this point, though, does King 10 become stronger? Let
for
us know
me
in the comments, right?
personally, yes. I mean, at four-handed,
Right, because basically anyone racing now is either cut off or button. Kasi
yes,
four-handed eh.
that's
So
right.
there's no such thing as early position
Yes.
anymore. It's either you're in stealing position or you're in the blinds.
At this stage, how you play your position is definitely will be a big factor
Also,
in whether you lose or amass
I'm thinking
chips.
how people are gonna neutralize that also. So I want to hear from, like, if you would comment, please, that would really be a cool
Right.
thing to let us know in the comments. How would you change things up? Because if it's always gonna be cut off and button betting and blinds waiting for a hand, then we're just gonna mag-iikot lang ang
Oo,
blinds.
ikot
So
lang.
the skill here seems to be neutralizing these things and re-stealing.
But
Like,
the big difference really here is that wall of chips of Mike Takayama.
right, that
That's
leverage.
that's like, yeah, okay. So as we watch this four-handed final table unfolds, let me just squeeze in some shoutouts. I was doing the rounds and I ran into Metro Team Pro Joven Huerto, who's playing the side event right now, Monster Stack. Good luck, Joven Huerto, one of our more decorated.
Also supports us in the summer league, summer poker
Yeah,
league.
player that's a poker league. So shout out to you. Also, shout out Miss Jenilyn's Siga and Miss Jenilyn. Kanunod sila ni Stephen, brother Stephen Canlas. Shout out sa inyo. Very nice couple. Also, all the way from Jensen ba to sila? Si Tata M. Cads.
Tatatayan ka, diba?
Uh,
Davao or
Davao
Jensen?
or Jensen? Shout
Tata.
out sa'yo. Tata M. Cads. There you go. That's it. Okay,
So
well,
Mike is being relentless here. He's
Yes.
racing. Medyo niliitan niya ng konti. So I wonder what the logic behind there is. He's raced 2.5 kanina at 500k, which
Hmm.
is a lot of pressure kasi sa kanya 500k, it's not even 10%. It's like 3% of his stack. But
Yes.
for them, it's 20%. So here we see Edgar defending from the big blind, Queen 8, King Deuce 8. Edgar checks, but I think he's checking the call here. Of course, Mike's gonna bet. And if you defend with Queen Deuce and you don't like hitting the
Yeah,
deuce,
yeah, yeah, that's right. But
diba?
I think at this point, and given that it's a four-handed, short-handed action table, but no,
He
no,
doesn't like it.
Edgar doesn't like. So
So
Edgar
I'm
is
curious to
another.
know, like, it's basically if you don't like pairing the deuce, then you're defending with one card, yung queen lang.
Yung queen, or you're hoping to
Spike,
just
spike two
yeah,
pair, that only happens like
yeah.
2% of the time to
Uh,
flop two pair.
oh, oh, nga, yeah, that's the thing. Or
You
you're
flop trips
or
1% of
you're
the
ready to
time.
play the deuce as long as there's two deuces
Flopping
in
trips,
the
that's
flopping.
1%.
Yes, okay, that time because it's from Davao. Okay, just want to squeeze in also shout out to my good friend and backer, yeah, Boss Popoy Lagman. Shout out to you. I'm sorry I missed you when he was here at Metro. He was playing cash games actually. Enjoyed the cash game actions here at the Metro Card Club.
Okay, I gotta stop you right there because there's gonna be
Oh,
action
oh,
right
oh,
now.
definitely. There we go. We see under the gun Ryan Messina looking at
Okay,
rockets
figuring out what's a good amount that you want to get called
yeah,
and have leverage to shove the
For your
flop.
flow,
or
please
even
hold on
induced
the
a
line
three
for
bet.
queue table 11.
Di ba?
Well, there's really not
Once
much room
again,
because
flow
the
rate
blinds are
is
100, 200.
3,100.
He
Please
opens
Yeah.
for
hold on the
500.
line.
That's 300 more to call, but it's
Yeah.
also one third of his stack. So it's really he's positioned for a
Right,
flop bluff
right.
either way.
Yeah.
Flop shove, not a flop bluff. You're not bluffing with aces. I meant
Hmm.
a flop shove either way as soon as you get called here.
And true enough, got no colors.
Right.
This is the stage na yung mga aces mo.
Hirap
If you're
papayag.
acting first and your
Pangit.
short stack, parang, di ba?
Yeah, because it would
Um,
look really weird because we've been discouraged. We've been watching 5 hours.
yeah.
Not once. I mean, not once na may naglimp in.
Oo.
Nobody has
Wala,
limped
oo.
in. So you get aces under the gun, suddenly you're limping in.
You're
Ah, alarm,
right.
alarm.
That's like
So
red flags all
yeah, so
over the
you have to
place.
raise as usual, like you did with 7-9, like you did with
Mm.
5-7, and hope for the best.
Yeah, there we have. And after the aces, there's a uh, fish hooks for Edgar Asian at the dealer button.
Hindi siya payong,
Uh,
payong handles.
payong,
Nilipad na yung payong eh.
as
Okay.
Clive Reese just commented, welcome to the Mike Takayama show. Let's see. Oh, this is
It's a button race with jacks. Mike
right.
defense. Like I said, how strong is King 10? You said it's strong enough to defend. So Mike is defending. 9-3-7. Runner, runner, clubs lang. Runner, runner, gut shot. Nothing much happening. And the jacks are
Checking.
blocking the straights, of course. And he has position.
So
Yeah.
praying very much straight up. No need to get creative here
Yep.
for Mike Takayama.
Halos,
No need to get
hal-
adventurous. He just needs to wait for this
yeah,
tria.
because ang liliit na ng stack eh. So
Oh,
any wrong move and they're actually committed to it.
yeah. All he has to do is grind them out and just push them to the limit that they will be forced to
There's
make
this
an
thing.
ill-advised decision at
I
least,
want
di
to ask
ba?
the viewers. I do this in cash games when I feel like there's a short stack at the cash game. He won't top up. I feel like it's really tight. Hindi ko makukuha yon.
Oo.
I liberally double that guy up, knowing he'll make a mistake once he's doubled up. I
Yeah.
don't know if that applies to this scenario where you got a short stack. He has no room to maneuver, but maybe when you double him up, he makes a big mistake.
No,
But I don't know if
I
that
don't think so.
applies.
I don't think so it applies. That mentality applies because the tournament grinders, you double them up. That they will want, they will not be careless. They have their own threshold as to when they will start playing a wider range
They're not
again.
gonna go nuts and hand
Yeah, no, no,
themselves
I
when they
don't
double
think.
up.
Yeah. So we can expect any ace X at that position for Mike Takayama that is racing. Ryan Messina's gonna look
No,
him up with 10-9
he didn't raise
suited.
this time. He just called, huh?
Oh, and
So
then
it's the
what?
first limp we see. Bring
Now
that
we
limp
were
back.
curious what I think Hot Sauce Marquez also flat call with his ace.
He didn't flat call. He checked his option.
Oh, he's big blind. Yeah.
Yes, he checked
Wow,
his option with
surprising.
Ace
Oh.
Jack. Very curious there. What he's trying to hide
And
something, or he's suspicious of the
yeah,
limping going on. Now he's
Messina flopped a double belly flop, a straight draw here. Good flop actually for Messina.
yeah, but the better is Mike Takayama who has air.
Yeah. So
Double
let's see.
belly. The pot is about the size of what you have behind. We know there's nothing in it here
This is
for hot
almost an
sauce.
open-ended. Oh, no, it doesn't
It's
like it.
pretty much
Okay.
the same,
Yeah.
except it's a
Ladies
little better
and
hidden.
gents are
So as we
now 1 hour
see,
20
there you
minutes
go. So
past
another pot
7
going to the that wall of chips by Takayama.
I remember Daniel Negreanu saying, "Bring that limp back." He had this module, and that's what he was saying was bring that limp
What do
back.
you- what does that mean? Bring
That's because when you get to a certain aggressive mode and you're always raising, especially on the button. He says like around three-handed, bring the limp back
uh,
because it accomplishes more than just raising and getting the
actually,
blinds.
actually that's
Right.
true.
And then and
You get the
it
other two
disguises
players
when
to
you're
be
ahead,
involved.
when you're behind.
Well, I think I don't know how still applicable and how many people still live by this gameplay that during short-handed table you race with garbage and you limp with big hands.
I don't think there's ever a script where it just goes that simple, where it's so defined.
Okay, so everybody's
But I just remembered because Mike Takayama limping the button is the first time we've seen it, and
yeah.
it's four-handed.
Okay. Yeah, Brian McAllister has just commented with his ace jack on the big blind. The hot sauce should have
Yeah, I
shoved.
was wondering, did he miss a shove there? What was going on? Was he suspicious, frozen by that limp on the button?
Yeah.
Regardless, what was he thinking there? So that's curious why he would just
Yeah.
check that behind.
Yes, Jim Bonanno also added, not too sure of limping or calling with a couple of BBs, big blinds, only two moves to consider. Yeah, that's true enough. That's a
And
push or
that's
fold.
that's the move right
And that's
there.
the move by Ryan Messina here, shoving, but
Oh my God.
he's gonna run into the kings of Richard Marquez. He doesn't know it yet, but he will be, I'm sure he's excited to see Marquez also shoving in.
I wouldn't be
And
excited when I shove with dents and I get called that fast.
yeah,
That's not good.
and who
Well,
knows?
there's
Mike
not there's no
Takayama at
side
big
pot to
blind.
not no side pot to be made here. There's only
How much has he
200,000
put
more.
in already in the? It's a 400. Oh no,
No, only
230.
200. Only 200,
Yeah,
and the only side pot possible if he calls, they're gonna be 400 on the side.
right. So the cards will be tabled now, and Messina's pocket tens is
Yeah, they're
behind
in trouble.
Marquez's pocket kings.
They're in deep shiza. They're not looking good right
Yeah,
now.
and our chat box have begun
It's in
reacting to
hot
this
water.
hand.
Tens are in hot water.
Yeah,
Tens on the edge of a cliff.
flop is nine high.
Doesn't help. Only two
Turn is
outs
a
here. Only
three.
two outs. No running straights.
Right, yeah.
Nothing in the
Only
stars
a two
except two
outer.
tens.
And the river is a queen. So Ron Ryan Messina. Wait,
Yeah, he's out. He's covered by hot sauce. They're just double
he's
checking,
covered.
but
Yeah.
hot sauce knows
But
it because even when he bet, he left those chips behind.
there you go. Yeah, that's fine. He is covered. So Ron Ryan Messina out at fourth place.
Ooh, hot
And he
sauce
takes
getting a
some
hot
with
hand.
him.
Hot hand at the right time. 1.25 million for
1.25.
Ron Ryan
Not a
Messina.
bad payout for Ryan Messina. At least it's still
Hey, when I play
above the
tournament
1
poker,
million mark.
5,000 isn't a bad payout.
Yeah, definitely. So
Take the
there you
5,000.
go. Good game.
Certainly take
Ryan
1.25.
Messina and Hot Sauce getting the chips that he needed should he will be the one to play heads up against with the Takayama onslaught.
Levels up a
And
little bit, but still, not quite above the 5 million mark. So still quite a mountain to climb
sabi ni
to get to that
Marcos
level.
Clint Jimenez, my prediction was correct. Sir Tirapasok, Choque, and Edgar on top
That's
3,
right.
true
So
enough,
they did
oo.
say that at the top.
Sana sinama mo na si Hot Sauce para 3-4-3 ka. Because Hot Sauce would have been an obvious pick also, di ba?
Mike folds.
Okay.
Edgar released the 500,000.
Button raise from Edgar Asihan. Pocket deuces. Ducks for
Yeah.
hot sauce.
And that's the call
Looks like he made a call.
from Hot Sauce.
Going to flop where hot sauce has no position.
Heads up.
He's ahead, but oh, ever so slightly.
Mm-hmm.
And everything that comes will be an overcard from this
Right.
point on.
And she's only, I think the only one is hoping is for to flop a set.
There goes check,
Or
check.
spike a set. We
They
can see if
Edgar is
yeah,
not
there
bet
you
his
go.
eight.
Richard's
Oh,
definitely betting on this.
oh,
Yeah. Okay,
not
yeah, that's a quick
just a
call.
smooth call because he has
All
two
right,
pairs. He
of
doesn't have to
course.
worry about it. Yeah, you can have ace queen, ace jack. Sure, have the
Here
ace.
comes the river card.
Hot sauce should be frozen
Final
here.
spade.
That call was
Yeah,
so quick and with no draw on the board.
definitely. That's why he checked.
Yeah,
So we can expect
don't go
a
crazy
bet
now.
here from Asihan.
No, don't go crazy. Edgar was the pre-flop raiser. You want to go crazy, take off your clothes and run around the table, but don't
Yeah.
bet. So there's a check, and Edgar will try to get some value. He's not going to get any value. Or is he?
Well, we've seen Hatsas hero called with ace high earlier,
Yeah, but
but
there
not
was
this
a board
time.
because it was
Yeah.
a bluffing board,
Uh,
you know, with three clubs, and you
yeah,
could
yeah.
kind of have reason to believe you didn't really run a
Right.
flush on me.
Yeah.
But ito, no
It's a
draws
blunder.
materialized except
Wala
four
talaga.
deuce.
Yes.
So and no draws
So,
were there to begin with, so you can't even say, oh, he had a busted draw.
right. That's why it didn't take long before Hatsas folded. Shout out to Royly Oracion. Shout out sa lahat ng sundalong lumaban sa APC. Oo, kasama tayo doon. Next good game tayo. Next tournament, please.
May mga general, meron mga cannon fodder,
Mm.
kagaya ng katabi ko. Yung mga first
Okay,
infantry na
oh.
sinesend out.
Mm. Datu Altaner Sumayan Malila. Shout out
Mm.
from Davao City. Good luck. Good luck, Boss Mike Choke
Ako
Takayama.
sa Davao, kaka-poker face lang nila ulit. So,
Mm.
good news to
Oo
know
nga,
that poker
sabi
is
ni
back
Mark
in
Angelo
Davao.
Balu. Sabi ni Mark Angelo Balu, would have been good rematch between Hot Sauce and Takayama because the last time these two
APC.
faced up was PPWC.
PPWC, sila
Yeah.
rin ba?
Yes.
I remember
Yeah, Hot Sauce versus Mike
si
Takayama.
Chief mentioned that Takayama's final table in APC 1 and 2 here in Metro.
Yes.
I wanted to add in APC 0 when they played in Cebu, hindi pa APC ang tawag,
Hindi pa
but it was a
APC ang tawag.
KMGM event.
Si Chucky ba nag-champion
He
doon?
won that one.
Oh, wow.
So every
So
time
all the KMGM
every time
events.
KMGM is in town,
He loves
Mike
this. Ano?
Takayama is at that
Wow,
final table.
wow. But now,
Think
di
about
ba?
that.
Wow.
And the flop is five of spades. Five of clubs.
Okay. Here we go. King 10 versus 8-9. This
Let's
is a
check
battle of the blinds,
Right.
which will be a common scenario here now,
It's
no,
a raised
coach?
spot, huh? Because there's 1.1 in the middle. It wasn't
Yes.
like it was completed and checked. So gut shot goes all in. Quick fold for hot sauce. Chip up another 560K for Edgar Asihan.
Yeah.
Now climbing up to the 4 million mark while Mike Takayama awaits his challenger. He has 16 million. Parang pinapa-audition niya na lang tong dalawang to. O,
Kaya nga eh.
Sino sa inyo? Samahin niyo
Pero
na yan.
mo, if you're any of these two guys where they are equally accomplished
Right.
and equally, capable of going up against Mike Takayama, but Mike Takayama with 16 million?
That's right. Well, I will say that these two guys, they're well beyond being like me sitting there. I would just be starstruck
Right.
and probably would not make a move. But these two, they can definitely play, and
Yeah.
wala na yung factor na yan. I mean, there's respect, but not fear.
Right. As Richard Marquez announced all in for all of his 2 million,
Right.
folded to him at the button.
Queen
Oh no,
Jack.
he's at the button.
Yeah, he is at
Small
the
blind gets away,
No trouble
and
there.
Mike Takayama will fold with 7-4 offsuit.
Good hand for blackjack for Mike Takayama.
Yeah.
Can double down on that.
Bakit good sa blackjack 7-4. 11
11
lang
eh.
yun. 21 di ba yung...
Kaya nga.
Kasi mas
Which
malak...
when you're gonna hit, you're gonna get a
Marami
face
kang...
card, you're
Yeah.
not gonna bust.
Right. If your 7-4 and the third card was...
Turn card
i-
talaga.
and the third card was an 8, do you do you ask to get hit again?
I'm gonna have to ask people like my friend Manesh because 19,
Nineteen?
you're gonna stand on
Yeah, you
19.
can
Usually
stand na,
16
di
is
ba?
tough, and then they have factors like they look at what the dealer is showing. The dealer is showing a face card. They're likely to go bust. Back to the action. Dealer button, King Queen Diamonds. Definite
Yes.
raising hand for Edgar Asihan. Hot sauce in the blinds. We are only three-handed now, so there's only the dealer
Right.
button and both blinds. Nothing there for
Yeah.
Chuke.
H to sub
Hot
suit. So
sauce. Slightly better hand than Chuke.
yeah.
A little bit
So this
better.
is basically gonna be a race. If you have a hand that you can call with, you call. If you have the hand that it's gonna be at least pretty much straight up in
I think
terms
it's
of
only
this three.
because there's really not much room. Like if they had 6, 7 million each,
Right.
you might see some free
Yes,
betting and some
definitely.
some kind of establishing that you can't always raise your button and then
Yeah.
changing it up. But because Hot Sauce has 2 million, once
Right.
he three bets, all that stuff is going in.
Okay. So we have a greeting here from Claudine Camille. Hi, Chester and Ron. I wonder if Claudine
Let me
Camille.
see. Hello. Thank you for
Okay.
watching and thanks for your greeting and thank you. We know you're sharing the link.
All right. Here we go.
Okay. I think Hot Sauce has the better hand.
I was about to. I was really looking hard at the monitor, making sure I'm seeing the right cards.
Yep. Are the right cards. I hope the flop comes King 8.
King 8-8. Ay, hindi
It
na
can't
pala
come King
pwede.
8 8 mauubos na. Just
Uh,
King 8 Ace or something like that. So there's a raise and a call. So okay, small blind, big blind. You're right. Hot sauce completed. Edgar Sean said, "Let's add some juice to
there you
this."
go.
And
There you go.
okay, they both have the 8.
8 high.
Hey, what I tell you, Hot Sauce does have the better hand because he has the higher runner flush draw.
Yeah.
Now, who's gonna give up their 8 here? Not to one bet. So we're gonna see at least a call, and that's a call. So now the pot is bloated to 2 million. Hot Sauce is basically any card that except that, but
Yeah.
remember si Edgar Asian nag-raise, so the ace has
Oh,
pwede siya matakot dyan.
right. Pwedeng
Anything other
i-represent
than
eh.
that, sayang. Anything other than that pasok na yung 1.1 ni Hot
Oo.
Sauce.
Nung huling ginawa yan, ginesture yan ni
Man.
ASEAN, yung asking to see hot sauces stack, all in ang deklarasyon niya. Let's see this time.
Man, what a bad turn for Hot Sauce.
Oo.
Well, if he decides to call, that means he's calling all the way now. Oh,
Yeah.
200 minimum bet. Ah, you gotta think your 8 is good. So basically, nilagay sa lang ace. What about this scare card right here? Completes the runner flush.
That actually favors
Another
hot
overcard.
sauce.
Right, because he could have been calling a flush.
Yeah, flush draw.
He checks. He does all. He checks and Edgar
Did
goes
he
all in.
just...
The second time, very interesting. Twice now we've seen where two players
Yeah.
have the same hand, parehong tumama, but the guy in position, that's the guy taking it down. So
Right.
Choque did it to Troy. Now Edgar is doing it to Hot Sauce.
Was the disadvantage there? Was he put himself in that position by checking? Should have...
I don't
Do you
know.
think it would have been better if he had led out this? Pero
No, no,
baka
no,
pag
no.
mag-lead out
No,
siya,
no. Listen, Hot Sauce bet the whole way. He bet the flop like he should.
did he bet on the river? He checked the river.
Why would he bet on the river, dude?
Kaya nga, that's what I'm saying. Because they don't know what each other's holding, would have been wise to counter this possible scenario.
I mean,
Because you know your opponent, you know he's capable of doing this.
I don't know what he knows about Edgar. All I know is that ace on the turn just destroyed whatever Hot Sauce could have been planning. Because he had set it up with that flop bet that he can shove the turn.
Oh,
So the ace is
so
like, because see, Edgar was the pre-flop racer. He didn't
right.
choose to check behind.
Oh,
Diba? So he made it look like that was in his range, yung ace, because he raised the big blind when he didn't have to.
yeah.
And then he floats, or we know he hit, but it looks like a float. So pag may float at may dumating na ace, well, that's the playbook there, diba? You're supposed to have it, supposed to, quote unquote. So
That
talagang sa
was a
ace,
big
yeah.
pot
The river wasn't the
that
thing.
Edgar Asian was able to pull under hot sauce. There you go.
It's really heartbreaking to see when two players have the same hand, and
Yeah.
but somebody's gotta win, right? There's no chop chop there, and the guy in position wins.
Okay. Sabi ni sabi ni Mark Pasin, just run, that's Maring Claude, wife
It's
of Amor
Claude.
Nario from the SM.
It's
Claude,
Claude.
ano, kasi I know him of a different Facebook, ano,
Ah, different. It's Claude.
Facebook name. Hello, Claude. Yan naman. Kilala syempre. How are you? So, yan.
Hot Sauce has no room to go. He's now in a corner, sitting in a corner.
Yan yung sinasabi ng mga, ayan, our watchers are reacting. They say, baka it would have been good had Hot Sauce led out with a blocker bet, parang just to offset whatever. Pero baka ganun din, baka
Tulakan din siya.
tulakan din siya, so
Then he would
nabawasan pa
lose
siya
another
lalo.
200. It's tough because sitting in his seat after
Oo.
that ace shows up, I mean, he only calls kasi minimum bet. So maybe
Oo.
like he spikes another 8 or a
Kasi
king or something.
you want I don't know, you want
It's like in principle, you don't want to fold to minimum bet. So,
yeah. Ayun na. Wala
okay,
nang ano.
small blind and big blind. All in and a call, of course, but the hot sauce has nowhere to go there. The cards are live. He's not that far behind. Itong
Yes.
percentage na to, it's the same as if ace king and pocket pair. Now
Right.
56-44. The 10 supersedes the 5, so it's only once
So,
he hits any of his two cards, hot sauce
right.
only has 3 outs to dodge. Here we go,
But
Mike
if Mike
Takayama.
hits his king,
Then that's GG.
right. There you go.
Yeah, the thing is that Mike can hit the 5 and doesn't really change anything for hot sauce because he's behind anyway.
Yeah.
All in and a call. There's the 10.
Okay,
So
10.
down to 3 outs for Mike Takayama and an ace. No straights happening here except for a deuce. A deuce gives Mike Takayama a backdoor straight. Otherwise, most of the time, it's going to be a blank and hot sauce will double up. He doubles up.
No. So much needed double up for Hot Sauce Marquez.
Yep, puts him back in the game.
To bring him his stack about 1.8 ba?
Oh,
1.9.
1.9.
There you
Oh,
go.
because 600K will get Judy called, but
Yeah.
1.9 will not. So he's still out there, still in the hunt. Again, last 3 players remaining. Mike Takayama has 14 million. Edgar has 5. Hot Sauce just under 2.
Yeah.
Last 3 players of the Asia Poker Championship. 21.7 in the pot. 7 days to play this out and get down to this level from 543 entries. These are the last 3. And what a familiar 3 we have.
Yes. Of course, this is a collaboration between Metro Card Club, home of the Philippine Poker Champions, and KMGM, the Korean Mind Members
Mind
Group.
game members.
Mind Game Members Group.
Oops.
As we
Mike
see
Takayama raised
Takayama,
400.
yes.
What? Hot sauce. Getting cute. Ayun, all in pala. Kala ko hindi pa.
Dineclare na niya
Yeah, he
verbally.
declared it so he can just string the chips in. Of course, this is expected no matter what he has. It's a
Yeah.
bonus that he has jacks. And Choke has a natural. And Hot Sauce has 0, basically. But that's in a different game. Choke would be ahead. 1.4 more to call. If he thinks the 6 and 3 are alive,
Yeah.
maybe. Puts him on a pair, then it's a big no. Yeah, so.
Easy fold there for Mike Takayama. Peter Maya, shout out, mga boss from Seattle, Washington. Shout out to you, sir. Okay. As we resume this three-handed final table action.
More breathing room for Hot Sauce. 2.5 na. Still looking like a dwarf compared to Mike Takayama's chips. But at least he's outside of that 10 BB danger zone. I believe the blinds are still 100, 200. 1,000. Button is on the hot sauce, so he will act first. We're three-handed, so Button always acts first. Blinds, there you go. 100, 200, 30K antes. 300, 90K in the pot if you just want to take it down uncontested. 10-6 for hot sauce. Why stop now?
Yes. And he needs this. I mean, he needs to be active and not just get grinded out.
Yeah, just take that 390. Raises to 500. Here's a speculative hand, but doesn't want to do it. Comes down to this. Does Mike Takayama think hot sauce just trying to take the middle? Then
Yeah,
he
and
can just blow
Takayama
him
with
out of the spot.
that's correct. Takayama with Queen Jack. And yeah,
Yeah,
he'll
he'll
put
blow
him
him out
out.
of the pot. Because he can't call with 10-6.
And the monster stack is on a break.
And that's how you play poker, ladies and gentlemen.
You
I don't know what else to say.
Edward takes out the pot. So again, the monster stack tiebreak is
Watching
on a break.
Mike Takayama play and seeing his hold cards like this,
yeah.
it's like watching practice videos of Steph Curry. You know, you're just watching him like, damn,
You saw
huh?
that video, the
Yeah, shot
shooting
105
drill.
straight.
No, he was near the court and then stepping back,
All right.
after the half court line, and then after sinking all those shots, going
He
back
goes
near the court,
backward.
the
It's
ring, and that
ridiculous.
drill.
And that's what I'm feeling right now watching Mike. Like, it's ridiculous that he knows exactly what to do and when to do
Once
it.
again,
Yeah.
MIP and team for tonight's admission.
Okay.
But that's years of experience and growth because the Mike we played with when he was starting
Way
was when,
back, of course. Yeah.
yeah, it's like the like same way a basketball player develops. You know, when he's a rookie, he's dunking all
Uh,
over the place, but
right.
then he matures and suddenly he's got a 3-point shot. He learns to improve his free
That's
throws, and
correct.
now it's like this guy has no weakness. He's
Definitely, a lot of people saw and was in unanimously saying when Mike uh, reached that stage when he has clean up his gameplay and really uh, we call it in Filipino na pumino
hmm,
pumino na yung laro niya. It started really
chiseled everything.
uh, okay. Amando David, Boss Tira Pasok, pa-shoutout po, AVT Poker Club, watching
Hey,
from
AVT.
Series 3, Canlubang, Laguna. Good luck kay paring Edgar Asihan.
Mga teammate
Yan.
ni Santri yan eh, di ba? Yung
Oo,
AVT.
AVT. So, okay, Mark Pagsin, shout out watching here at Veterans Golf and sending my congratulations to paring Mike Takayama, the hands
Congratulate
down
na.
favorite. That's from Mark Pagsuyuin.
You seem to be studying a piece of paper. It could be an
Yeah,
ICM
it's could be an
proposition.
ICM proposition. But with this chip difference,
It's huge.
yeah.
I think if you ICM this, hot sauce might be getting less than
Yeah, then
than, than this
what
guy. I
should he
don't
be
think that's
getting?
how ICM works. I think whatever he's guaranteed.
Yeah, will stay.
Because
Yeah,
if you go strict like based on chip distribution versus prize money remaining, right now hot sauce guaranteed 2 million. But if
right.
he has like 85,000 chips or 20,000 chips remaining, you
Uh,
don't ICM that thing. He's not gonna take less than 2 million. So that's the good news for hot sauce. Guaranteed 2 million. Just sitting there
yeah.
can only improve. Small blind, big blind. Mike Takayama gets a walk.
And even if it doesn't get that, as soon as
Okay,
probably,
Tito Pasok and to the viewers out there, we know what Hot Sauce is thinking. Sige, he wants to double up. He's at the bottom. I'm more interested now in anong mindset ni Edgar Asihan here. Is he trying to stay out of trouble? See if
yeah,
Choke can take out Hot Sauce? Does he want to take him out himself? What's his
he's
being in the
gonna be
middle?
well. The only time that he'll gonna have to get on with Hot Sauce Marquez if he has a legitimately good hand. But more often, I would be guessing that's what he did. Get out of the
Just get
way.
out of the way.
Let Mike Takayama take care of Richard Marquez, just like in this spot. Richard Marquez with Ace 3, Mike
Good enough
Takayama
to
Queen
call.
Jack suited. All chips are in the middle for Richard
He's
Marquez.
actually ahead. If the whole board
Yes.
whiffs, if 5-2 show up, that would be good. No, that would be a
Yeah.
chop if 5-2 show up. So Queen Jack suited versus Ace 3. Hot sauce is slightly.
Oh
Oh my
my
God! Are
God.
you kidding me? Drawing dead. He needs.
Are
He
you
needs. No, he's not
kidding
drawing dead.
me?
Runner 3. And
That
that's the only thing.
Takayama onslaught in full display here. Mike Takayama flopping flush, which is what? How many percent does that happen?
1% of the time you flop a flush when you have two whole cards, and there is no club in the
Wow, wow,
in
wow.
the whole cards of Richard Marquez. So he was drawing that on the turn. If there had been a three on the turn,
Yeah,
he would have slim chance to go runner quads. But
right.
no. So TCOB taking care of business na naman si Mike
Oh,
Takayama.
good game for Richard Marquez, exiting this main event at third place and taking with him 2 million in prize. And we are now heads up in this main event of
Somebody
the
called it.
Asia Poker
Somebody in the chat
Championships.
thread, somebody in the comments called it. Edgar
hmm
Asihan versus Mike
hmm
Takayama. But what I figure they didn't imagine was the chip, the chip
Difference.
disparity.
So with Edgar Asihan at how much? Three,
About
five
five
ba?
million,
And what? This is
a little under
18
five.
or let's see the chip count. Wow.
It should be about 16.
Okay, I think they as customarily they are going to go on a break just to fix this heads up table. They will have to bring out the trophy and then do some ceremonial
Uh,
picture taking.
Stick around. The topless girls will come out and pour the cash on the table.
The balloons will stop. Yeah,
Or the
there you
topless
go.
boys.
So now we're being flooded with congratulatory messages. Yayan Kwe, Joven Huerto. Okay, shout out to Patrick Katubig from Iligan City. There you go. Congrats, Mike Takayama. Ramon Pablo's predicting heads up game in less than an hour will be done. Okay. Joan Treb, congrats. Amo Edgar and Mahal na Hari Choque. There you go. Okay, so they're setting it up. As we see in the background, the official photographer of Metro Card Club in all these events, Senator DJ Ruperto, who will be raffling off uh, Gcash credits later. Niloloko siya kanina eh.
Baka may
Paparabal ka ba?
maniwala sa ating 300,000
Oo nga, baka
viewers.
may magano.
Kawawa naman si DJ.
Dola, hola, mi amigo. Congrats, Hot Sauce. Rafael Paterno, congrats, Mike Takayama. Okay, so let's see.
Well, it looks like diba? Mike Takayama has the skill, the image, the chip
Oo.
advantage. Wala nang positional advantage kasi
But
heads
but
up.
you know what, coach? If there's really, and this is real talk, if there's one person who can who have the skills to go up against Mike at with this chip advantage, is those last two, any of those last two players,
Right.
Hatsos Marquez and Edgar Asehan.
And relative to the blinds, Edgar's not in any trouble.
Oo.
Sure, Mike has the chip lead, and Mike's going to use it, but there's no urgency as long as he's ahead of the blinds. So he
Oo.
has about 25 big blinds, they're heads up.
Right. Ito,
And
Elsa Asehan. Baka kapatid or nanay? Congrats, Edgar Asehan. Uy, and Super Monching. Agustin Talisayon, pa-shout out.
shout
Boss
out for
Jester.
sure.
Okay. Sino nanalo? Wala pa. Heads up
Hoy.
between
Good
your
morning,
kumpare,
Super
Mike
Monching.
Takayama and Edgar Asehan. Okay.
Monching, of course, from the Fairview Elites.
From the Fairview Elites
Fairview
in
din yan
online
si...
poker and
May bilyaran dati sa Choque
oo,
sa
sa
Fairview.
Lagro. Oo, sa Lagro. Okay. Yeah. So, what else is new? Mike Takayama. Di ba? This would be a good baon for him because right after this, I think at the end of the week,
Lilipat na rin
he
siya.
is set to fly to Las Vegas for
So I guess
to play in the
he's flying out with Chief.
WSOP.
No? Chief said he's flying out as well.
Oo. So, sabay-sabay yata sila. So, magandang baon to. Pocket money for Mike Takayama. Itong pocket money mo, 6 na milyon. Of course, we're not counting out Edgar Asean yet, but again, this will be an uphill battle for Asihan considering the chip difference between him and Mike Takayama.
Well, we've seen worse chip disparity, so it's just
Yes,
a matter
yes.
of, if you
Uh,
sit there and you feel like you're beat
Also
just because it's a lot of chips
representing
and it's Mike,
Turkey from
then maybe you are gonna be beat. But a guy
yeah.
like Edgar can sit there and just say, "We're just playing poker here." Diba? He's gonna use the
He
skills
just
that he
tell
has.
himself all I need to do is to double up 2 times.
A double up 2 times, he can grind it out. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. There's a lot of ways to go because he's not gonna be swallowed by the blinds. He has enough of a stack that that won't happen.
Yes. Okay.
So what I'm curious to see is because I never had this opportunity to watch Mike
the
Takayama heads up
Eliminations
with whole
Society
cards.
Yes.
So
presenting
I'm very curious and I'm
As
looking
to his
forward to see.
gameplay, of course, there's that
Yeah,
difference. Eh?
yeah, and the pace is there still gonna be because heads up usually a big change in dynamic.
Yes.
Diba,
20%
mainit na sila
discount
when it's
super promo
short-handed, but it goes heads up. Sometimes it goes back into jabbing mode.
Right.
Is there gonna be any jabbing here, or is just
Uh,
gonna be pressure, pressure from the beginning? And is he gonna be stay relentless and not give him room to breathe? Chief also called this Edgar
yeah.
Asihan versus Mike
Edgar
Takayama.
Asian, when I asked him
Also,
earlier, it would have been Edgar Asian and Mike
also people in the
Takayama.
comments also call this.
Yeah, so yeah, because with that the consensus was the first choice was Takayama versus Sakwing, primarily because they're the ones coming in with the two big stack when at the start of this final table. But after Sacking busted out, the favorite to go up or the favorite the people want to see was a Takayama Asehan heads up match.
We're
So
gonna see it
you
now.
got your wish. This is Mike Takayama and Edgar Asehan for the 2022 20 million guaranteed Asia Poker Championship crown. Ayan.
Nueve Gaming. Oh, I'm just looking at the shirt.
It's a sponsor for an online
Yeah,
casino
I see it.
site.
It says Live Casino Nueve Gaming. Play and earn, meaning there's probably an agency setup involved.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So as
Okay, so they're gonna be setting this up. Tira Pasok and I will be going on a little break, water break, walk around break.
yeah, we can. So we can. Let's wait for the resume. Okay, we'll just hang in there. We'll start the heads up action in a few minutes, but in the meantime, we'll just take a short break, and we'll be back with you when action resumes. All right.
calling on B-Boy for 2550. Please proceed to table 5. B-Boy for table 5.
bang bundok ng pera? Okay, para ilagay dyan, 6 million. Ano pagawa niyan? 6 million, tigbe 20 pesos. Sabi tayo, hindi rin nata pwede yun. Announcement, walang bangko today eh. So bukas pa daw yung ano. Okay lang.
Smash na.
Kahit next month pa.
Bayad naman kami.
Down daw yung group.
Ha?
Down ang group.
Down din.
Ano na niya ito. Pinaklose na ni BBM.
Oo.
Nagagamit sa online sa amin.
Okay na ba tayo may ask?
Game na.
Game na, game na. Good luck. Select mo lang ito, okay? Okay lahat ha.
Ay, wait lang daw.
Bakit? Picture? Tutorial mo na ito.
Tanungin mo kung ano sa umbrella ng mal. Tanungin mo kay Jess kung game na. Tanungin mo kay Jess kung game na. Jess, okay na? Okay na daw. I-announce mo ba siya, right?
Sound check 1 2 3 2 1. Sound check. Hello to the 100 people who have stepped away from the stream. I don't know how you're gonna hear me, but it's time to come back. You're back. Heads up
here at the main event of the
is
Asian
going to
Pro
start.
Championship. As you can see here at the
Here in the
feature
background,
table, which is
TD
live on the
Brian
Metro Card Club
just
Facebook,
calling out the action and setting the
heads
tone,
up
setting the
between
table for
Edgar
the final
Asihan
two players
and Mike
of the Asia
Takayama.
Poker Championship. Tira
Mike
pasok,
Takayama
pasok.
holds a
Ayan, all right.
1.5
So
group. They are heads up playing for the
out
first
of
time,
after
which is
how many
6
days did we have?
games.
7
6 days.
days, diba?
7 days.
Apat na day 1,
Uh,
day 2, day 3,
So
7th day. Para ka
yeah.
nagdavali
Edgar starts
SOP.
first.
After 7 days of action and hundred of players, hindi pa talaga hindi ko maalala. 500.
543
Uh,
entries.
543 entries. We are down to the last two players that's gonna battle it out
Balls line to Mike.
Kaya tabing trophy.
for the
Medyo
APC
nakaka-obscure.
crown.
The
Oh,
trophy would obscure Mike's view of Edgar. There isn't much left to read,
yes.
only the eyes and the wiggle of the ears, but
Yeah.
still, you want to get as much as you can. So we kick things off. Dealer button is always first to act and face a small blind. Look at this, connecting hands for both. Put them
Right.
together, and you're drawing a straight flush.
And you are watching Mike Takayama and Edgar Asihan for the heads up action battle for the APC crown.
Okay, we're waiting on that flop. It's already been called. It's a 450k race. Blinds are 100, 200.
Hmm.
Oh
Oh,
my
what?
goodness, this is trouble. Remember, you were
Ah,
saying Edgar is just two double ups away, or one double up
yes.
away from calling
This could be the first
this,
one.
yeah, this is
This
the
is
first one.
definitely gonna be the first
This is
one.
gonna change the game right here because
Yeah.
the problem with a flush is it caps your range. You're
Yeah.
not improving to a full house, and because they're blocking each other's straight flushes, of course Mike has that 7. You know, he has the
Yeah.
straight flush possibility. Better than a call. This is good for Mike. It's gonna
Yes.
slow him down,
Yeah,
and
it
it's
is
bad
an
for Edgar.
action
He's gonna lose
stopper.
action.
Right.
So there goes the check. And Edgar bets here, Mike can give it up.
King of spades.
I think that's exactly
Yeah.
what's going to happen here. It goes check, check, and on the river.
From Edgar,
No reason to believe that Mike will put any more money into this, except for a
5
small
of Mike,
call.
Jack
Very
9
small
of
call.
hearts,
He had to.
and 10 8 of hearts.
Jeez.
Mike.
What a good turn for Mike
Yes.
Takayama, because you take away that
If
turn,
not, no.
you put a brick up there that doesn't
Yeah.
spare the board.
Right.
And
That would have resulted to a double
it
up
would
for
have
Edgar
completely
Asian.
doubled up Edgar, because
Yes.
there's no way you think both of you flop a flush.
There you go. Heads up action.
I just can't imagine. I'm just trying to imagine the damage if it was a bunch
Yes.
of bricks on the turn and river.
That's true.
We would be looking at even.
Button,
They would be pretty even. We'd be like 12-10 right now.
and Mike.
Yeah. or on the other hand, if that fourth heart uh, was a seven of hearts, it would still be the same thing. It
Well,
will
it would
be.
be over because that would be a
Yeah.
straight flush. But
I
I'm
don't think.
saying,
I don't think
I'm saying
with
you
the one
put two
card.
bricks down there, which is so much more likely than another heart. You
Yeah.
put two bricks there, and we would have been 12 million versus 10 million.
But
Instead,
but
the
I don't think Edgar Ascend would have gone broke if had it been a four and favoring Mike Takayama
you
with
still
his
have to think
jack
about
eye.
the ace, though.
Yeah.
No, that's why I'm talking about non-heart.
Right. Right. Nine
Non-heart.
hearts. Yes, that's correct.
Anything non-heart, all the
Yeah.
chips go in.
Okay. Here we go. Back to the action between these two.
Bit of a good gain for Edgar SCR and moral victory for Mike Takayama and losing the
Mhm.
minimum there. Queen 7. Okay, so it's a race re-race. This is what I was waiting to see. Like, how are you gonna play this?
Yeah.
Are you just gonna play this defending game, or are you gonna just three bet? And right out the gate, we see that Mike
Yeah.
Takayama's strategy is to three bet the blind and take away this whole
Yeah.
auto race on the button.
He gave one almost one more than a little over 1 million in that previous hand where they flopped both flushes, but now he's slowly getting it back. He got half of it already.
So it's pretty amazing how little he lost there.
Yeah, that's like the minimum. You're right, the minimum that he could have lost that in that hand.
So there you see the final two payouts waiting to be handed, 6 million and 3.3. Ayun, napunta
Ah,
lahat ng butal sa second.
yes. So yeah,
Queen
there you
C7.
go. Pau Corral together with Carl Pash Webski,
It's the gang.
they want to call themselves the Team Bimbi, is enjoying the action and they're watching this heads up between Takayama and Asihan.
Okay, now the interesting part always of heads up. We saw that from the big blind, Mike slaps you back with a three bet.
Yeah,
And then he comes to button, he makes the raise. So what do? Do you slap him back also with a three bet? Because if not, then you're basically playing his game if you're just calling here, right?
yeah, so
Because he doesn't let you raise the button,
right,
but you let him raise the
raise the
button.
button,
And now
yeah,
you're playing out of position with
and a big,
one of the best hands in Hold'em. 2-3 offsuit.
yeah,
You can try to float out of position. There's really nothing to do here. An easy bet. Paired board is usually automatic C bet, and that's it.
there you go.
So far, taking away where both of them flop the flush. Uh,
So
Edgar's been playing the game the way Mike wants it to be played.
yeah, so he's already recovered what he
Yeah,
had lost
like
previously,
nothing
no?
happened.
Parang 17 million for Takayama versus the 4.9 million in chips of ASEAN. That is the current picture of our heads up action.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if that last sequence
And
is gonna change. If this is gonna turn into a bottom limp, then we know that Mike Takayama is living inside Edgar's
yeah,
head. What is it? We're waiting to see.
it's a
It's a
call.
bottom limp, so
Yeah,
we know
there you go.
Mike is taking control there. And of course,
Yes.
it's gonna raise Ace King, and it's just gonna be unbelievable because how can you keep having a hand?
Yeah.
But he does have it. So Edgar, I can't see how he can call this, but he might want to speculate the position. It's huge though, 700k.
Yeah.
Can't call it.
There you
So
go.
this is what being in control looks like: is when your button raises are unchallenged, and he can't raise his button anymore.
Yeah, and if you have just joined this live stream, this is the live coverage of the heads up action for the Asia Poker Championship coming to you from the Metro Card Club, the home of Philippine Poker Champions in collaboration with KMGM, the Korean Mind Game Members Group. And you have in your screen Edgar Asihan versus Mike Takayama.
The final match of the final table.
Yeah.
Last two players. Mike on the button. You see there's 100k there. It's not a completion, it's a race. So maybe Edgar wants to try what Mike does to him. 4.4 million there. Oh, he went all in. Mike quickly calls. So Edgar had the idea to re-steal. I don't think he's
Yes.
planning to get called there because he puts in 4 million. You don't expect
Right.
4 million to get called that fast, but Mike reads him really. I mean, what a read here to not even consider that Edgar actually had a hand. Maybe it was the size of the raise, because why would you three bet me for everything
Yes.
unless you're just trying to set a tone and slap me back? So Mike makes that
Right.
call correctly. He's ahead, but
Oh, and
not anymore.
ASEAN outflopped Takayama there.
Right, and now he's got a three outer. That's the
Yeah.
bad news about having a deuce as a kicker. It
Right.
doesn't help you. It's not even. It's not. It's less than a
Yes.
cheerleader. Basically, the ace is alone,
Yeah.
and the deuce is just dragging him down. He needs an
There
ace
you
on the
go.
river,
There you
or
go. That
else
is
he will
what
continue.
ASEAN needed to double up. He's now up to 8 million.
Oh, more than 8 million there,
Yeah.
9.3. So this is really the stack size I was expecting we would be at when they both flopped the flush,
Yes.
basically 12 to 10. So guess what? We got there anyway, but Mike Takayama tried to finish this off.
Yes.
But once again, 55-45, even though you are ahead, that's 45% of the time is huge.
That's
And to
correct.
put that into perspective, if I said 45% of the
Final
world
John M for
uh,
100 to
was
120
7 feet
USD.
tall, that would be like
John
living in a
M
Yes.
forest.
P1.
So Edgar had live cards, hit it, and now we have a ball game.
Oh, yeah. That's more like it. So I'm sure the followers of Edgar Asihan in our live stream viewers, among our live stream viewers, are very
Final
happy with this
PO.
development.
PO
You're
for
putting it
100 to
lightly. If they were in
150
one room, that
USD
room just
and PO
exploded.
for
Yeah,
200.
definitely.
That room just blew up. They
Definitely.
just ordered another
Yeah.
pizza right now.
And a barrel of beer.
They just bring it in.
No one's going home yet.
And you're feeling it right now. And you can't tell because Edgar Asan's a poker player, but he's feeling it too.
Yeah.
He
Okay.
doesn't look like he just doubled up, right? He's not a poker player. He's like business as usual. Yeah, I doubled up,
Yeah.
but
And
wait.
equally for Takayama, it doesn't look like he lost that much of a
But this
stack, you
changes the
know?
tone because the leverage, you can't just lean on him. Look
Yes,
at this stack of pile of pink chips. Looks pretty much even now.
that's correct.
So it's not going to be easy three bet city for Mike Takayama. Although it looks like
Yeah.
that's what's happening anyway. 500,000, still a three bet. Staying with the strategy, three bet to 1.5. But Edgar has a hand this time that he might want to fight back,
Right.
and he can afford to flat this because 1.5 million will leave him with about 7.8, and he will have position. So interesting. I mean, like, how is he going to play this? Is he going to take a flop and see Michael hang himself? I think risky to go all in over the top of him here.
Yeah, he
Maybe
did.
he
He
just
just
did,
did
huh?
that. He declared all in. You notice that
Check to check.
every time it's like a behavior of Edgar Asian that he'd ask for a chip count of the opponent and then declared all in. If I remember correctly, that's the third time he did
Yeah, he
that
did it
already.
twice with hot sauce.
Yeah, in this final table.
Dead even.
Yeah, there you go.
11 million each.
Couldn't get more even than that. 11 million each between ASEAN and Takayama.
Okay, so let's see. What is the strategy change here for Mike Takayama? Because the situation has changed. There's a bit of a moral uplifting on the side. There's a bit of an aura of confidence more in Edgar's seat. The chips are even. Edgar has shown that I'm not gonna let you three bet me like that anymore.
Yeah.
And Mike Takayama that's now gonna go on the button. Let's see if Edgar three bets him.
And Mike raises to 500,000. Call from
So
Edgar.
Mike keeping his range merged
Hmm.
on the button. Everything looks the same. Raised to 500k. Just a call. Turn 5 is free is the flop. First to act, Edgar, who has hit the 5 and has runners to a club draw. Only 3 outs for Mike Takayama, but that's not what he's playing. He's playing his position and the idea that maybe Edgar can give up this hand. It's going to take 2 barrels at least because that middle
Call
pair
from Edgar. Red
is
card.
good enough to proceed. Pag heads up.
King of spades.
That king could slow things down if
And now
Mike has a
Edgar
second barrel in him. But
Hmm.
pag walang second barrel, you're gonna feel good about that 5, right?
check from Edgar.
So check. Gotta be second barrel city here.
Yeah.
Bets
And
2 million in
definitely.
the middle. That's kind of smallish. Oh, 1.3. Yeah, inuna niya lang yung 300,000. He had
Oh.
declared 1.3. That's a strong second barrel. Very hard to withstand with just a 5. And Edgar would have to make a really good read here.
Calling all the following players
And
from
we'll see
table
the metal of
1-500.
Edgar
John
ASEAN
C.
here.
Christian Ray,
You need
John
a
N.
hell of a
John
read
Mac D,
to
please
proceed with
proceed
this.
That's correct.
Because even if
to
you know
table
you're
1.
ahead, I mean, how can you just flat this and not
Yeah.
imagine what the river is gonna be
And true
like?
enough, he let go of that hand. He let go of the better hand. And Takayama takes down this spot.
I mean, his hand is so much better even if I don't look at the board. It's just
Yeah.
Mike Takayama's 9-4 offsuit looks
Yes.
so horrible. You can't imagine that it just won 2 million.
Yeah, but that's like they say, the great players do not need the cards to
Yeah.
play
Cards?
poker.
What cards?
Cards what?
We don't play cards.
Yeah, there you go. So, okay, we're moving on.
It's amazing to see that we got the headset match that was popularly demanded. Mike Takayama being challenged
Hmm.
by Edgar Asihan.
Once again, calling all the following
And
players
he
from
has
table
closed the chip
1-500.
stacks 9.8 to
Juice
12.
Luzin, Christian
Basically, still
Ray,
10 to
John
12
N.
million.
John Mac D, and Bong, and please
There's
proceed
a
table
button
20.
call, but he
Right.
got limp back, king deuce of diamonds. Mike Takayama will have none of it. Raises jack 7 offsuit, keeping that pressure on. I don't care if you have more chips now than you did before. I'm going to shorten your stack by keeping these bets big. No easy looks. And the thing is, once you create a pot,
Yeah,
there's something to take down.
that's true.
And you, if you can take the first barrel, the second barrel is going to be so big. There's so
Yeah,
much pressure. 6, 7, 9 is good for Mike.
for Mike, definitely.
Total air right now for Ed. Mike checks this one. He's not checking to fold, that's for sure. Wisely, Edgar checks back. Did not try to make a move. Mike's gotta know that his 7 is has some value here. Just has to think about that queen. I think he's checking to call here.
But Edgar
He's checked
probably
twice.
also wise to these moves. We might now. I wouldn't be surprised if he checks back also,
Yeah, well, he might take a stab
or
because
he might try
he's been
this.
checked twice, but
Yes.
I think Mike is just keeping the pot small enough so that he can check call down with a 7. So here comes the call.
Yeah.
It's 700K. That's a nice stab by Edgar to try to take it down. Now he's gonna need a king on the river or some spare card. Uh oh, that's a bit scary because
Yeah.
it creates some straights, but
But
hindi ka na maniniwala.
that's true.
What, are you sitting on king 10 and you're gonna
Yeah.
gut shot on me? I don't think
And
so.
Takayama just check. Of course, we all know with the full intent of calling whatever
He's checking to call because
whatever Edgar pushes out, except all of those chips
only
probably.
reasonable thing he's gonna lose to now is queen
Yeah,
jack. And
there you
here comes
go.
the bet. No way. Mike
Yeah.
might even put him all in here, but interesting. I mean, I don't see him folding because he can afford to at least call
Yes.
this. 2 million to call. He's got 10 million. He's gonna be down to 8. I admire this bet by Edgar Asihan. I mean, what is he
Yeah.
representing here? Basically, the queen. He started betting
Yes.
when the queen hit or a flop straight. Mike walked into a two pair, but not the best two pair that you could ask for. But still, he thought his 7 was good. He's got to think like, did the jack make him a straight? Yes or
Players
no?
table
No
11
straight, then I'm
presenting a
calling. He
6-1
raises to
hand.
He
4.4. That's the
raises.
end.
There you go.
Great. Yeah, there's
You know when Mike tanked, I was almost tempted to say that I think he's gonna raise. He's
tanking
gonna
to raise,
raise.
right? He's not
You
tanking
know,
to fold. It's at the very least was a
because
call.
in a heads-up situation, if you're convinced that you're ahead, and I think I've still the benefit of a bigger stack.
Also very cool. Like if my thinking sure you hit the queen, maybe I can squeeze extra value.
Right, that's true. So just like that, whatever advantage, whatever leverage Edgar Asian got when he doubled up, and now he's back to the same situation, down to
It's the dangerous thing
6.4
about
million.
playing heads up is you don't want to build a big pot with a
Yeah,
small hand because just like that, bumaliktad,
that's
and it
correct.
wasn't even
Uh-oh.
worth it with king high.
Yes, with the King High. Ayan,
Of course, there's going to be a raise on the button from Mike. 450. Once again, merged yung range na. Everything is 450 from the button. 9-4 offsuit, King Jack offsuit. It's 450 from the button.
Yeah, that's correct.
Good hand to defend with if you like these suited connectors. So we're gonna see a flop. Uh-oh, both of them have a piece of this. Mike has a monstrous draw here that he can go
Yeah,
with, and the 10 is a small piece of it.
yeah.
But
Not only a
Mike,
draw, a flush draw, but an open-ended straight draw
hey,
also.
put in the
Yeah,
overcards because
and plus the overcards.
the
Wow.
kings are good too. There's just too many outs here. I don't think even think it fits on top of this display that we have. Edgar calls. Turn is a nine. That's it.
That
Completes it
does
for
it
Mike.
for the
But
straight.
guess what? It makes a smaller straight draw. Gut shot to the jack.
Yeah.
I don't see how Ed can continue because he doesn't even have the diamonds here. Mike's already bet on a monotone flop, puro diamonds.
Oh,
So to call that without a diamond is like saying, okay, I'll ride my 10, maybe have a single diamond draw. He's correct,
that's correct.
but what's a little bit hidden here is the straight.
And he still continues to call. He's still convinced that his 10 is good. Uh,
I can't think that he's trying
and
to call this
probably
to make the
happy
gut
that
shot.
he got a redraw with that jack.
Oh, action killer.
Wow, yeah.
Action killer here.
Yes,
Unless
yes.
Ed bluffs it, he's not going to bluff it, so that's the end. Mike checks how much is behind. Pot is 3.1. And Ed is he's going to fold this, so he's going to start the next hand with 4.8 million. Mike got everything he wanted here.
Yeah.
He got the straight and then he improved to a flush. And he's betting an amount na, wag na, hindi mo na ako mababluff kung ace of
Oh,
diamonds ka. O hindi, di ba? He bets the size of the pot. There's nothing left here for Ed to do.
that's correct.
Love to hear in the comments there, and we can check it if should he have called that turn, or should that have been the end for Ed's hand right there.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next hand,
Okay,
17 million,
so
17 to 5, which is kind of roughly where we
yeah,
started.
right now Edgar Asian is actually with the lower stack than when he started this heads up.
Roughly, we were
Yeah,
at
because he was at
16.5 to
5.
5.5,
Yeah.
so now we're 17 to 5. Blinds are
So,
not gonna rise that fast. These are
hmm
1 hour levels, and they are very far from Shovesville with blinds only 100, 200. Okay, how did that go? Completion, or was that a walk?
Probably a walk.
May antis pa na 30 just to hurt you a little bit more.
You can see that trophy of the Asia Poker Championship there in the middle of this too. A good looking trophy.
Would be a nice trophy
Yeah.
if you already had one, but if you had as many as Mike has, might just be a paperweight in his trophy
And
room.
look at this. Mike with jacks
And the
on
going
the
is good.
button. And seems like Edgar ASEAN got caught of Mike having jacks and immediately folded and even put up
No, I
a
think he's
token
doing the thing where, like
resistance.
Lester said, like that last hand with the 10-8 didn't work out too well.
Yeah.
Parang he's jogging around the
Right,
table
you
like,
might
"Oh, let's
want
take a
to
break.
pass out on some hands
Just pass
also.
the next few
Don't bother
hands.
playing them, don't bother looking at them.
Yeah, just to change up
Just let it pass, yeah.
change the vibe a little bit
Right.
because he hasn't even tried after that 10-8 hand.
Okay, here we go.
Meanwhile, Mike stepping on the gas. It's a waste though, because the way it's just going, he didn't even need jacks there. He could have done it with any hand. Okay, here's a raising hand from the button. Uh, Edgar, smooth calls. He's sticking to that strategy. He's not raising and opening himself
Right.
up to a 3-bet. Sige, I'm gonna smooth call. You want to raise? I can call. I have position. This time that didn't happen, so they Mike just check behind because he has the absolute nuts. Nobody has hit anything here, but Mike picks up a draw and a gut shot for Edgar. Check minimum bet, which actually have the pot malit kasi yung pot. See, Mike looks this up. It's a raise. And 650 to
And
call.
just like that, yeah. Who says you can't win with the Hummer?
Going with 7 deuce.
Remember back in the day when cash game players want to spice up their
Yeah,
action?
you get the 7 deuce
You
bonus.
win with 7 deuce regardless of whether it's
Yeah,
there's a
the
showdown or
whole
not.
table
Yeah,
pays you. I know you were good at that.
yeah. Everybody gives you. We used to do that a
Yeah,
lot when we
extra
were playing.
chips.
In fact, I think one a former poker room in San Juan have that promo. You win with the 7 deuce. They call it the hammer time. You win with
Hammer
Planet
time.
Poker. You win with 7 deuce. You get a reward from the card room.
Well, let me guess. Maybe a lot of players won with 7 deuce, and that poker room is now out of business.
True enough.
So lesson
Okay,
learned.
here we go. Never don't don't overdo things.
All right, so I
Oh
think
yeah,
we got a
it's
shove.
another
So same
another
routine.
yeah.
Mike raised with his merge
Yeah.
range from the button, but this one
King
is
10
able to
and
call.
ace 9.
Edgar shoves all in with 4 million. 4 million is his threshold for shoving. Ang
Yeah,
taas. And Mike again, quick call, just as quick as with the ace deuce. And he knew it was ahead, and he was right.
right.
So again, he is right, and he's positioned to finish this. Oh, Edgar is gonna
Uh-oh.
dodge it again.
Again,
The 9 is no good.
again Edgar Asihan outflopping Takayama in their second all-in situation.
Right. If this were
Only an ace.
Old Nintendo Game and Watch game, you started with 3 lives. Edgar's used 2 of them.
Right. Okay, Edgar Asian climbs back to almost 9 million, 8.1
Yeah, back where we
million.
started.
Yeah,
So Mike still has the edge. Kudos. Had him on the ropes twice, but not a huge
yeah.
advantage. Cards were live, so the game continues.
I'm curious, does this still affect Takayama mentally? Because I'm sure like
I don't know.
for
For
like
you,
90-95%
yeah.
of poker players in this situation, you keep doubling up, you can't
I
seem to
know,
get
right?
rid of your opponent in a heads up. It's gonna
I
affect you
feel this a lot.
mentally.
I have so many second place finishes where I felt like exactly that. Two,
Yeah,
three times I have the guy in the ropes. He keeps surviving, and
right.
it gets into my head like, oh my god, I can't finish this guy. I think he's meant
Yeah,
to win, and then he wins.
that's true. That's true.
But
So I'm
I'm
curious.
like
Is
7,000
the
meters under wherever Mike Takayama is right
but
now.
yeah, no,
So
but I'm curious. Is the great Takayama
that,
still?
does he still feel that?
Right. Ace Jack, Ace
Yeah, it's
Queen.
not gonna go crazy. The stacks are too
Yeah.
deep now. Edgar, if he had 4 million, this would go nuts here. But I think we're just gonna see standard raising and
Probably
calling.
this hand was just one round too late. if they if they sh-
Well,
if
the way Edgar's running, he
uh,
would have spiked the jack anyway. So
probably.
let's see now. There's a flop, nothing
Yeah.
there. Mike is ahead, but may not know it. Obviously, C bet is coming from Edgar. And at this point, I don't think you ever fold to that first C bet.
Right. Especially Mike.
Let's check the comments. I
Okay,
mean,
yeah, I
let us
see
know.
comments. Anjo Perez, Idol Edgar, kaya pa yan. Amtet Hernandez, let's go, champ. Monting, I'm sorry, Super Monching. Agustin Talsayan still watching with us. Shout out to you, Super Monching, Talisayon.
Oh, so
GG Pinas.
Hang on. Mike called that flop bet.
Oh,
And we're going to go into a turn and it looks like a big bet is coming. Big second
yeah,
barrel. No second barrel. It goes check, check. You saw him check. System a bit behind here. Nothing here. The ace
that's an
queen.
action stopper also
Yeah, he
for
checks the
ASEAN.
jack. So Mike correctly floats the flop. Edgar, doing the opposite thing where you bet when you don't have it and you check when you have it. So this guarantees that he can call any bet on the showdown with his jack. But Mike is no longer interested here. I don't think, unless he wants to look him up with ace queen high, he does not. So
Yeah.
I told you it's spike a jack. Right. closing in. We were even at 1.11 million
Yeah,
each, but this is not a bad space to be in for Edgar.
that's correct.
He's dodged the bullet twice.
Okay, so we're gonna have a change of dealer out. Our friend Betchay Crisostomo again. Betchay Crisostomo is inviting everybody to come check out the Facebook page of their food business, Sarapen. Search Sarapen on Facebook, and we can attest that it's really masarap. Okay, Gigi Perez, Elmo Celis lang. Gigi Pinas rather. Elmo Celis lang kayang bumawi sa 2021. Okay,
What's
all
that?
right. The legend that is Elmo Celis. Ah,
Button
okay,
8-4 by Takayama.
heads
Change
up.
of.
Action resumes now.
Okay, first time he gave a walk.
Oh,
9-4 he raises, 8-4 he folds. So that's the line.
that's where he draw the line. Okay.
You know what's also so much better about this than watching your mga highlight shows?
Oh.
No editing. Because when you watch the highlight shows, you're only seeing the showdowns. So you're
Mm-hmm.
never appreciating these
The,
races with
the
9-4,
how it gets there.
uncontested pots, three
Yeah,
betting with King 7. You're not seeing that.
that's true.
The floats, diba?
Okay.
The medium pots. Look at this. Of course, Mike's gonna call. Gotta defend. Can't just fold when the button raises. So we're gonna see a flop. All of them. They both have diamonds. 6-9-7 favors nobody. Well, gut shot for Edgar. Besides,
For
he has the
Edgar.
ace. He's ahead anyway. You got the runner to the flush. You got the gut shot. You got the ace. You have initiative because you're the button raiser. And now you have the C bet. Okay, here's a check raise again. Hey, how does he know? Because I haven't seen Mike check raise when the other guy
Right.
has something.
Yeah.
So,
And Edgar gamely calls this. He has
right.
an inside straight draw anyway. He needs an 8. But it's actually doesn't.
Oh,
This is gonna
wow.
be, yeah, that's
He
it.
hit what he
Yeah.
wanted to hit. And it's always tough as a check raiser
Right.
going to the turn knowing you have to follow up or give up. Because you can't come out of a check raise checking again.
That's true.
Edgar should be checking this like he did with the check the jack. So yeah, he does check the ace. And
Will Takayama try to represent that 9? That right
well,
now he
I
did
don't.
that.
It
It
don't even
doesn't. Yeah.
matters now. He knows it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. He got called on the flop, so that's at least a 9. He doesn't know he's calling it a gut shot. This
Right.
bet will give Mike a chance to fold without showing his hand. So
There you
again,
have it. That's a fold from Mike Takayama.
nice spot for
Good
Edgar.
sized pot taken down by Edgar Asihan, which brings him closer, which, somehow closes the gap again between
Oh,
him
they're even
and
right now.
Chuke.
They should be even at 11 million.
Right.
Blinds are up,
There you go.
120 to
They're
40.
even.
It's not a big change in the blinds, so it doesn't choke anybody out.
Right.
It's just slightly bigger. It makes the pre-flop raises slightly bigger, so you can build a bigger pot, but nothing game-changing because they're even right now at 11 million in chips.
Mhm.
And plenty of time, 1 hour per level. Ooh, 6-5 versus 6-4. Mike trying to figure out the raise because the
Mhm.
blinds had just raised. There you go. Correct. Tama ba daw? Tama. Okay, I think they just posted the blinds. Kasi kakataas lang. He raises to 620 total. 122.40. So basically, times 2 and change. Edgar's gonna call with 6-4 offsuit. This is why we watch poker.
For the side event blinds up length
6-4 versus
of
6-5. Lots of chops
Yeah.
are gonna happen here. But then Mike has position, and as we've seen, when people have similar hands or even exactly the same hand, the guy with position
Yeah, and
has
both
won
of
it.
them hitting their top pair six, and but with 10 and Jack, this is like almost going to a chop if ever,
Lots of
even
chops.
if it goes the distance.
400k to call. A check raise could change things, but just flat calling will not. We might see the turn go check, check.
Turn card, 8 of diamonds.
Well, that completes some draws,
Yeah.
but Mike has the option being the one in position. So Edgar checks this. Mike can decide to bet here and check the river behind because a bet here could take it down. If it doesn't, he can always check the river behind.
Mike bets
Takes it
950,000
Takes
down.
it
and
down.
fold.
So,
Just beautiful heads up because we watch heads ups where people both waited for hands and it was blind,
right.
post blind, give up blind, post blind, give up blind, and here we're
Yeah,
seeing
but I'm
what heads up looks
confident
like.
definitely with this two. That would not be the
Yeah, we
case.
were gonna get
Yeah, we're definitely gonna
what
get
we
this
waited for.
right. This the action that we are seeing right now. I expected nothing less than this action from these two protagonists. All right, here we
Mike bets
go.
1 on Edgar. Question is also
Edgar on the button.
Edgar on the button, but like you said, he hasn't really been active in racing at this position. But I think
600,000
just
fold.
now he did.
For a first time change of
Yeah,
pace,
racing to
doing that
yeah
2.5x race.
2.5 race.
Although the blinds up, it's a little harder to three bet this, but Mike will go for it anyway.
And Mike Takayama just responded with a three bet.
Look, this is how it's gonna go.
Yeah.
Didn't you get the memo? I three bet. So why don't you go back to limping your button? That's a message trying to send. I liked it better when you limped your button and we played flops. But even when he limps his button, Mike has been raising anyway.
hmm
So
Eliminations are
it's so relentless and it's so consistent
Right.
that it's impossible to know when it's seven deuce.
Does does he does he probably have those spider senses that tells him
Yeah,
whether
because
he would actually have something or not?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the beautiful thing is we're watching this. There has been no editing, so we were watching
Gratitude
from
for
the
those
start.
Yes.
200
So we've
pesos
seen
and
every check
50,000
race,
coin for
and
takeover.
every time he's done it, it was never wrong about it.
Right.
So
So after this televised heads up and final table for Mike Takayama,
Once
and
again, strong points
in
needed to win
future
our
tournaments
GTD
that you
team.
might probably run into him
Next point for
in a
takeover.
poker table in a tournament, would you try and remember, oh, I saw this move?
oh, never mind the move. There's only one thing to remember. If you're playing against somebody with a clear skill advantage,
Right.
tulak mo lang.
Oh. Do the
Neutralize it. Just
Mariano.
shove it.
Do the Pakaira pala.
You can't outthink him.
Mhm.
Just outflop him.
Do the Pakaira.
long line and button is on Edgar. Question.
Okay.
King 864.
The action continues, and if you have just joined us, this is Mike Takayama versus Edgar Asihan. For all the crown and jewels, for all the marbles, for this 20 million guaranteed Asia Poker
Sinabi
Championship.
mo for all the family jewels. Iba yun.
Kaya nga eh. Kaya nga kinorek ko kagad. Hinabol ko yung marbles na
All the
lang kagad eh.
marbles.
Oo.
King
See?
hits. Mike,
The
Mike
trend
gives him up.
is parang Mike Chuke just pays Edgar the minimum that he can
Even when
get.
they both flop the flush, but to be fair, the turn
The turn was an
showing a
action
four, that
style.
saved Mike
Yes.
the whole stack.
Yes. But
Uh,
except for that particular hand, eto yung mga galawan dito, like Edgar would pay Mike up to the turn, even the river, but parang ito si Choque just pays Edgar parang hanggang
he
flop lang
doesn't
minsan
pay
eh.
him when he has it.
Yeah, that's correct.
He check raises him when he doesn't. And even when he's behind, he check raises him and he gets what he wants.
Yeah.
So button raise here.
Now on Edgar.
We might see action coming back here, but it's too big to shove. So
Yeah.
oh, shoved anyway.
And Edgar raises
No,
Does he?
no.
on the
He did gesture
three
like
bet.
he touched. Okay,
He three
I saw him
bets.
touch the back of his stack like he's gonna push the
Yeah.
whole thing forward.
Three bets to
740. So
740.
right, first time we see a three bet that isn't a shove because malaki ang stack. So Mike's gonna flat, and yay, we are gonna see a three bet pot played
Hmm.
post flop. 7-3 versus Ace Jack. Suited versus unsuited. That hits the range of Mike Takayama. He's
Yes.
got a double belly. No, just the four.
Just a four. Just a gut shot.
Yeah, just the four. But also it makes Edgar's range not as strong here, except there's overpairs in the range. All the ace X misses, but the other three betting hands kind of hit. Mike only has a gut shot, but he has position, so I wonder how he's going to gauge it. The information he gets is the
Yeah.
size of the bet, coming off a three bet in the 700K, followed up by 1/4 of the pot, or 1/3 of the pot. 500K. What do you make of this, guys? So Mike's going to call this. No, grabbing more chips. Once again, he check raised to 1.5, tira pasok, and he's not wrong about it. I mean, Edgar can counter read this and do something about it, but just the idea that he check
Yeah.
raised here and is correct about it. And also, like, it's common advice that you don't want to flat your gut shots because they don't have that much value. Better off check
Yes.
raising your gut shots to add some fold equity to it. Once again, the radar is
Uh,
on point.
yes, that's correct. Wow. Monching Agustin Talisayon. Ikaw lang ang sakalam, hindi ako. Yan. Baka naman, boss. Ha? Props to this guy. Alam mo, kahit gaano siya ka-busy, whenever I message him, he would even initiate to make
Yeah,
the
this
call.
guy responds.
Yeah, even alam mo gaano ka-busy. So, thank you, sir. Thank you for watching with us and joining us here in this live stream of the Asia Poker Championship heads-up action between Mike Takayama and Edgar Asihan. And as we see Edgar Asihan at the dealer button actually have a hand that he can raise with, but
Button
that's
raise.
not to prevent Takayama from playing his Jack 3
Yeah, he's
suited.
gonna play it. At this point, you're not gonna get any easy money. It's not gonna be raised double up.
Yeah.
With Ace King, you actually gotta play a flop with it. So degree of difficulty is a little higher because the chip stacks are deeper, and you can't just follow up the
Yeah.
raise with a shove. Nothing much going here.
Continuation bet for Edgar
Yeah,
Asihan.
this one there's no check raise here for Mike
Yeah.
because he doesn't really have much, so he's just floating here out of position to see if there's gonna be another barrel. Up, doesn't improve anybody, but here, yeah, just checking to see if there's a second barrel here.
Mhm.
10-9-6 is super drawy. So there's the second barrel, and it's a big one, over a million. Here, 1,050,000. 1.1. I think that should do it.
Will we see the check raise again, or will he just let him
No,
have it
there's
this
no
time?
there's no backup plan here if he check
Yeah.
raises. I mean, Mike has check raised when he had not total air. There was always some backup.
Guess again.
Oh, that's
Guess
why.
again.
That's why he's Mike Takayama. How do you withstand
Guess
this?
again.
And how do you know? And look how small he's made the check raise. He
Right.
barely doubled it. Like, dude,
Guess
if you have something
again.
you're going to call, it's almost like a check raise for value.
And Edgar Asian even showed his ace
I give up.
king. So
How does he
guess
know?
again.
I don't know. I
You
give up.
think you know, but you don't.
Right? Wala equity,
Wow,
equity.
wow,
It's just
wow.
his read on him. It's just his read that second barrel is
Yeah.
BS.
Wow.
If I'm Edgar, I'm thinking like, dude, what I gotta do here?
Right,
I
right.
fire
So
once, I fire twice.
and Edgar is like up there in terms of skills
Right, he's no
of
slouch.
yeah, it's not just other regular
And he's doing some
poker
pretty
players.
incredible
Yeah.
things. You know,
He's there. It's
he's fighting back. It's
yeah.
just like okay, after the flop, okay, great, I dodged the check raise there. What about the turn? Oh, here it comes. God damn it. So Mike is on the button. Edgar is absolute trash. Maybe he's gonna
Yeah.
fold the next two hands, just like, just to chill and figure out what the hell is going on here.
Coming off, it's a good thing that after this tournament, the next tournament that Mike's gonna play in on is in Las Vegas.
Dude is in the zone right now. He needs to stay in the zone.
Yeah.
Let him fly to Vegas. Nobody talk to him. Everyone carries bags for him. Don't bother him. Keep him in this zone because he's doing something spectacular right now.
Again, as Chief put it, you wanna know Mike Takayama's secret?
No, I'm seeing it, but I can't understand it.
There you have
Remember, I
it.
said poker is a game of mistakes, right? He's made
Yeah.
no mistakes.
Edgar Asihan is now at 5.8 and he's got A7
Yeah,
suited.
yeah, it could be Shovesville
Yeah,
again.
and you're probably gonna get a call from Mike Takayama at this point with King Jack
I
suited.
don't think he opened shoves. It's
Nah,
more,
but he
this size
opted.
is more for three bet
Yeah,
shoving.
raised to
So
500.
yeah, he
There you
keeps it
go.
standard, same size as the rest of the raises. Might see a three bet here.
If he does that, that's probably. I mean, I'm expecting all chips to go all in.
If this goes on, it would be the first time
There
that
you go.
Mike is wrong about. It would be the first time Mike is behind.
Yeah.
So there's the three bet, and we've seen that the response to this has been to shove. Edgar shoved with less. This would be the strongest hand he shoved actually, because the first time he shoved with an ace, the first time Mike is called without an ace. But once again, Mike has him covered.
Yeah,
Mike
he declared all
folds.
in and Mike folds. Yeah.
Mike
Yeah.
folds. So still no mistake.
Yeah. I mean,
Zero. I've never seen something like this where someone has zero mistakes.
there you
He
go.
only, he loses because he's ahead, but he loses.
Yeah, but
He
that's just because it's.
folds when he's behind,
Uh,
even though there's no way of knowing. Anyone else would have called.
yeah,
Not anyone else.
right.
Anyone else down here in the gutter
Yeah.
with us,
Among
with
us.
our skill level 2.
Yeah. Piruin mo, even the great Sardi Rivera Putoy,
This is
his
amazing.
comment, masterpiece by the king,
This is
always on point.
It's amazing that
Yeah.
nothing has been incorrect. I keep saying it because I can't believe it. Right, so there's a raise from out of position, and Mike obliges with a call. We're gonna see a flop. Nine Jack Queen monotone, very drawy. Mike has the diamond and he hit the jack.
Yes.
Check out
So
of position.
expect Mike to
He's
check.
coming off a three bet pot, right?
Yeah,
Because
that's
Mike had re-raised to 740, and now we have check check. And this is all in favor of Mike. He's got showdown value. I don't think you can get him to fold unless you do some absurdly large bet. Second
and
check. Mike.
even before Mike could have pushed the chips, Edgar Sen automatically mocked his hand. I mean, folded his hand.
I'm watching Mike play right now. I remember playing like this a lot. Uh, Whenever I'm lying down and I'm fantasizing about how I would win the WSOP on a televised TV table, that's
Yeah.
how I imagine it would look like.
Right, right.
That's what I think it would look like in my wildest
This is
fantasies.
like that full display of the arsenal of the great Takayama.
Yeah, the thing I love about it is you could show it to anyone talking about poker as if it's a chambahan game, and you can see how, look, Mike's not even
Yeah.
hitting anything here.
Yeah. And like our live stream viewers is just in plain awe
Flabbergasted.
of this display of skills by Takayama. Kent Del Rosario, galing mo Mike, simply, di ba?
Okay, we got
Simply
card
put.
advantage, position advantage for Edgar here. You know what? Mike folds.
Yeah. Yeah, just simply galing mo Mike.
So for all this that we're saying about Mike, Edgar's still in there, and he's actually in better shape than when
Yeah,
we
because I
started.
mean, like I said, if there's after beside other than Mo Sakwing, if there's two players, in my opinion, that could have gone up against could go up against Mike Takayama,
From
it
the
would have
final
been
table,
Edgar Asian.
from the final that we
Yeah,
started.
from the, for Edgar Asian or hot sauce.
Well, for our viewing
They both
pleasure,
have the experience.
we also did said we it would be nice to see Troy versus Mike's, and we did see that, and we know how
Yeah,
that ended.
right.
So everyone got what they're asking for because I wanted to see a bit of Troy versus Mike, and I got that.
Maliit ang ka sa pangwapo, all in ka ng all in eh.
Oh, I
Players
missed
of the
that
opposing
graphic.
team
Uh,
return to your
was
seats.
that Showdown
Players
or
at table 11 to your seats.
someone tell me what I missed because I can't rewind this, but you guys can.
Small blind and button and Edgar.
Okay, back to the
Baka it's
button.
another
Oh,
walk.
it was a walk, but there was a graphic about with some percentage. It could have been Showdown percentage or something.
Baka.
Totally missed it.
Or aggression?
It
Because
wasn't
other than the
aggression.
other,
It
that's
was
what
it
they
was
see,
it
that's
was.
what they show. Eh.
They showed a lot.
All
They
right.
showed V Pip Kanina while you were standing up.
Okay,
Showed a lot
Mike
of different stats.
hitting the top pair on this flop.
Eight of clubs.
Okay, flush
A
draw
flush
and a
draw.
flush draw for
So
Edgar. I don't know if he'd go for it, but Mike checks. He's checking the call.
And Edgar open.
Not gonna get him off a queen here. Oh, especially with a bet that small, he might choose to raise this instead.
Nice
Ops
call.
to call. What do I know about poker? We're watching the great Mike Takayama.
Five of diamonds.
That's it.
and
No,
Mike earns the check mark.
Edgar hit the five. It's too thin to bet for value. I don't
Yeah,
know if
but
you're
he
gonna try
might
anything.
still try.
And the
No,
time
he
for
takes the
Edgar was
showdown
over.
because
Mike was his
why turn your 5 into a bluff when you
top
could
pair
win a
under the
showdown?
flop. 5-4 for
Mike still
Edgar.
has him there, queen
Yeah.
And
6.
Mike takes down the spot.
How I wish we can really. I thought we can raise the volume so
Oh, we can ask. Just
we
raise
can
it a little bit more. I think the controller is
we
dito
can
kay
hear the
Boss Jesse.
banter between these two.
Yeah, we can ask na bump up the table volume a little bit. Also for our viewers.
It's
So
also for our viewers, di
yeah,
ba?
yeah, less of us, more of them.
Because I think there's an ongoing banter between the two. I think Edgar Aseno saying he hit the five on the river. It's a good thing he checked because he could have spew
Value,
more
yeah,
chips
could have
in that
value owned
action.
himself.
Yeah,
Small blind and
Once
button.
again,
Fold.
and it's an auto
a
fold
rare walk
for
there.
Mike Takayama. It's like he
Well,
knows when he's behind, when it's not worth it
well,
to
with four
play.
deuce, you usually are behind.
Okay, our very active commenter from the audience saying, Gigi Pina saying, if I were Edgar, I will not bloat the pot when I'm out of
Right,
position.
right.
Might be a good thing to consider.
Well,
Yeah,
last time
there
he
you go.
bloated it that we saw was he had king deuce of diamonds, he had king high,
Yeah,
and he was barreling, I think there, and the
right.
pot got huge.
Also the players
He
at
got
table
blown
7
out
to
of it.
your seats.
Okay.
15
There you
million to
go.
6.5, still kind of where we
Yeah, we're
started.
back again to that difference when we started this heads up.
Yeah, so if you're Edgar, you lost a little bit from
Yeah,
fatigue, but basically you're in better shape than when you started. And the
that's true.
blinds are only a little bit higher, so it doesn't hurt too much.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not like you're being backed into a corner. He's fine. He's in
Yeah,
good shape.
yeah. Okay, there you go.
Queen
Next
9 suited,
action, Takayama with
that's a racing hand.
yeah, Queen 9 definitely is a racing hand for him at the button position. Let's see
Oh
if
shit,
ASEAN
9-4
will.
was a raising hand. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So Queen 9's definitely.
And but this time Edgar opted not to defend his big blind. So
Right.
he probably noticed I'm defending too much,
Maybe defending too much.
spewing spewing chips as we move along. Again,
Well,
well if you
he's been successful twice, and that's in
yeah,
the 4 million mark where the
right.
defense was just to shove all in. But
Uh-huh.
scary because both times he got called and he was behind.
Uh,
So it's like, he can't keep doing that. Sorry, you were saying?
No, I was about to remind our viewers, especially those who have joined us, that you're watching the heads-up action between Mike Takayama and Edgar Asihan. This is the live coverage of the Asia Poker Championship coming to you from the Metro Card Club, the home of Philippine Poker Champions, in collaboration with KMGM, the Korean Mind Game Members
For
Group.
table 3, Jeff for table
I
2.
think you're going to need a charger so we can keep reading the comments. All right, so no action there. Just Jack Deuce, I believe, versus a pretty good hand that Edgar had.
Uh,
You need a charger for this?
do you?
Diba? I have a charger. I don't know if
Okay.
they got a slot. Maybe put in the USB slot there.
No, we can't use the USB here. But it's okay. This
Mm,
will, yeah, this it's an Apple, so
what do you mean
it
it's
will,
an apple?
the battery is like
It-
dependable.
It's an apple means it'll rot because that's what happens to apples when they get exposed to air.
Not apples made by Macintosh.
All right,
Okay, back to the
clubs,
action here.
clubs all over the place. Raising a call. So Mike had completed this. That's a bit of change of pace. And then a raise and a call. Mike has position, but
Yeah.
he has nothing going on here. Edgar checks his queen. Of course, trying something different, but it's been kind of consistent where he bets when he doesn't have it and checks when he has it. So I don't know if Mike's going to read into that. King pairs the board, pretty harmless. But there's nothing for Mike to call here, even if Edgar wants to squeeze some value.
But
Why
Mike will
not?
oblige him. Why?
Why not?
Okay, Edgar earns the check mark.
I can imagine Mike checking behind here. But then, I've never been wrong so much in 1 hour.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay,
definitely
I
he'll
was right
try.
about that. He is not checking behind.
Definitely he'll
I mean,
try.
why would you float if you weren't going to fire something? I think if it's small enough, it should be callable because you like the queen. Yeah, there's a call. Throws in a chip. Mike shows him.
Mike shows 5-3 of clubs
Right.
and queen.
Yeah, it's a good thing that from
First
time
time.
to time
Human.
he's human
That
after
boy's
all.
still human after
Uh,
all.
he's human after all.
Now we know.
From that, like one out of like
Puts his pants on one leg at a time,
right.
right? Goes to sleep at night, or maybe not at night. But that boy human, that's the bottom line. First time he got caught there. The read was that he didn't hit anything, then it would have been a
Yes.
correct bet once again, but this time Edgar actually hit the
GG
queen.
Pinas is even recommending with 25 BBs, Edgar might as well consider limping every button.
He was doing that
Yeah, he was
actually,
doing
and
that
it was actually
actually.
working better for him because it kept the pot small,
Yeah.
because he was just getting 3-bet, and
Yes.
to which his only response was to 4-bet shove or give
Yeah.
up.
So the action continues here with our heads up between Edgar Asihan and Mike Takayama for the Asia Poker Championship
He might
trophy.
stay, he might stick with his 500,000 each time he's on the button strategy. Up.
I just noticed now I was about to say the Asia Poker Championship because they're fighting.
You might as
These
well
two
call it
guys are
it's the Asia Poker Championship
yeah
of the world.
of the world in Asia.
All right, so Edgar sticks with his standard raise 500k, contrary to the recommendation of our commenters. And guess what happens? 3-bet to 1.2 by Mike Takayama, just
Yeah.
like he's been doing ever
Yeah.
since the heads up started. So
It's just
you
this.
measure the success of the button limp versus this.
That's the
The
thing. And
button
then
limp has been superior for Edgar.
he's literally taking the fight out of Edgar Asean with this relentless three bets,
Yeah,
check
but
raises.
for everything we're saying, Edgar still improved his position because he
Yeah.
had enough from that last hand to try to do something this hand.
Yes.
So he's gaining, he's going up that ladder one ring at a time.
Yeah. I think what he needs right now is two consecutive, win versus Mike to, kind of shift that momentum.
I think he's doing all right in that he's not being grinded down.
Yeah.
We just seem that Mike would lose a middle to medium sized spot, but get it back
Yes.
in a fashion where there's no showdowns. So it's like Edgar lands a big punch, but Mike hits him with a bunch of small jabs, and then they're
Yeah.
back to where they started.
Right. Okay, we have more comments coming from Mate. Why do you build pot pre-flop when you literally have nothing? Why do you play poker at all if you're gonna wait for something to
Well, yeah, yeah.
make
Of
a
course, this is
move.
heads up, so I would have to comment there that well, you gotta build a pot because you want to take down a pot because most of the time you both have nothing. Uh, so like this with 6-3, you want to build a pot because just in case the big blind is a pushover and misses and
Yeah,
plays fit or fold, but Mike's not gonna play fit or fold. He's gonna play three better fold.
yeah. Well,
So.
we all have to realize that when it comes to heads up
Hey,
play,
but check this out. By the way, thanks Gigi for being here from the start of the coverage and
yeah, yeah,
still
yeah,
being very active. Here's that limp button limp that you wanted to see, and I wanted to see it as well. And the response is a raise from Mike Takayama. But now
yeah.
at least he can call, and the pot's not as bloated.
Right.
No draw there. C-bet will take it down. Mike hides his ace,
Yeah.
checking on that flop.
And as a reply to mate, GG Pina said in heads up, you have to play practically every hand. And
Right, and that's what
yeah, I
we're seeing
agree.
here.
And you have to remember that
Hey, hey, look at the action. Edgar hits the three. Mike has hidden his ace, checked
yeah,
it twice. Edgar, come on, take it down. It's a 1.6 million pot. Try to do something about it. And that's what Mike is.
yeah, yeah,
It's like mind
in his
control.
mind. Yeah. And there you go,
How
Asihan leading
much?
out with
Yeah,
500k bet.
very, very, very nice of him to just do that because he can get away from it. If Mike just flats, the river can go check, check.
Yeah,
So let's see if Mike allows him to just bet 500. He does. The river's going to go check. And we'll see if Edgar fires. He's gonna go check check because he just want to take a showdown with a three right now. I mean, he can beat things that missed. Don't want to turn it into a bluff. Goes check check. Right. Yeah, I don't see how much Mike could have made more
yeah.
out of that hand. That line made the most because as soon as he breathes on that pot, it will be over. Yeah, if you want to show like the VP from when the heads up started, it's gonna be like
Yeah.
90%.
Yes, definitely,
So.
definitely.
And the thing is, even if you gotta play almost every hand, right?
Yeah.
And then you got this dilemma. Well, I don't want to build a pot when I have nothing. But what does that mean? Just limping
But
every time?
that would mean,
Mike
yeah, and
doesn't
that would
allow.
mean waiting for
No, not waiting.
hands
That would
that you
mean
can.
limping. Because you have to play every hand,
Right.
but you're trying to follow the rule that you don't want to build a pot. How do you
Yes,
play every hand without building a pot? That means limping everything.
that's true.
Well, you need the guy across the table to cooperate and say, okay, I'm gonna play this game with you where we both wait
Yeah,
to flop or turn a hand.
that's
Well,
true.
Mike is dictating the tempo of the game. He's not gonna let that happen.
And look at
Edgar
this.
doesn't want that to happen
Look at
either.
this, Ace Queen. Mike limped with Ace Queen and Ace 4 for Edgar Asian declared all in, and
This is a
Mike
call.
instantly called.
Okay, remember when
Let's
I said
see.
like in a Game and Watch or a Nintendo game, you start with 3 lives, and Edgar's used to
Used to.
third life here.
Yeah,
Third time all
after
in,
third
he's
lives, game
behind.
over actually. So let's see.
Uh,
Will Edgar
unless
Asian still escapes
unless he's
this?
playing Contra where he did the up up down down as 32
Right, right,
lives.
right.
He's way behind here. The
And
diamonds make
look
it
at
so much
that.
worse. There's a
Wow,
running
yeah.
straight in the works.
Right.
Actually, the four is good, but a running straight is also dramatic.
Yeah,
Please
yeah.
don't, no more diamonds.
Up,
Here comes
up,
the running
up,
straight.
up. There's gonna be an inside
Yep,
straight.
the fours and the fives
He
are
needs
gonna
a
be
four.
good.
Yeah, those are his outs above your screen.
There are no chops here in the works.
And the queen finishes it off. We have our 2022 Asia Poker Championship champion, Mike Takayama.
You almost sound unexcited because there could have been no other way for this to end. But you know what? What a fight by
Well, it's a
Edgar
gallant
Asian.
fight. Yeah, props to Edgar Asian.
Look, he made the move. Every time he
Yes.
made a move, he managed to get away from it. He stayed like right there. He even
Yes.
pulled even a couple of times, 11
That's
million
true.
each.
That's
It's
true.
just that Mike doesn't have all these normal human
Yeah.
features of being discouraged or changing the pace. He stayed exactly as relentless as he wanted it
Right.
to be. No breaks,
Yeah.
no downers, no folding
I
hands
don't know.
just to change the tide. He dictated the
Yes,
tide the
that's
whole
true.
time. And kudos to Edgar because he was
Yeah.
on the ropes from the
Guys,
beginning.
stand by because we're gonna try and get our newly crowned champ
That would be
in
cool.
here in our booth and talk to him a little bit. Get to interview the
How do we
champion.
get?
So
I get out
stay
Mike's
with us.
chair and try to get him.
Stay with us.
If you hold the
I was
fort.
just doing, I think, the preliminary. I think the chief is
They gotta
talking
take
to
his
him
picture.
already.
He's gotta count 1 to 6 million.
But I wait. Yeah, you're right. We're
By the
gonna.
way, great payout for Edgar Asian.
Yeah, 3.3.
3 point, 3.4
Yeah, almost four.
plus whatever else they agreed
Right.
to add to that.
Okay.
Eh,
And yeah, for Mike Takayama, it's a whopping 6 million payday. Not a bad price for like what 4 days of
Seven. Well,
grind. Well,
depending
he
how many
just
day
played.
ones did you play. If
He
you play day one A to
maybe
D,
played just
then
one
it's
day
7
one.
days.
Went back for day two, then day three, and then the final day. So there you go. Okay, so we wanna at
Sige,
this
sige,
point
sige.
let's interview the opponent of Mike Takayama, Edgar
Oh,
Asihan.
glad to hear it. What's that?
All right, so guys, welcome Edgar. Pare, congratulations. Good game. Yan. Let's talk a little bit for Edgar. Okay, daming nanonood sa atin, bro. Simula pa kanina. Uh, when this started, medyo talagang malaki ang advantage sa'yo ni Chuke, di ba?
Opo.
In yung difference nung stock size nyo. Kami nung simula nung
Calling on Pet Malu for the number receive this first delivery box 6.
Lagyan mo siguro ng level. Lagyan ng level ba yan? Wag na. Tatayo niya yung baraan. Sandalan lang ng baraan. Pwede din. Dalawa lang, dalawa. Maliit yan. Kasya dyan. Kasya. Sana pala meron tayong fake money. Fake money. Mahatag na. Ilikot mo na lang.
Tawag ka lang naman ng IS. Gusto mo, latag natin talaga yung 6 million.
Huwag na nakatakot.
tira talaga isa sa inyo ni Hot Sauce. Kasi hindi naman kumbaga kayong tatlo veterano na kayo eh. Is this the first time ba na naka-heads up mo si Mike sa isang malaking tournament?
Bali, ano na po, siguro. Nung malaking tournament po, pangalawa po, nung last po, nung APT, high roller sa
Yung
Resort World.
APT High Roller.
Siya rin po, ano naman po, baligtad naman po sitwasyon nun. Ako naman po yung massive nun.
Oo.
Siya yung, bali, may chips rin pero ano, mga halos, malaki rin agwat ng pitsya namin.
Oo.
Pero natalo siya.
Natalo pa rin talagang
Ganon
kami.
din yung ginawa ko sa kanya na ano, sinugalan niya rin ako nun, sinugalan pre-flop kaya ganun
Pero
din.
hindi ka naman nai-intimidate kasi nakikita kitang maglaro, hindi ka yung tipo ng player na maiilang o mai-intimidate
Hindi
sa kalaro
naman.
mo Hindi ka na-intimidate dahil Mike Takayama yung ka-heads up mo, di ba?
Siyempre rin po, isa rin po sa mga idol ko rin po yun
Oo.
Talagang natapat na kami pinaglaban.
Oo. But still, bro, Edgar Asihan, congratulations. Not a bad payout din para sa iyo, no? At 3.3. At hindi ka naman malaki rin yung accomplishment mo dahil pumasok ka sa final table, hindi ka nasa taas nung nung ladder ng chip stock
Opo.
Pero naigapang mo hanggang heads up. So, that's an accomplishment in itself. So, ayan, ang daming bumabati sa iyo kung makikita mo to. Siguro pag napanood mo yung replay nitong ating si John Brian Esteban, nawala yung natin. And yung may kanina may isang Asihan din yung apelyido nakasubaybay sa iyo. So bigyan kita ng chance na pasalamatan yung mga nagsuporta sa iyo, nag-root sa iyo mula nagsimula itong ating final table.
Maraming salamat kay God sa blessings na naman na binigay niya sa akin. kahit pa paano makakatulong na naman sa pamilya sa ibang tropa diyan, no, kahit pa paano umaasa rin. At maraming salamat sa pamilya ko at sa future wife ko na patuloy ang suporta sa akin sa paglalaro ko ng poker.
Oo nga, lagi
Sa
ko
mga
nakikita
kaibigan, sa mga
kasama mo
kaibigan ko,
lagi, no? Oo, okay.
maraming salamat sa inyo lahat.
Ayan, okay, there you have it, our runner-up, second place for the Asia Poker Championship. Who knows, baka sa next APC, which is several months,
Sana nga po.
yun na, di ba? Tuloy-tuloy na. Again, congratulations, Edgar Asihan. Thank you for giving us time na ma-interview ka. Maraming salamat. We will let you go now para makasama mo naman yung iyong mga kaibigan at si Commander na nasa labas. Okay, thank you.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, bro. Okay. Yeah. All right. So there you have it. Pangalawang biruin mo in a span of 3 weeks pala, Coach. This is the second time na nagharap sa heads up si Edgar Asihan at si Mike Takayama.
So para palang ano to, parang premonition or
yes, oo.
foreshadowing of things to come.
Oo nga eh.
We're gonna hold the fort here, no?
Because Mike has to do the routinary picture taking and so there you have it. And we're just setting up na tama ka na ano na.
Yeah, so you can see on the screen is mga mukha lang natin, but we can see on the monitor that Mike is should still be outside.
Pag natapos na sa kanya si Senator DJ Roberto sa pagkuha ng picture.
We might, yeah. Ayan, pinipicturean silang dalawa ngayon, Mike and Edgar side by side. 1 and 2 finish.
Actually, you couldn't have asked for a better protagonist in a heads-up match than Edgar Asihan and Mike Takayama.
I think when the final table started, the sentiment was like, Mike Takayama versus anybody heads up, we'll take it.
Yeah.
Must see TV.
Okay, ito sa ating mga nagko-congratulatory message. Metro Team Pro, Alexis Lim, John Brian Esteban, congratulating Edgar Asihan, Lani Perez.
Guys, alam ko you're starting to log out.
Francis
Wag muna,
Descallar,
hintayin nyo at kakausapin ni parang tira pasok si Mike Takayama. We're gonna get him over here.
Yan, antayin nyo lang. Ito na yung pagkakataon ninyo. Babasahin ko sa kanya yung inyong mga congratulatory messages para makita niya ang inyong suporta.
At mapapatanong ko sa'yo, parang tira pasok. Paano niya alam kailan yung mga check raise na yun? Paano niya alam?
At ang isang tatanong ko sa kanya, saan mo na-recruit yung duwende mo? Para mapalitan ko na yung duwende ko.
Sige, we're just gonna hold the fort. Promise, di tayo bibitaw nang hindi siya nakakausap dito ni
Lupait, lupit ni Takayama, sabi ni JR Peck. Oku Romoho, congrats by Pakurot naman. Orku Remoho. Yan. Marco Opera, hiramin natin ang duwende ni Takayama.
May duwende pa ba yan?
Wala na. Siya na talaga to.
Siya na yung duwende.
Oo, siya na yung duwende.
Okay.
Yan na,
Brian is
naka-jacket siya.
congratulating him right now.
Incidentally, Mike Takayama is a member of the Metro Team Pro. And as DJ Roberto takes his pictures, let's take this opportunity, Coach, to give props to the men and women of the Metro Card Club headed by Miss Maylene Advincola, the operations manager. The floors, yung ating partner dito, si Boss Jess, the tournament directors, Ma'am Mean, okay, and also the help extended by the whole Metro Team Pro headed by the Chief, Mark Rivera.
Speaking of the Chief, kinatok tayo ni Chief telling us, hold on, he's gonna bring Mike over.
Hinihila na niya si Mike Takayama papunta rito.
Nagtatagay lang muna sila ng champagne.
Nakita ko may champagne sila eh.
Of which,
champagne sila eh.
Bayaan mo sila mauna, tayo ang uubos niyan para hindi na pasok.
Pa-shout out sa mga tech support behind the scene. Oo naman.
Oh, si Francis
Ayan,
pala yan.
Francis Descalar. Oh. Dapat kasi nung shinout out mo, Francis, itinipe mo na yung mga pangalan para nabanggit na natin. Di ba?
Pagalitan pa.
Congratulations, Metro, for this successful event. O ayan, nakikita nyo. Si Mrs. Takayama, Grace Takayama. Ayan. Alam mo ba, nung ako'y panahon na ako'y nasa industriya pa ng bar, ng mga clubs, na hindi ko pa kilala si Chucky noon. May
Paayos natin to.
may-
Natin inset so they can
may
actually see.
lumapit sa
Doon tayo
akin.
sa
And
scene 2,
eto
boss.
Na, eto na.
Scene 2.
Scene 2, lipat sa scene 2. Eto na. Eto na. Okay. Okay. So, eto. Ayan, nakikita nyo. Umuupo sa akin tabi. Ayan, teka lang, isesentro ko lang ha. Ikaw naman ang importante nakasentro eh. Ayan, oh. Pabiruin mo para pala tayong magkapatid oh. Tinitingnan ko sa ano.
Oo naman.
Sa camera, tingnan mo. Para... Ha? Pwede na, depende naman sa panahon. Pwedeng Takayama, pwedeng Rivera minsan. Okay. Eto mga kaibigan, yung mga nanonood sa atin at kanina pa nag-aabang, I have with me right now the newly crowned 2022 Asia Poker Championship champion, the great Takayama, Mike Takayama. Congratulations, bro.
Thank you, brother.
Eto na, kanina, katatapos ko lang interviewin si Edgar Asihan. Ang unang tanong ko sa kanya, eto ba yung first time na naka-heads up mo si Chucky? Sabi niya hindi, nag-heads up kayo 2 weeks ago sa APPT High Roller. Pero baliktad daw na sitwasyon. Siya yung lamang sa chips, ikaw yung konti, pero ikaw pa rin yung nanalo. Coming into this heads up, sobrang ang layo ng agwat nyo. Alam ko kahit na itong una kong tanong pagka ba, pero ito pala yung hiniready ko una sa'yo. Sobrang layo na agwat mo, ako personally iniisip ko, sandali na lang to. Kasi although alam ko ang kalidad ni Edgar alam kong pinipili nga namin alin sa tatlo, ang pwede lang talagang sumabay sa'yo, Mo Sakwing, Hot Sauce Marquez, Edgar Asihan in terms ng experience nung sasabihin sa heads up. So alam ko hindi madaling kalaban, pero ang laki ng lamang mo Ang laki ng lamang mo. And then, 2 beses kayo nag-all-inan, hindi mo siya mapatay-patay. Ang tanong ko kay coach yun habang binomonitor namin, ito kaya si Chucky, naapektuhan pa kaya to mentally? Yung parang napoprostrate ka ba bang, hindi ko ma-out-out to Anong naramdaman mo after nung pangalawang all-in na di mo siya...
Wala, sabi ko sa sarili ko, hindi ko siya lalabanan ng pre-flop kasi swerte siya
Oo.
Kailangan laging post-flop para, siyempre, alam ko naman yung gagalaw niya.
Oo.
Kabisado ko yung lagi kong nakakasama din kasi, at saka alam ko na din yung laro niya.
Okay.
Ganon.
So yun pala yun kasi dito, alam mo, lahat dito kanina, Kent Del Rosario, Putoy, nagko-comment dito, Flo Campomanes, lahat nagko-comment, ang lupit ng galaw mo kasi nakita namin, wala kang bala nakikita namin, pero check raise, 3-bet, tapos pag behind ka, naitatapon mo. Paano yun? Paano mo ginagawa yun?
Hindi, kasi ang strategy ko kasi, sa una kasi binabasa ko lahat ng mga galaw ng player, kung meron o wala. Ganun ako kailangan kailangan yung timing lagi nandun. Lagi yung, alam mo yung kalaban, kung meron o wala, kailangan laging ganun.
So talagang mas kampante ka kung ang makakalaban mo sa ganitong sitwasyon na heads up, mga players na gamay mo na at nakakalaro mo na.
Yes.
So para bang pwede mong isipin na kung nagkataong Koreanong nakalaban mo rito, baka mas nagtumagal na
Depende rin kasi.
Kasi kung may table time ka na sa kanila. Okay. You've taken down this championship. Okay. Eto, kanina, nung marami pang players, nagpa-survey kami. Kasi, for some reason, pumasok ang chip leader nitong nitong final table na to. So, alam nila yung kakayahan ng Mike Takayama pag pumasok na chip leader. Alam nila, nakikita nila na ikaw, walang duda sa lahat ng mga napagtanungan namin, isa ka na doon sa darating hanggang dulo. Ang pinagpipilian na lang sinong makakalaban mo. ang isang pumasok sa eksena, nandun na kagad yung Mo number 1 na sa survey eh. Pumangalawa, Edgar Asihan, pangatlo, Hatsos Marquez. Pero pumasok yung pangalan ng bata ni Troy Morales. Pero may nag-comment kanina. Sabi nung comment, pansinin niyo si Mike. Alam na kagad niya this early kung sinong target niya. At nung inoobserbahan namin, hindi ka gumalaw ng matagal. Nung nagsimula kang gumalaw, wala kang ibang binakbak kundi yung Koreano at si Troy Morales. Was that your plan from the very start?
No, kasi ramdam ko kasi wala sila, tsaka sobrang carded ko din. Nakita mo naman mga 2 hours yata ako.
Oo, yung una.
2 hours
oo.
yata akong carded. Kaso talagang, actually, naiilang ako kasi nasa left ko si Mo. Yun lang naman ang parang,
Oo.
yun lang din ang parang magiging kalabang ko sa sa mesa eh.
Oo.
Siyempre, matalas din yun eh. Lahat naman matalas actually. Pero mas maganda kasi pag hindi ganun kabigat yung nasa left mo.
Oo.
Kaya ganun.
Okay. Pero ano masasabi mo doon sa laro ng Troy Morales?
Maayos maglaro yung bata.
Oo, no?
Timing lang din gumalaw, okay din.
Oo. Kaya lang parang nasira yung vision niya nung nakuha mo siya nung malaki from 5 million, bumaksak siya ng 2 million, may hand kayo. Actually, pareho kayo ng hand nun eh. Pareho kayong Queen Jack.
Talaga?
Oo.
Tumapon siya ng jack pala doon.
Oo, tumapon siya ng Jack sa'yo doon. Yun yung sinasabi namin na yun yung difference. Pareho kayo ng barahang nilaro, pareho kayo ng tinamaan, pero nandun yung difference ng posisyon at syempre nung experience na rin.
Useless na rin kasi pag call ako, pag siya tumira sa river, baka hindi pa ako makakall. Kaya
Oo,
ganun na
kaya
rin.
inunahan mo na pagkatok niya. Ito pa ang isa naming napansin. Top 2 kayong pumasok ni Mo. Contrast yung kwento nyo, nagbaliktad eh. Ikaw, pareho kayong na-carded, pareho kayong hindi gumalaw halos ng maaga. Siguro
Sobrang carded na rin.
nagpapakiramdaman kayo dahil magkaano eh. Kaya lang si Mo, nagtuloy-tuloy yung pagka-grind out niya. Ikaw, nakikita namin na maintain yung mo, yung hindi ka bumaba eh, hindi na-threaten yung stock mo eh. Pagka ba ganyang carded ka, ang pumapasok sa isip mo, kailangan hindi pwedeng lumagpas ang isang round o 2 round nang hindi ka makakakuha?
Hindi, kailangan talaga makakakuha ko, hindi pwedeng hindi. Sa loob ng isang round, 2 round, kailangan makakuha ko ng isang...
So yun talaga ang
Yes,
rule
yeah.
mo.
Yun lang.
Hindi pwede, kaya hindi ka pwedeng mag-grind out. Kaya kanina, actually yung mga unang galaw mo, meron kang King 7 na ipinang 3-bet mo eh. Doon sa Koreano.
Hindi, kay Hatsos.
Kay Hatsos nga pala, oo.
King 7. Sa
Kay
Koreano,
Hatsos.
7-8.
7-8, sa Koreano.
Doon sa isa, nasupal pala ako kay Chong. Seat
Oo.
9.
Kay Peter Chong.
Oo, kay Peter Chong.
Oo. So, tapos eto na, nung pagdating sa gitna, nung nasimulan ka na, do you realize na in-out mo lahat ng player? Conscious ka nun na ikaw ang nag-bust out sa kanilang lahat?
Ilan ba na-bust out ko?
Lahat nga
Lahat
eh.
ba?
Lahat nga eh. Isa lang hindi, sino
talaga?
lang, sino hindi.
Hindi ko na
Oo,
maalala sa pagod siguro.
Oo. Sino? Si Ron Messina.
Oo.
Tas
Si
sa'yo
Ron
na
Ryan
lahat.
pala, nakabust out si Hatsos.
Si Hatsos, ikaw na lahat nag-bust out. Ito na, ito na yung ang tawag na ng mga nanonood, Takayama onslaught kasi unti-unti nang tumatayo yung wall mo. And at that point, talagang nakita na talaga yung lamang ng laro. Alam mo ba, before the start of this final table, tinanong ko, ano ba yung sikreto ng Mike Takayama? Ano ba yung sikreto niya sa laro niya? Consistent. Ang sagot ni Chief, eto, panoorin nyo. And full display, itong pinakita mo sa lahat ng nanonood. Lahat ng angulo, lahat nakita namin, sa totoo lang, wala halos makapaniwala doon sa mga ginalaw mo. Pero ito ang tanong ko, tinanong ko to kay Chief. Eto na yung bagong technology. Sa bagay, hindi ka na iba dito. Yung nakikita yung hand, etc. Sa APT nakikita mo. Nakaka-apekto ba to kung paano ka na maglaro ngayon? Yung mga susunod mong laro, ayan, na-expose na. Uy, tumitira pala ng ganito si Chuke, may galaw pala siyang ganito,
Hindi.
may ganito pala.
Para sa akin naman kasi yung strategy ko, hindi naman isa lang eh. Binabago-bago ko pag iba-iba ka table ko, kung yun na yung lagi yung nakaka-table. Binabago ko naman yung strategy ko, hindi lang yun at yun.
Oo.
Akala lang nila ganun, pero siyempre, iniiba't iba ko.
Oo, kasi syempre aware ka na dito na to magiging permanente na yung mga ganitong feature halos sa lahat ng card room eh.
Yes.
So okay. Choke, ito, hindi kita masyadong patatagalin, pero alam ko after nito pupunta ka ng US eh. di ba?
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, maglalaro ka sa WSOP. Ano ang mga lalaruan mo doon? Anong mga plano mong laruan? Of course, main event nandyan na.
Lalaro siguro ako ng high roller, yung tag 50k buy-in.
Okay.
Tsaka sa poker go yata, mukhang lalaro ko. I-check ko pa yung schedule, ko pa
Yung
na-check.
champion mo nung nakaraan, yung nag-bracelet ka, anong event yon?
Mga bounty event.
Bounty event? Lalaro ka rin ng ganon?
Siguro pag nandun sa schedule, lalaruin ko. Madami
Okay.
kasing iba-ibang schedule eh.
Okay. Eto, tingnan lang natin. Ayan, nako. Ayan, kilala mo to, kumpare mo to eh. Monching Talisayon, pa-shoutout daw, mahal na hari. At this point, bibigyan kita ng pagkakataon na magbigay ng message dito sa mga supporters mo na mula kaninang magsimula ang final table, panay ang comment niyan. Pasalamat, magbigay ka ng mensahe sa kanila.
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa akin at saka mga nanonood. Tsaka shoutout sa iyo, paring Monching, napakabait mo. Tsaka Antet, Wesley Zun, tsaka sa amo ko, Tudor, and Afterlife na rin.
Ayun. Ayan, nakita natin, ang ganda ng t-shirt mo ngayon. So, nakita nila. Akala namin may dance club kayo kanina.
Oo.
Okay. So, ayan mga kaibigan, pasalamatan natin and congratulations again, Mike Takayama, for winning the Asia Poker Championship. Papakawalan ka na namin kasi alam namin marami nag-aantay sa iyo sa labas.
Wala na, pagod na
gustong, at makapagpahingan ka na rin. Maraming salamat again, bro.
Thank you.
Tatawayin ulit natin si Coach. Ayan. Coach, baka may tapahabol ka tanong kay Choke. Oo, alright. Oo. Thank you. Okay. So, ayan. Narinig nyo. Ang isang nagmarka sa akin, Coach, sa sinabi ni Choke sa aking interview sa kanya, matagal na niyang nakalaro tong mga nakalaban niya. So, ganun ka-importante yung familiarity mo about the game nung kalaban mo. And he practically knows, alam niya yung gesture pag meron o wala.
Tama nga yung hinala, and he did say before, nung nakausap natin siya before,
Oo.
he really invests time na getting to know yung mga baser
Yes,
ng mga
oo.
player. No? It's the sexy way to say it is inaaral niya yung mga tells, but it's a little bit more than that. So parang kita mo the way pag-aralan niya yung mga players na he has to make a point na dapat alam ko kung kailan to meron at kailan
Yes.
wala. So he's not just there waiting for cards. So nakita mo yung result, and napansin mo yung memory niya?
Oo.
Banggitin mo yung hand, alam niya.
Alam
ano
niya,
yan
di ba?
eh.
Queen Jack siya doon.
He doesn't
Wow.
he doesn't have to think back and say, it's not a blur to him eh. Lahat malinaw.
Oo.
You mentioned a situation, he knows it was this hand against this guy.
Yes.
So kung ganyan ka-sharp ang memory niya, imagine ano yung mga mental photographs he can take. Ganito yung tsura niya pag wala. Ganito siya gumalaw pag meron. So yun yata, parang something there around there is one of the secrets na ginagamit niya for this mistake, almost 100% mistake-free heads
parang
up.
zero error.
Para super user.
Oo, parang naka-God mode, di ba?
Parang nakatihaya,
zero
maraming
error.
kalaban.
So there
It's
you have it.
spectacular.
Yung mga nagtatanong how to be a Mike Takayama, you just heard it from the guy himself. It's not really an easy walk. He invested time and
There's an incredible
focus,
mental
oo.
ability na
Oo.
pinapakita niya of just
Oo.
knowing where things are based on yung mga nangyari at
Eto,
napag-aralan
Coach,
niya.
bago tayo magpaalam, before we wrap this up, okay. Oy, ayan kung Christopher Dalida, itong tandem ang the best, Sir Ron and Jester. Salamat. Okay. Doc KG Jacoba, galing nyo naman. Congrats kay Choke. Toke ang tawag niya kay Choke. Sana yan sa USA Poker. Ayan.
Yes, more power to him
more
and the rest
power.
of
Alright.
all the other Filipinos na nandun. And I'm gonna look up yung na-mention ni Gigi na nanalo ng bracelet.
Si Henry Akain.
I want to
He
see
actually plays here. People knows him here. He actually plays here.
Nice.
Yeah, the Metro. Okay, so
Good
with
stuff.
that, again, we would like to thank you guys for sticking with us. We congratulate all those who made it to the money. Congratulations to Edgar Asihan, and eventually congratulations to Mike Takayama. Congratulations to the staff of Metro Card Club led by Miss Maylene Advincula, and the Korean Mind Game members led by Tiger. And we would like to give props to our technical team here, Francis,
Lumakad na si
Boss
Francis.
Jess.
Jesse.
Ito, ayan, magpakita kayo. Ayan, oh. Si, ano nga? Driggs. Oh, at saka Remson. Ayan. So, kami ang madalas, hopefully kami ang madalas nyo pa makikita sa mga darating pang events ng Metro Card Club. This is just the start. This live stream will keep getting better. We will
Talo sa
improve
poker,
this.
magtrabaho na lang.
Oo. Di ba? Those who can play poker, let's just do this.
Oh, you need jobs.
Oh, pero pupunta akong Russia. Magte-training ako. Gusto ko Alright. Okay, and with that, in behalf of our panelists in the past days, Lester Edok, Chief Mark Rivera, in behalf of Coach Ron here, ito po ang inyong lingkod, Tira Pasok na nagsasabing maraming salamat, magandang gabi, at mabuhay ang manlalarong pokeristang Pilipino.